1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
I am joined by David Hood, Adam Silverman, and Siobhan Nolan. Adam, David, and Siobhan, welcome to the broadcast.
Great to be here.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey there, Brandon.
All right, we are here to cover both rounds of the 2021 Cascadia Open. Cascadia is a tournament run by Chris Brand out of the Pacific Northwest. Chris is based in Seattle, but Chris is based in Vancouver and is Canadian. And he is the main tournament director. I believe Riaz Virani also helps him. This has become the Northwest tournament, the Pacific Northwest tournament since WACCon ended. This tournament has a lengthy history. I don't know how long it's been going on. Do any of you guys?
It's about 5 years, isn't it?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 was the first year that Chris started running it.
Oh, is that right?
I think this is number 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so it's been going on for 5 years. It is of the regular tour. So it's been a regular tour event as long as I have been involved with the hobby. And it is the last regular tour event that was held in person before the pandemic period. So this marks a full year, a full circuit of virtual face-to-face events. And this happens to be the last one before the DBN Invitational, a brand new invitational tournament that is the brainchild of the DBN founder group, which includes me and Brian Cravel and Zachary Moore. And we are excited to bring this tournament. This tournament will bring together all of the tournament winners on the major tournaments from the last year. And will also include some invitations to extended deadline tournament winners. As well, and we will round out the field of 28 with the top performers from the rest of the field over the course of the year. And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit fumbling over here. Those standings are determined by a formula that we have created here. And the competition is fierce. We've had a countdown show. David, you covered a segment of Countdown with Zachary Moore, talking about who was on the bubble. We know that there are a lot of people who are eager to make it into the tournament, and tonight represents their last chance. Cascadia is a tournament that's taking place over 2 rounds. The first round had 6 boards in it this morning. That took place, I think, starting at 11 o'clock Eastern time. Round 2 just got underway about an hour and a half ago. It is now 8:30 Eastern, so it started around 4 o'clock Pacific time. And that has 5 boards on it. So this tournament will have 11 boards total. And one of us is the defending champion of this tournament. That would be Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, tell us a little bit about your experience at Cascadia last year.
Cascadia is a fantastic tournament. I try and get to it every chance I get. For me, it's just a short little jump of a flight. You know, the event that Chris Brand and Riaz, as you noted, who helps him out quite a bit as an assistant TD, it's just fantastic. You know, I love the city of Vancouver. Last year it was held in the back room of this bar and restaurant, which was actually a really fantastic venue. It sort of had this like dark, seedy feel that really fit all the backroom dealings that we were going with on our board. And I remember very clearly at the end of the tournament, the last round, Brandon, you and I and Riaz actually were duking it out for the top seat. And there was a lot of watching what was happening on other boards. Chris Brand famously posts live results, turn over, turn over, turn. And I remember I thought that my odds, or that the margins were much narrower than they actually were, so I fought it out for every little dot, and there's still a little bit of some bitterness from some players on that board from last year, but something had gotten mistyped in on the live results, and my margin was actually quite a bit larger, and I didn't need to fight quite as hard as I did. So apologies to those of you on my board.
And that was your margin over Riaz, because I had been gutted by then on my board. I was Austria. I think I got stabbed by Italy. And,
yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, fantastic event. When we get back to face-to-face, I can't wait to go back, and I encourage everyone else to do the same.
And I think that bar was one that held drag shows regularly, right?
Yeah, there was karaoke one night when we were there, I think, and then there was dancing.
It was a poetry, it was an open mic poetry on the way out.
I forgot about the open mic.
Yeah. No, but the drag aspect, I didn't realize it at first, but by the end, it was like, oh, now it makes sense, and it's why you and I felt particularly at home there.
I loved it. It was great.
And Adam, you are the penultimate defending champion. Am I right?
I've heard a rumor that that's true. Yeah.
So any quick story?
Cascadia is just such a good tournament. I mean, it attracts, the best West Coast players because it's really easy to get to. And, we've gotten some other players from around the world. It's fun. And as Siobhan said, the venue is really unique. It's a lot different than a lot of the tournaments which use kind of hotel room, kind of more banquet room types of environments. It really is dark and seedy, like Siobhan described, and it's pretty cool. And I definitely can't wait till we get to do this again in person because it's a fun one.
Yeah, and maybe go see a show there at some point.
Brandon, before you say it, I have never won Cascadia. nor am I going to win this year.
I do believe that up till now, every champion of Cascadia has been a West Coaster, and like 75% of them have been from the Bay Area. Adam Silverman and Eddie Brisson.
Yeah, the last three are from the Bay Area because I believe Siobhan, previous to that was me, and previous to that was Eddie. So it's been, I don't know if there's any Bay Area players playing in Cascadia today, but I'll be pulling for him to keep the trophy in our area.
I guess I have to root for Jason. He might be the closest.
Ooh. Oh,
I know.
Oh, are you okay? Do we need medical attention over there?
News being made right here on the live.
Let's just take a moment and appreciate how good of a diplomacy player David Hood here is here for anticipating the stab before it happened and effectively parrying it. Well done, David. Well done. All right, so we've got two Cascadia champions. One also ran and one never ran. Although of the four of us, only David is the only one who actually played in Cascadia this year, because David Hood was a participant in round one. And we will get to hear his perspective on his board after we cover it. With that, let us take a look at the top participants according to the DBNI standings coming into today. And I had it pulled up, and then I lost it, and here it is. All right, at the top of the list, we have John Anderson sitting at number 2 in the DBNI rankings, already qualified thanks to his win at, oh God, where did he win?
Wasn't that Weasel? Yeah.
Yeah, he won Weaselmoot. Morgante Pell, fresh off of his victory at the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic with the number 3 ranking, and Nicolas Sahugay, the only member of the top 10 who has not won a tournament. So Nicolas does not get an automatic invitation, but his invitation is practically automatic. He is certainly going to be appearing at the DBNI.
And just to clarify here, he has not won a tournament in the past year. Nicolas has won probably many, many tournaments, including a world championship. So let us not forget.
Indeed. No slight intent to Nicolas is a former world champion, and he just simply has not won a tournament in the past year. I actually meant that as a compliment that he managed to make it into the top 10 without winning a tournament. It's not easy to do under our system for measuring this. The tournament wins are heavily weighted. The second place gets only about 60% of the points of the first place. So Nicolas has had a really strong season, and it shows with his number 5 ranking. Beyond that, we have Tommy Anderson, tournament winner from Liberty way back in the beginning of this. Had been a little bit quiet since then. So I'll be looking for Tommy to see if he can make some noise. Karthik Kanath, who has really impressed on the stage so far, has come close to some tournament wins, hasn't been able to close the deal. We'll certainly be seeing him at the DBNI. Ed Sullivan has appeared on this broadcast, is a well-known personality. Hopefully he's sitting on his porch with some cigars. And what's the alcohol of choice? I actually don't know.
Bourbon.
He's a
Bourbon,
bourbon, yeah.
Great. And maybe a shotgun nearby. Andrei Gerbikov sitting at 13. Andrei was the champion of Carnage, I believe. Or was it Tempest? Gosh, I don't remember.
I believe it was Tempest.
Okay. Coming up behind him, we have Maxim Popov, a best country specialist who has won Russia a couple times and I believe Germany once. Natty Schaefer, who's impressed on the tour, and Riaz Varani, aforementioned, who hasn't played a whole lot, but has a nice DVNI standings, partly due to his third place in Cascadia, or second place in Cascadia last year.
And is Riaz playing today, or is he an assistant TD?
He is playing.
Excellent.
He is playing, and his points count.
Excellent.
So Chris was the TD for all 6 of the first round games, and I think all 5 of the second round games as well. Mm-hmm. All right. You guys have any thoughts on this lineup of the top players, or shall we dive in?
I mean, I just want to say that I'm glad to see Karthik on this list, another Californian, I believe originally from the Bay Area, so he can get my badge of, support for the Bay Area to win instead of Jason Massbaum.
This is a tight list, and I'm expecting to see really good results from a lot of these folks. I'm excited to see perhaps you mentioned Tommy had some excellent results early on. I'm perhaps looking for a breakout performance by him here. Maxime as well has played on some top boards, had a little trouble at the more recent one, but again, he's someone who could definitely make a good showing. I think anyone on this list actually is probably in contention.
David?
Yeah, I wouldn't count out the guys at the top there, John and Morgante, because even though they have had such success this year, not just the tournaments they've won, but lots of other really good results in other games, it apparently has not affected make them targets because they continue to do well. It's actually astounding. Yeah,
although John, I know, is a little bit miffed by his performance in the VDL top board a couple of weeks ago. He got, he and Tanya, this sort of 2 big dogs from the whole season, were right next to each other in England and Germany. And Tanya, not only got the better of him, but also won the game. And so I think he's smarting a little bit from that, trying to, it was a lesson learned, and he wants to figure out how to translate that lesson, or translate the pain into a lesson, I should say, and apply it to the future.
So VDL champion Tanya Gill is not playing in Cascadia, is that right?
She's not playing. Yeah, she's not playing today. She will be playing in the Invitational, though.
Okay.
All right. Another useful set of people to look at here would be the people who are just outside the bubble for qualifying for the standings. I don't have that prepared. I'm sorry, but we will see those numbers as we look at each player, each list for each board. We will see their ranks. We'll be able to tell who is in the 30s and 40s. All right. With that, let us slip on over and going over to our handy dandy schedule. I see that we are going to look at game 1 first. David, you are the narrator, and Siobhan, you are the secondary analyst. So, Adam, we will bid you adieu for the moment. I think, Adam, I think we'll do board 2. I think we'll do that last. We'll switch board 2 and 6, okay? All right, so, so if you can get board 6 ready, and then we'll give you a break before board 2. All right, Adam, we'll see you in a bit. And 3 of you guys, let us dive into board number 1. Here is the player list. Let's do a little bit of transition work. And board number 1 from Cascadia 2021 finds in Austria Gary Sturley out of Macclesfield in the UK. In England, we have Dave Roberts out of Snohomish, Washington. France, we have Andre Yanecko out of Lisbon. In Germany, we have Liam Stokes out of Victoria. So he's playing on home turf. In Italy, we have Mikalis Kamaridis, apologies for butchering your name, out of Brighton in the UK as well. 2 UK players in the morning round, great. In Russia, we have the aforementioned bourbon, cigars, and shotguns toting Ed Sullivan, coming to us from Houston. In Turkey, we have Chris Helwig out of New York City. All right, guys, so Ed Sullivan is obviously the big name on this board. Dave Roberts has made a lot of noise, played on that VDL top board a couple weeks ago. What are you looking for here, David?
Well, I've seen what happened, so it's hard for me to give you any. I will say this: the one name that also jumps out is Liam Stokes, in the sense that he has made a number of top boards during the virtual diplomacy circuit, which has been impressive.
Yeah, and Dave and Liam and Andre they're all on the outside looking in right now at the DBNI. So they're the three that I would be keeping an eye on in terms of who's hungriest, who's looking to make a move to try to break out. All right, we're in the 3-minute format. Let us dive right in. And David, take us away.
The theory of this game is the best laid plans sometimes don't go awry. And that's what goes on in this game. So starting in 01, you will see that the England-German alliance jumps on France in the beginning. Whereas in the East, nothing special until you get to 02, when you realize that in the East, Bulgaria was Turkish, and then bam. And that is just the beginning of AIR cooperation in the East. The EG continues in the West, really, just sort of a story there. Let's go into 03, and we'll see what I mean by the plan. You got the AIR responding to the EG threat by going towards the line with their units, while also killing the Turks behind them. So it looks like a pretty good plan from the Eastern Triple, as it were. Germany actually has to convoy home to Kiel, which is an interesting move I've never seen, I don't think, in 03, to defend. In 04, Germany counterattacks. We've got the Eastern coming. The Germans counterattack in 04, but unfortunately just does not do anything because the English NMR'd in spring of 04, and that was part of the problem with holding the line. We get into 05, and we realize that the stalemate line is pretty much shot. You can see the Austrian army in Ruhr. That ain't good. You can see the Italians owning Marseille. That ain't good if you're in the West. And that's because the stalemate line's basically shot. Go into 06. The question becomes, will the AIR stick, or will it fall apart in some kind of stab? Because the EG is totally cracked at this point. There is no line left. And so the answer to that question happens in 07 and 08 and 09 and 10, and because it just continues. It's an AIR from the beginning to the end, and that was apparently the plan all along. And by the time you get to 1911, you will see that literally there's just one Dave Roberts guy in Liverpool, and the only reason they didn't kill Dave in Liverpool is because it would have unhinged their three-way tie at 11. So this was a plan going in, which was executed just like a triple can. And you don't always see it from an Eastern Triple, but you sure as hell saw it here. Best laid plans of mice and men sometimes do work in the end.
God, that's quite a center chart. Look at this, like a braid, a three-color braid.
Yes,
all the way up. Siobhan, what are your thoughts?
I haven't seen a three-way board end quite this fascinatingly since the abomination that Adam Silverman and I believe Alex Maslow had, where we had Turkish armies on the English homeland by the end of it. This is fascinating, and I love the alliance play. It's a little bit foreign to me to arrange the 11-11-11 board top at the end. Usually you're going to want to see someone get a little bit more of an edge.
I will say this. When we get to the end of round one coverage and you see who is leading going into round two, you will see whether this plan was a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, and here's a case where you have to wonder whether you have to ask whether the scoring system plays a role in this sort of arrangement or not. The scoring system they're playing is called Mannercon. It's a variation of sum of squares that gives a bit more of the points to the smaller players, not a whole lot. But I don't know how big of a jump there would be if one of these players stabbed the other and only ended up winning by one center.
I mean, there would be some, but it would not be gigantic. I will say it is probably true that Sum of Squares is a variant of Mannercon. Because Mannercon is a tournament that started literally in the early 80s or even maybe the late 70s. It doesn't happen anymore. For the longest time, it was the longest running tournament in the world. And so that system probably goes way, way back in history.
Oh, interesting. Sum of Squares is it's much simpler than Mannercon. So it'd be interesting if the arrow had gone that way.
Yeah.
It's hard not to look at what is that 1910 when England goes from 6-1. Brutal.
Mm-hmm. That is.
There is nothing worse than being Dave Roberts in this situation and being do absolutely nothing you can do. And at one time you had 9 centers.
It is Dave, do you think his NMR contributed significantly to his downfall, or
it only sped it up? Okay. It only sped things up, because even if he had tried, the line was already going to get cracked in the middle. The English, what they did was, when the NMR happened, it allowed the Italians to get around the Horn a little quicker in Iberia. But so what? The line was going to get broken in the middle anyway.
All right. Congratulations to, let's see here now, Ed, Gary, and Michalis for sort of jointly not winning this board.
Wait, it just gave me Ed Sullivan was in a three-way alliance to the end? How is that possible?
I'm appalled.
That guy?
I think Ed was Ed might have been a little worried that some of his reputation had slightly melted a little bit in the VDL top board, but here the butter is solidified again. Congratulations, I think. All right, let us move on. We're going to bring back Adam Silverman to the stream. Welcome back, Adam. And I believe, David, we're going to give you a little bit of a break here. We'll see you in a bit when we cover game number 4. All right.
No Austrian armies in Edinburgh this time, as far as I'm aware.
All right, let's head on over to board number 2, where the player list is as follows. This is the Oregon Coast game. Sorry, no, we are on game number 6. That's what we should be doing here. Game number 6. Here it is, Santa Monica. In Austria, we have Jaromir Sulja out of Georgetown, another Canadian in Ontario. In England, we have Eber Condrel coming to us from Denver, former Weasel Eber Condrel, I should say. In France, we've got Russ Dennis, another best country specialist. He won Best England, I believe, in the first 2 tournaments of the pandemic era. Russ is coming to us from Detroit. In Germany, we have Mike Walsh from an unknown location. In Italy, we have John Archibald from an unknown location. In Russia, we have Christopher Ward from an unknown location, presumably not all 3 the same unknown location. And in Turkey, we have Stephen Hogue out of Lexington, Kentucky. And here we've got, Stephen and Eber are the ones with the opportunity to make the big move here. Stephen especially is very close to the borderline. All right, shall we just dive right in?
Let's do it.
All right, Adam, tell us about Santa Monica.
Okay, so I think we see a fairly standard opening in this game. I think the only unusual thing perhaps is that Italian army moving to Piedmont. But if we look at the fall, if we can go back 1 second, we do see an unusual English move, which is the convoy to Holland as opposed to Belgium or Norway, bouncing the Germans out. That's obviously not a way to get goodwill with your neighbor. So moving forward into 1902, we start to see some of the early alliances form. There's a clear AI forming against Turkey and getting into Bulgaria in a kind of a suboptimal way. Versus in the other side of the board, it looks like England has pretty much become the odd person out, with France, Russia, and Germany all making their moves in that direction. Now, this is really interesting what happens here going into spring 1903. We see the build as England does manage to put down a fleet in Liverpool and is preparing for the French convoy onto England and moves up to Clyde. And what does France do? Let's see. Convoys into Liverpool. So Russ Dennis makes the correct guess, gets into Liverpool. In the East, we continue to see kind of the same things going. Russia's working against the English in the North, and everybody's working against the Turks in the South. In 1904, France convoys a second army into England, because why not? Who's going to stop them from doing that? And as we keep moving forward into this, we see not much change in alliance structure. Everyone's still killing Turkey. Everyone's still killing England. 1904, though, it looks like France is now attacking everybody, basically, except Italy. He's attacking the Germans. He seems to be moving up north against the Russians. Who's going to do anything about it? Well, it looks like the Italians might have something to say. So the Italians now, we have the Austrians on the line. We have the Italians seemingly starting to move west. Let's see what happens in 1906. So we have the Austrians move back away from the line while the Italians move. So can we go back to the spring? Sorry, you're going a little fast here. So we have the Austrians moving away from the line. They're in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, moving backwards to cover some things, perhaps afraid of a Russian stab. And then in the fall, they move back to where they were before. Let's see that. back to Tyrolia Bohemia, except Germany's made a little bit of an advance here. So again, the lines are starting to form here into 1906, and then in 1907, it seems everyone's had enough.
Ah. Huh. Huh.
Huh.
Siobhan, help me out here. Should the game have ended here for starters?
No, 100% it should not have. There's so much play, both just on the board as well as, I believe, probably diplomatically speaking, between these players, that either I don't know if everyone was just angry with one another and just couldn't stand to be there anymore. And it happens sometimes. You see draws for that reason.
I mean, you kind of wonder if maybe there was a sort of, unstable equilibrium and everybody kind of thought they had more to lose. There was more risk in going on, but you got to think somebody might have thought they had a shot of doing something here.
Yeah.
Well, Adam, what's your take on how this game?
Well, first of all, let's look at it from the board topper's perspective. Russ Dennis, right? And the question you have to ask when you're the board topper is, am I more likely to do better, or am I more likely to do worse if the game continues? And if I'm France in this position, I just don't know, but I'm on top and I've got a good score. I'm voting to end the game here. I'm not looking to get a solo in this game unless some stuff massively changes. And there's definitely possibilities where I could get pushed back if Germany moves against me, if Austria pulls back, if Russia can make a play. So I'm voting to end the game. Players on the other side of the board, I mean, there's game here, right? I mean, Russia could potentially try to work with the Germans. You've got to make up with the Austrians, but a lot of things diplomatically have to happen for people to feel like they can get into a better position. And my guess is that those things that needed to happen, people just weren't feeling it right here. And so I'm guessing this is a diplomat. People felt diplomatically they were not making the kinds of headway that they needed to make in order to advance their positions. And so it was better to just kind of call it a night. Yeah.
I 100% agree, especially with the take of, if I'm Russ in France in this position, I take this draw every day of the week. I am seeing some notes in the comments that the AIR was very strong. And so as Germany...
Even more reason for him to take it if that's the case.
Even more reason for Russ to take it as France and as Germany, especially. You only have things to lose if the air is not going to break up.
All right. Well, we'll see. As the night goes, as our coverage goes on, we'll see how good of a score, an upper 20s score is. We've had 2 games now, and they've, both we haven't had a score beat 30 yet. So we'll see how that holds up. This is, there's no top board. It's just your top 2, both of your scores added together to determine the winner. All right. Congratulations to Russ Dennis for topping this board. Let us move on to number 3. Board number 3, which is Siobhan and Adam. Siobhan, you are taking the lead on this one. And here is the player list for board number 3. In Austria, we've got John Jameson out of Vancouver. In England, we have Karthik Kanath out of California. In France, we've got Chris Campbell out of Montpelier, Vermont. Germany finds Andrei Gribakov out of California. In Italy, we've got Riaz Virani, Vancouver's own. In Russia, we've got Melinda Hawley coming to us from a correctly spelled Phoenix City, Alabama. In Turkey, we've got Windy City Weasel Christian Brown playing out of Peoria. Here we've got 3 players who are all pretty secure in their spots for the DBNI. Riaz may wonder whether he's got a little bit more to do. And then we've got 4 players who aren't really in the mix. We'll need to win the tournament in order to qualify. And then you have to. It's not clear how much they are gunning for it or not. Siobhan, tell us how this game went.
Yeah, so the theme of this game for me that stood out to me was that sometimes one theater just figures its stuff out before the other has a chance to even realize that the game has started. So as we move through 01, you see some fairly odd things in spring of 01. I will note the only bounce that actually happened in spring of 01 was in Piedmont. Russia got into Galicia. Turkey didn't bounce the Black Sea. There was stuff around the English Channel that didn't happen. Just a whole lot of things that you don't usually see. So as we move into 02, though, you really start to see the EG form up. Germany only builds armies, and I believe, if I remember this correctly, only ever builds armies for the rest of this game. Mm. And England, I think I'm correct in saying, only builds fleets. And if that doesn't talk about what kind of alliance they were walking into this with, I don't know what does. So I feel for Chris Campbell in France. I've been up against that kind of alliance, and it is brutal. So meanwhile, in the East, as we move through 03, you start to see just stuff trades back and forth, and who gets the benefit of this? You see a German in Moscow at the end of 03, and poor Melinda in Russia just never had a chance. And, you know, I look at this moment, and if I'm Austria or Turkey, I'm wondering, should I have propped Russia up a little more, even if we didn't have the best alliance structure, even if Melinda got into the Black Sea in 01? Maybe watching Russia fall is not good for me. And as we move forward, you know, this EG is a train that you cannot stop. And, you know, there's a moment here in 04 where France seems to say, hey, England, I will do anything you want. Just use me. I will drop into the Med. I will get out of your way. Just don't absolutely gut me. And we will see in 05 that did not work for France. It's chugging along. They're taking all the dots. Riaz is just stuck in the middle of this absolute chaos and doesn't have a chance to really get anywhere. You know, Austria and Turkey are still just trading dots back and forth, and it only benefits England and Germany. And honestly, at this point, we can speed through the end of the game. There's not much else to this story.
Turk?
Well, the Turk does grow. It does take over the Austrian, but at the same time, this just speaks to the exact same story. It's too little too late. The alliance that formed out of the West, it's just unstoppable at this point. And the Turk can do what he wants. He winds up taking some Italian dots. But then Riaz retaliates by taking some of those Austrian dots back off the Turk. And so they have this infighting and can never get it together, while the West is just lockstep the whole way. So we get to the end of the game, and it ends with, what, a 10-10, 9-5, England, Germany, Turkey, Italy. And just hats off to that EG. It was perfectly coordinated. At no point did I feel any nervousness. I like combed through these moves, trying to find like a moment like, oh, are they getting anxious about each other? And no, they had it from the beginning.
Interesting. Dave, Adam.
It feels to me like they did a great job in the mid game of taking advantage of Turkey's position on the other side of the board and using kind of Turkey as sort of a backside alliance partner to kind of make sure that there was still chaos in the East and that they could still continue to push through, because Italy and Austria could never really, you know, completely devote all of their energies to blocking the other side. But I'm actually a little disappointed in the end of the game, the fact that they didn't manage to push further than they did, because I think that there were opportunities. Maybe they you know, they missed something here, an opportunity to continue going through and maybe see some somewhat bigger results than this 10-10. I mean, this is a great score, I think, from what we're seeing. 28 points in the system is quite good. But I'm sort of wondering if we couldn't have seen a 12-12 or you know, if they didn't want to break up or something a little bit larger. I think there are opportunities here. And then the other thing that strikes me is just how frustrating this game must have been, in particular for Riaz, because this is the traditional Italy just getting stuck, right? Not having a strong enough ally to really do anything, and then just getting sort of like the vice grip. And I think most people who have played enough games of diplomacy know that game and have played that game as Italy many times, right? And so it's not a fun time.
Yeah, no, I've been in that position in Italy what feels like 100 times. And I have to imagine that Melinda has some frustration in this game as well, where she's just screaming at the board like, if you kill me, this only ends with them topping the board, and just no one's listening. And I feel like I have been screaming into that void in the past myself. So,
you know, the other thing that really strikes me here is, you know, I think had things played a little bit differently, this is a king position for Germany. Look at England.
Yeah.
Look at how many armies England has.
Just the one from the very beginning. And like I said, England never built another army. Germany just finally built in their fleet at the end of the game.
I mean, the opportunities abound, and you know, I'm not saying that there should have been a stab, but I think that Germany really had a position here to make a play, get a few more dots out of the East, and if England keeps building fleets, I mean, there's stuff you can do there.
Oh yeah.
I think especially if Italy is on your side, if Italy's willing to attack Turkey with you, what do you have to lose here if you're Germany? Especially if you can get away with dropping fleets, right? Like if England's not going to get mad at you for putting that fleet down, and if you can get away with the third one, well, then, you know, then the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for board number 3. So I have to say we've covered 3 games now, and it seems to me we're seeing fairly safe play so far. And
how can you argue with the outcome, though, right? I mean, these are not monumentally great scores, but these are good first-round scores. And again, I mean, the tournament's only 2 rounds, but it's still. It's not a sprint, right? You need to get a good score in both rounds to win the tournament. And so if you can assure yourself with a solid ally to get a good score, you make your play in the evening to get a top or get another good tied top, you got a shot to really come out very well in the event. So I can't blame what people are doing here at all. I think this is sensible play for a tournament, as frustrating as it might be to the purists out there.
So, Siobhan, do you have a thought on that?
No, I agree. I think that, you and I, Brandon, we have a very similar philosophy when we approach this game. And when we say safe, what I hear is alliance play to the end with no stab at the end. You come from the Weasel tradition. There's a lot of stabbing. There's a lot of in-league rivalry. And it's a little bit foreign to me, at least, to see these alliances really lockstep to the end of the game as faithfully as they've been doing in a scoring system that is not draw-based. So maybe that's what you mean by safe. But when you were saying earlier that, what does Germany have to lose? They have the reputation, or the perceived reputation, and future relationship building, and saying, see, look, I am a good alliance player. And maybe someday Andre can use that reputation as a good alliance player to say, I would never. Did you see me at Cascadia? Did you see me at... And then maybe really come out big.
Well, the point isn't that you want to stab your ally at the end of the game. The point is that you want to play the game in a way where you're always 1 or 2 centers ahead of your ally, and your ally can't do a damn thing about it. And they're just going to have to accept that at the end of the game. That's where it is. That's what you want to do, right? And we're not seeing that here, but that's okay, right? I mean, this is still really really okay, and people are getting okay scores out of it. So I don't think it's easy. It's hard for me to criticize it.
All right, we will, I believe, have opportunity to return to this topic as the night wears on. I will just note very quickly that I did not mean to say safe as an insult. Board number 4 is going to allow us to give Siobhan a break, I believe. And I see, Siobhan, you were supposed to be on board number 2, not board number 6, and I got that wrong. So
I thought it was board number 5.
2 is all right. We'll figure it out. Anyway, Siobhan, you get a break now.
Okay.
And Adam, David Hood comes back to the broadcast. Hey, David, welcome back.
Hey there. Hey.
All right, David, you're going to tell us about board number 4, I believe.
Yes, and just when you thought it was safe to play, not so much. And the next game you're going to see. So if you didn't like that safe play, then buckle up, Bucko.
All right. All right, I'm ready to go. Airbags activated. In Austria, we've got Morgante Pell, who knows how to stir a pot, coming to us from Vermont with a number 3 DBNI ranking. England, we have Hal Schild out of Alexandria, Virginia, 8-bit kisser. In France, we've got Jackson Roberts out of Orange County. Jackson's made a bunch of noise this year on the circuit, sitting with number 32 right on the bubble. Germany, Tommy Anderson, who we talked about in our pregame, somebody that has been a little quiet recently. We're wondering when he's going to start making moves again. In Italy, we've got Karl Ronenberg out of Seattle or New York. Russia, we've got Idemar Levy-Orr coming to us from Boston. In Turkey, Conrad Woodring, who is well known to you guys. He's a longtime face-to-face player. I've never played with him. I might have met him briefly in Chicago in 2016. But I've never played with him. And he comes in with a 27 ranking. He is likely qualified already for the DBNI. We'll see later tonight. All right, David, tell us how this board went down.
All right. Well, the theme of this board is who won the last tournament? Who cares, apparently. So in 01, Austrian opening is you're not going to see this, but he actually opens to Trieste of all things and then moves to Vienna in fall of 01. And you're thinking, Austria's doing what? This guy is sunk, right? Well, let's go find out at 02. The West basically does nothing, happens in the West. 02, you're looking at 02, the AI actually pops right out and attacks Munich and takes it. So it was a hidden alliance, I think. There was some kind of fake kabuki theater war between Venice and Trieste, and then boom, there comes the AI, and it goes in 2 different directions. And the EG is apparently forming in the West, a little bit late, but still forming. But unfortunately, the G has already lost its Munich. So let's go into 03 and see what happens now. The question becomes in the East with the AI going after Turkey, what are the Russians doing? The Russians are going to help take the Turks down. So we'll see in the long run whether that's good for the Russians or not. And in the West, you actually see a late breaking triple now. With the AI having jumped to such a quick position, the French actually stop fighting with the Englands and the Anglo-Germans and start going to the Med. So that's an interesting situation. Let's go into 04. You still now have in 04 the AIR versus the EFG. It's like the battle of the triples, so to speak. Until we get into 05. And then the AI wheels kind of fall off the wagon because now you've got all kinds of jumbly stuff going on. The Italians take Greece, the Austrians take Smyrna, the Italians take Vienna, the Austrians take Rome. It's just a bunch of gobbledygook when you still got that Western triple coming at you. That sounds like complete disaster for the East, right? Surely. Surely it is. And in 06, you've got the unholy civil war continues to go on between the A's and the I's. The Western powers are still sticking together. What in tarnation is going to happen to the East? Nothing good, right? Right?
Right, of course. I can't imagine.
Yeah. Let's go into 07 and find out. The Western units go backwards, mostly to their own centers. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know. But what it does do is allow the Austrians to do a lot of fiddling around with the German unit and the English unit and the Italian unit and the French units. And after all that fiddling around, which I'm going to call being pelled, the East is being pelled. And by the time you get to the end of 07, he's at 8 and the Italians are at 3. Guess who won the Civil War? So let's go into 08. The AIR then patches up because that's what you do after as the Italians and the Russians is you actually patch things up with the gigantic Austria to continue to fight off the West, which is exactly what they do. The EG gets a little tripped up though because England stabs the Germans. So the triple kind of gets tripped up there. Let's go into 09. There's now an EG full-fledged war. The French basically stay aloof and don't take sides in it. And the Austrians finally going to get their comeuppance, right? They've done all that screwy gobbledygook and took stuff, and they actually go down a center in 09 because, by God, now Pell is being Pell, right? Right. He's going down the drain. Well, I don't know. Let's wait to go to 1910 and see. Because 1910, the Pelling goes beyond belief. He goes from 7 to 11. And I'm telling you, he does this by making all kinds of weird deals with the remnants of the Germans and the remnants of the French and the remnants of the. It's amazing how pelly the pelling is that Pell does in 1910. So by the time you get to 1911, it's all she wrote. Morgante Pell, who won the last tournament, takes Munich to go up to 12. And guess who wins the game?
Wow.
It was absolutely, this was an astoundingly fun game to watch. And is not at all like the games we have commented on so far tonight.
Wow. Adam, your first reaction?
You know, I didn't review this game, so I had no idea what the outcome was. But watching the mid game, I kept saying there is no way Jackson doesn't top this board. There is no way that France does not have a win here. And, you know, Morgante had a good shot at having a good result, but I'm trying to look back and figure out where it all went wrong because I felt like this was really the board was his oyster for a lot of that mid game. Once he was into Munich and once sort of the alliances had broken in his favor with no one ever really attacking him at all.
I will say it's not. I think it's not a question. You didn't look at all the moves like I did. It's not a question of what went wrong for that. It's what went right for Morgante, and it wasn't just guessing right. He had deals worked out. I mean, he must have negotiated every second of every 15 minutes of every turn, which is exactly what you should do when you're playing diplomacy.
Yeah,
particularly Austria scrambling around in the middle like that.
It's a remarkable feat considering how scattered those units were for a lot of the mid game. It's really amazing.
Yeah. Well, and to see, right, so Munich falls early, and then Tommy in Germany, he gets his revenge. He takes Venice and then Trieste, right? An army goes on this odyssey, and all of the pot stirring. I mean, so Morgante, we mentioned that he's a pot stirrer. He's one capable of creating some energy on a board, and I mean, here you see one of the reasons he does that is because he is masterful at managing the chaos.
Yes.
And this is, so he comes away with this with a score of 39. It's definitely the biggest we've seen tonight, so far. And from all accounts, it's just a diplomacy, right? It's a diplomacy win, a diplomatic negotiated win.
That's certainly what it looked to me like. I'm not saying I was listening in on the game or anything, but by God, that's sure what it looked like.
That is a chart.
That's a great score. But what's really interesting, and I don't know the details of the scoring system, but it's interesting to see Jackson's result in France is 21 is actually not that bad. Consider, it's on the order of some of those tied board tops we've seen, or pretty close to some of them. And even Hal's score of an upper teen score is pretty reasonable way to start the tournament. So, at least based on what we've seen in the other games. So not too bad for those guys as well.
All right, that'll do it for board number 4, San Diego. Congratulations to Morgante Pell. We will move on to board number 5, which brings back Siobhan and allows Adam to get a break before he comes back for our marquee board of round number 1, which is board number 2. We'll see you in a bit, Adam. And Siobhan, welcome back to the stream.
Hello. I am looking forward to talking about David Hood while David Hood gets to stare at me through the screen.
Oh, David Hood. Oh, I wasn't supposed to assign him to his own board.
No, I think we decided that might be best.
All right. This is board number 5, San Jose. Coming to us out of Nashville, Tennessee is Kirk Vaughn playing Austria. In England, we have John Jameson Raymond out of Santa Monica, California. In France, we have some guy named David Hood coming to us from Hickory, North Carolina. I know it didn't put it in. We will fix that. Germany, we have Matthew Krill out of Everett, Washington. In Italy, we have Chicago's own Windy City Weasel, Chris Kelly, who is known for lots of things, including being a frequent commenter on our YouTube broadcasts. Don't see him there. Maybe he's playing in the evening round. Hope to see him against. In Russia, we have Siobhan Nolan's favorite player of all time, Jason Massbaum, coming to us from Los Angeles. And in Turkey, we've got this best country assassin, Maxim Popov, coming to us from Ames, Iowa. Here we've got, it's a really interesting board for just a whole plethora of reasons, not to mention the fact that we've got 2 players, Matthew and Jason, and JJ, actually 3 players who all want to make the DBNI and are going to be gunning for it. And then we've got this guy. There is a crypt in North Carolina that was opened recently, and out walked a diplomacy skeleton named David Hood. We usually only let him out to do the deadline broadcasts, but someone got the keys and let him out for a little bit of diplomacy this morning.
That'll teach him.
Oh, it may well do.
All right, with that then, let us dive right in. Siobhan, tell us about it.
So as I fully expected when I saw this board lineup this morning, before I even looked at the moves, the whole theme of this game is David Hood is the sweetest, most gentlemanly man I have ever met in my life, but I absolutely hate being on a board with him, and we will see why. So some alliances jump right out.
Wait, Siobhan, real quick. What is David's board reputation?
He is. I mean, and I mean this in all the best of ways. You are a shark, David. You see things like 4 moves ahead in a way that I have been attempting to do my entire diplomacy career. And I really encourage anyone watching this broadcast to go back and find this game link and dig through the moves. There are some really interesting lessons about how things are being set up several turns in advance to turn the tide of a game in one's favor and in one's unranked David Hood's probably not that good. No one's ever heard of that guy. But it's, I remember you came to one of my tournaments, David, and you only played like 1 round and we're still in the top 7. Like you see this game in a way that not many players do, even top tier players. And I want to talk about that a little. So, I mean, early on, we see a couple of alliances jump out at me. We've got a sea lion forming to take out England, and Jason Massbaum in Russia moves north to take advantage of that. We've got an AI that is setting up for Lepanto. We've seen this a few times this season. We'll see if it holds up. But what I find really interesting here is that David does not take either Spain or Portugal this year. And this is the thing, pocket builds, they're good. Because other powers grow very quickly. Jason Massbaum will jump out to me over the next couple of years. Germany is a center or two above David. And David's just, oh no, I'm just here at 4. We're okay. We're chill.
Before we go on, though, we have to take a moment to pause and reflect on the opening that David gave to us for this game. Because this is an opening that has not been very common until recently. And it is known as the Hood Hog.
It is the Hood Hog.
So thank you, David.
Yeah, thank you for that, David. You put yourself in a position where even if you'd wanted to, you couldn't take Spain or Portugal in fall. Love it. As this develops over the next couple of years, that Sea Lion, the FG, they stay pretty strong for a little while. The AI stays really strong. But, David picks up Portugal. Just one more. It's not a big deal. Oh, we're even now, ally? We're cool. Oh, but look at Jason over there. He's got 7 and it's only 0-2. That's the thing. Early leader syndrome. We talk about it a lot. Do you want it? Is it good? Can you hold on to it? And what we'll see as this develops is that, Jason doesn't really have an ally who's working with him. He has people who work with him here or there. He and Turkey sort of get it together, but he's split between the North and the South and just can't really turn it to his advantage. So as we push through 03, we just continue. And poor England is just about to get clobbered.
Mm-hmm.
There are fleets everywhere. There's nothing he can do. JJ, I can only imagine the attempts at diplomacy we're working on in this moment. The AI continues on, starts trying to take stuff from Turkey. You'll see they get slowed down, which is the classic Turkey can just bottle up and be a turtle. So let's push through 04. It's England's down to none. Thank you, JJ. This was great. But this is a moment where when I ask you to come back and study this game, look at David's position really carefully and how he maneuvered himself into here. Because the very next year, France turns on Germany and Italy stabs Austria. So the two of them have been talking, I'm guessing, pretty much all game. You saw one move of Italy to the west and then it came directly back. So here, it's just dominating from here on out. And there's nothing Germany can do. And, there's some trading of dots, but honestly, from here, it's the David show. And you'll just see him just grow and grow. And here, it's one center every year for the last, 5 years? Chugging on. And that's the kind of growth I love to see. But, and then I believe this is about, and it's, Germany's just gone. There's nothing he could do. The Italy stab on Austria was fine, but maybe too late. Chris Kelly realized that it wasn't really to his benefit because the East was too much chaos and David just had a superior position and had been setting it up for years. The more I look at this game, the more I see these one little moves by David that just spelled doom for everyone else.
Well, it's hard not to ask about 18 at this point. Siobhan, was there a chance for 18 that David didn't go for?
I think there was. I honestly haven't spent too much time with his end position doing the count. But knowing David as I do, I've seen him end on 14, 15, 16, and just, I'm okay. So that maybe you just felt like this was a good game and you were done, David. And I'm actually really curious to get your perspective on it.
Well, before we do, let's just talk it through, right? The three in the north are automatic: Norway, Sweden, St. Petersburg. That's just a matter of time. Can't be stopped. And there's no danger of fleets squeezing out because he only has 2 and they're in the wrong place. Russia, that is. So then the question becomes: can David get Tunis before?
The Italian only has 1 fleet, and the only other fleet down in the south and east is the Russian fleet in Constantinople.
So and then the only other can Austria manufacture fleets, assuming Austria and Italy are still fighting, but in that case they'd have to replace the Italian fleet and get more. So it's not. I don't see. I think 18 is guaranteed here, isn't it? Siobhan?
It's just a matter of time on getting those northern dots.
And then
yeah.
Wes is guaranteed. I mean, Tunis is guaranteed. Yeah, and they've got the fleet in Brest that he can spare to send down there to lock it up.
100%.
All right. This feels like a very safe finish to the game.
Wow. Well,
David, talk to us about how safe.
Now, listen, there's some truth to what you're saying. The thing I was really tempted, and Chris Brand will tell you because he's already said it publicly. When he came to take the draw vote, I said, "Hey, Chris, come back to me. Go talk to somebody," because I'm still thinking about it. But I had promised various people that if they did X and Y, I would vote for the draw. And so I ended up thinking, I've got commentary. This is going to sound stupid. I got commentary tonight. I really want to eat a decent supper. And I'm pretty happy with the way this turned out. And by the way, it's going to take forever because you may say inevitable, but he's got 3 armies in Scandinavia plus the 2 fleets. It's going to take quite some time to do all of that. And it did. Now, I agree that the thing that really tempted me was the fact that there were no real fleets in the Med. But even when I get down there, how long is it going to take me to do all that? I don't know. So I agree. I think if this was a different scenario, and if I was really, honestly, if I was really trying to win the tournament, then maybe. But I think this is actually a good instructive point. I was a little bit worn out. I was hungry. I had other things on my mind. And sometimes do those things enter into the decisions about voting for draw? The answer is yes, they do. And so it's easy when you're coming back later and commenting on a game. Well, of course you should keep playing. Yeah, but when you're in that situation, and I try to keep this in mind myself and other commenting on other people's games, you're not really in their head. You don't know what the experience they've had, what they might have some other competing interest. And particularly in a face-to-face setting instead of these settings, you'll see a lot of draws that end because, frankly, people want to eat so they can get ready for the next tournament. I mean, the next round or something.
Were you aware at the time that you had a guaranteed solo that you were passing up, or was that not clear to you?
It was not clear that it was guaranteed. And I say that because there are still some things I think that could have happened here. Scandinavia is going to take a while, isn't it? I think it's going to take a while.
I don't know. You've got all 5 fleets up there. You've got enough armies to break through eventually, or you might just have to hole up in Munich.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of armies there if they coordinate. Now, I will say this. There was bad blood between Italy and Austria at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was another thing that was tempting me.
Well, then it's guaranteed. If Italy will help you into the Med,
I don't think he was going to help me into the Med, although he just did eliminate Fleet Western Med.
Yes.
So there was definitely some bad blood there. I mean, if this was a different situation, honestly, I definitely would have gone for it. And I don't have any excuse except I wanted to eat supper and I wanted to get ready to be with you guys on DBN live coverage.
Well, and I laugh, David, when you say, I was just hungry, I was this, but this is actually a really important thing and I thank you for highlighting that, Brandon. David Hood from 20 years ago disapproves of David Hood today. Someone else in the comments says David's line going up faster than the GameStop stock. But no, it's understanding player motivations, not just in the game, but outside of it. Are they tired? Are they jet lagged? What is their priority? Do they even really, this seems like a terrible thing to say, but do they care about winning this tournament? Because there are tournaments I go to see my friends, have a good time, have a couple of good games of diplomacy, and just come home from a nice weekend. And there are other tournaments that I go to and I'm like, no, I got this. I want this.
Well, if I was going to play round 2, this game would not have ended here.
Fair enough. Okay.
And well, I mean, the thing is, like, people see you on the stream here, but they don't know that you're not also playing round 2 right now. We believe in you that much, David Hood.
Wow.
Is he? He could be. We don't even know. I haven't looked at the board listings.
I do. If you don't mind me changing the subject because I've had enough of talking about me. Jason actually bounced back from a really crappy position in this game, and I think that needs to be pointed out. And frankly, Kirk also was in a crappy position at a certain point, and there was some good play in this game, and it was and so I just wanted to point that out.
Oh no, 100%, I agree, and I could only touch on so much of it in the shortened format. But we look at, was that Jason in 04, 05? Was it 3 centers and came all the way back to 10?
Yes.
And so when I say, viewers, that this is a board that you want to go back and look at, and not just David, but a lot of players here, there's a lot to break down. This is a great game to learn from. If the players are willing to talk about it with you and just give you some of their insights, this is the kind of board that you want to hear about.
All right, that'll put a bow on this game. Congratulations to some guy, David Hood, for
from wherever the heck he's from.
what we now understand is a monster board top. It is the biggest score we've seen so far tonight. Jason Massbaum comes away with a 25.9 score, which is in the range of those split board tops we saw from earlier. So Jason, with this result, is still very much in contention going into round 2.
I think this does show you what's going on with these shared board top plans. You'll see at the end with going into round 2 how they did, but in terms of relationship to my score or Morgante's score, not very close.
Right. But this, I think we can have a discussion about this as the night goes on, but there's always a tension between strategies, playing a conservative strategy to get an okay score or sort of going big and going for it and trying to get a big score. And here you went for the big score. It remains to be seen whether it's enough to win the tournament. That's not out of the question. But certainly with only one score, it'll be harder. All right, congratulations.
I had fun. You know what? That's the only thing that actually matters there. I had fun.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Congratulations, David Hood, for your board top. And with that, let us move on to this is board number 4? Or board number 5?
This was board 5. You've got board 2 left.
So that's our only one from round 1. And I had Siobhan scheduled to be number 2 on that, but Siobhan, you were number 2 on board 6. So I'm just going to keep David on here,
sure.
Give you a break, and then you'll be back for the recap going into round 2, and then you'll be on board 1 there. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. Let's go back to our fun view here. Bring back to the stream Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, you are going to lead us through board 2, which we are considering our marquee board. And the reason we are considering that is right here. In Austria, we have Brad Blitzstein out of Vermont. Brad is well known to people on the face-to-face circuit, and the in-person face-to-face circuit. Lesser known among the virtual crowd, but he's here to make a name. He sits with a 36 rank in the DBNI, so right on the edge, with a chance to move up tonight. In England, we have former world champ Nicolas Sahuguet coming to us from Montreal. France, we've got some guy named Doug Moore, frequent contributor, frequent commentator on DBN broadcasts, and I believe 3-time world champion. Doug this is the first time he's appeared as a competitor on our broadcasts, draws France, and I am excited to see how Doug does and to get the chance to talk about it. In Germany, we've got Ben Kellman out of Philadelphia. Ben is sitting at 34, again, right on the bubble. In Italy, we've got this guy, John Anderson, who one of the 2 big wigs on the tour this year, coming in with a number 2 DBNI ranking. In Russia, we have Denis Peskov from an unknown location. And in Turkey, we've got Natty Schaefer coming in with a 22 rank in the DBNI, likely good enough to qualify, but we'll see tonight. All right, David, I want your thoughts on this board before Adam gets us into it.
Yeah, this is a stacked board like I would not want to play on. Actually, I probably would want to play on it just for the sheer fun of it, because, it's easy to say John Anderson and Doug Moore. I mean, Ben Kellman is a really good player. Natty Schaefer is a spectacular diplomacy player. Brad Blitz, I've played live with Brad Blitzstein. He's a great player. Now, Nikolov, for God's sake, Denis Peskov's had some experiences this year in the virtual setting. What a lineup. I'm so looking forward to seeing what's happening here.
All right. With that, let us pull up the map and dive in. And we're going to show the orders here. Adam.
So to David and Brandon and our viewers, this board to me, when I reviewed it, I think features the most patient man in the world. And so see if you can figure out who it is as we go on through the game.
All right. Here are the Spring 01 moves. And
so I think the real big bang for the start of the game is the what looks like a pile onto Doug Moore, obviously getting a little bit of attention with the Piedmont English Channel Burgundy opening right here in the West. Also noting that the East, there's no bounce in Galicia, but there is one in Black Sea. But, we go into spring 02, and Doug does...
Hold on. Spring. All right, so before we...
02, sorry.
So before we... I'm sorry, do you want to talk about fall, or should we move on?
Yeah, I just run into the fall, and then we can talk about the year if we need to.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Doug does what he can do with this, and loses Marseille, takes Spain. So Doug is not building in 1901, which, maybe is the best we could expect with the opening against him. And as far as the rest of the world, a lot of normal stuff happens. So let's kind of pause there. And David, any thoughts?
I mean, gosh, France not building in 01 is, I'm not sure the last time I saw that.
Didn't we see Andrew Goff wave, not build at all by choice?
I mean, I could see people waving, but I don't think this is a waiver. I think this is a, picked up, you get players getting picked up on waivers or something. It's just not. Doug Moore, I thought you knew how to play this game.
This is such a you can virtually flip a bunch of coins if you're playing France in this position, right? What do you cover and what do you not cover, right?
Clearly Doug's problem is he did not open to English Channel, Picardy, and Burgundy. That's clearly the problem.
Well, right. So the Hood Hog would have bounced all three of these, and would have still would have gotten built in Spain.
Exactly.
Oh no, I'm sorry. You wouldn't have bounced Piedmont, so you would have been in Picardy, likely with an Anglo in Belgium here. But this opening from Doug, it reflects a lot of confidence about how the negotiations went. Right, to not cover any of the hot spots for France, that shows a lot of confidence, and it was clearly misplaced. I'm fascinated to hear from Doug someday, what he thought was going to happen here.
Yes.
In any case, let's move on. Before I show you the winter, I forgot to tease that I have made an adjustment to the interface that you are now going to see. It's going to be unveiled. So prepare your oohs and ahs. Here it is. We will now show you pluses and minuses, what the adjustments are for each country.
That's awesome.
Nice.
All right. So you want to go to spring of 02?
Sure. I think there's no surprises with the builds. We're seeing Army Fleet for the Germans. We see the North Coast build for Russia, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, and so 1902, this is actually really, I think, probably an important moment in the game. I'm not sure if this is, it's hard to know what happened diplomatically here, but when you see Germany make this decision to actually try to do what essentially is destroying the English army in Belgium, I think that really sets the stage for what happens in a lot of the rest of the game. These moves by England, again, not knowing the negotiation, look a lot like there's an EG continuing to make a move against the French. But that's going to change very quickly. And let's go into the fall, and we'll start to see that. So the fall moves, we see Nicolas not making aggressive moves, just and Doug protecting his home centers, retakes Marseille, takes Portugal, now is up for 2 builds, only has Paris opening. But what a turnaround for a no-build 1901 France. Then in the East, we see just kind of a whole mess. It looks something like an AR against Turkey or something along those lines, but the Austrian NMR in the fall really hurts that. And actually, I think if you go back to spring, I believe there was an Italian NMR in the spring. So that really is going to kind of have a massive impact on what happens going forward, because John really loses momentum by not being able to shift his units in the spring, and Brad is going to really maybe suffering less than John did, but the NMR is not helping his case here. Okay, so moving into 1903, I think we see a few interesting things here. First of all, the English Channel goes to the mid-Atlantic Ocean. Now, we see that move and we sort of have to say, okay, why is it doing that? There's a lot of reasons why Nicola might make that move. But I think the fundamental reason is it's to disallow the Italian fleet in the Western Med from going there. Doug continues to make a push to get the Italians as far away from their homeland as possible, not really that successful in doing it in this case. And Nicola is doing what looks to be like making an attack against the Germans and actually helping the Russians in that effect. In the south, we see the Austrians and the Turks continuing to fight and Russia not doing a whole lot. So going into the fall, oh, Brad, you NMR'd again. And this time it's going to really hurt because we're going to lose Romania, we're going to lose Vienna, we're going to lose Greece. This is just a total disaster for the Austrians, and not something you want to see in any game, and definitely not something you want to see on a board that's as stacked as this, because this is really going to essentially eliminate Brad from having any chance in this game. In the West, we see Doug continue to try to get rid of the Italian units. Says, hey, you know what? It's okay. You can have Marseille. I'm going to just destroy that other unit. Nicola says, okay, I'm going to sit in Mal for a little while. I'm going to actually help France. I'm going to put you back into Spain while I take Denmark. All right. All right, so Nicola is building. Germany is now down 2. Ben is not looking so good here. Brad is having to pull 2 and essentially, going to become a non-factor here. Russia looking pretty good with the 2 army builds, and Turkey even building in this case. Going into 1904. So Nicola sitting in the north, moving to the English Channel now, and sitting in the Mao. Doug continuing to advance. And so now we have England in the English Channel and the Mid-Atlantic, apparently working with the French, supporting them in Belgium, supporting Denmark, Sweden supporting the Russians, just kind of waiting and see, helping his allies, but not doing much himself. The other side of the board, Russia and Turkey seem to be forging something going on here. Brad, we say goodbye. Actually, we don't say goodbye. Brad keeps the fleet in the Aegean, of course, because why not? And the Turks build, and the Russians build, and the French build. Okay. Should we pause here for a second, maybe, and kind of catch our wind? David, what do you kind of make of what's going on here?
Well, the NMRs are so unfortunate because that clearly affected the game in a way that, in face-to-face, we don't really see that. But when you play online and certainly apparently in virtual face-to-face, you do see that some, and you hope it doesn't affect the game, but it affected this game. It totally changed the Eastern situation with the Turks in particular, sort of let Natty up off the mat and kind of hamstrung John because he didn't really have an alliance partner left at that point. So the fact that Doug was able to come back is, first of all, Doug, and secondly, because John just didn't really have anybody to work with. Nicola not being willing to work with him, and I don't know that I blame Nicola for that. He's probably biding his time here, as you said.
Yeah, I'm really struck by how long we've seen English units in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, English Channel, but they're there supporting the French, right? They're really there helping out. They're not taking anything. They're not supporting attacks. They're really just kind of, saying, hey, France, you don't need any armies, any fleets. You can just build armies, and I'm going to be here and keep Italy out of your back. Yep. It's a nice, patient game that Nicola is playing here while he makes slow gains, or actually not a huge amount of gains against the Germans. I mean, he really has been fighting the Germans since 1902, but really hasn't made any gains here.
And there was a misorder here in North. Didn't convoy Norway. That should have gone with French support there. That probably wasn't deliberate in order to seem less scary. But if it was, interesting. Anyway,
that would have been a guarantee because he cut Kiel right there. Yeah.
All right, Adam, continue.
Okay, so I guess the question now is, what is Italy doing? It looks like he's going against France, but if we go into the fall, now Italy's making a massive shift, and it looks like Russia's attacking the Turks. Italy, it looks like, might be attacking the Turks. So is Turkey actually going to be the odd man out in the East? Meanwhile, England does make the right moves in taking Holland, though this time he takes it with the fleet from the North Sea, while again leaving everything kind of totally neutral in the north, not messing with Sweden, not messing with St. Petersburg. Nicola must be a trusting person, because Finland holds. It doesn't even try to cover one of the centers.
All right, keep on going.
Yeah, moving into 1906. All right, let's see what Italy does, because they just made that move into the Eastern Med and shifted everything back east. So in the spring of 1906, now we've got Italy going back west. So quite a bit of momentum lost there by John, by kind of going one way and then the other. And again, I'm sure there's diplomatic reasons why that happened, but I think from a perspective of trying to make headway, England and France have just kind of kept it tight here, and it's going to be a lot harder to break through that line, losing that turn of momentum.
I mean, that could easily be a case of world champion phobia.
Being afraid of Doug and Nicola.
Yeah, and Nicola, yeah. He's got this EF building.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, although it's a pretty strange EF, because it's really E and a little F. Because
it is.
He's got
though
one.
Doug is about to be at 7 or 8 centers himself.
Position, though. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
But you're right. I mean, he is definitely has bearing down on the French, and you can see that here that he's covering some stuff here in this fall 1906. Right, he's covering Portugal, he's covering Spain. He's not covering Brest, but definitely kind of trusting but verifying.
Keep on going.
Yeah, please. So 1907. Now, I guess the other thing we should point out in 06 is that the Russians now are the odd person out, and Nicola takes Sweden, kind of advances his position in the north, so he's building again. So John right now is on top with 8, and then we have England, France, and Turkey all at 7. So this is actually a situation which is really interesting, because I imagine that on this board there's several folks playing for board top, and none of them are looking for a tie right here. So this is really quite intriguing, and it will be interesting to see how they play the upcoming year. So let's go into spring 1907. Okay, and we have Doug again, making a shot to advance. It's kind of interesting that he goes to Berlin and leaves open Munich for a retreat from Kiel after supporting Nicola in. And again, he's leaving Brest open. He's covering Portugal because there's nothing much else to do. But really some trust here between the English and France that I think is something you see between some of these world-class players that you might not see with less experienced players.
But you have to wonder, is now the moment for Nicola, though? Will he have a better opportunity? I don't know. Let's see.
Yep. And we see Russia making some headway against the Italians right now, which is, I think, probably what Nicola and Doug were hoping for. So in fall 1907, we see Nicola taking Kiel. We see Doug taking Munich. He has Munich, but taking Berlin. We see the Russian and Turks making some headway against the Italians. And so going into 1908, we're now at Nicola on top, with Doug and Turkey a little bit behind. And then going into spring 1908.
Oh, wow. Huh. All right, David. This feels like a surprising ending point to me. What about you?
It does, although it doesn't surprise me who the topper is, honestly. Because the reason I was talking about Doug's position earlier is he had a lot of centers, but he's really just a lackey for Nicola. He only has one fleet. And every time he had to build armies. You know why you had to build armies? Because the English fleets were sending English Channel Mid-Atlantic saying, you will build armies. And so it almost had to be Nicola that came out on top here, I think. Because John just wasn't going to be able to get it together here without a strong alliance partner, without any alliance partner. So the outcome doesn't surprise me. Do you stop here when it's only 9 versus 8? I guess that's the question. Of course, I don't know that I should be answering a question about stop the game too early at this point, or I don't know that I'm qualified to talk about the lack of fleets either. But anyway, looking at this, I'd say probably the right result. A little weird that it happened in the spring of 08.
Yeah, I think there's probably some juice to be squeezed out of the lemon rind here for Nicola, but it would be a slog, and you would run the risk that Natty Schaefer would find a way to sort of explode. But for someone like Nicola, if you've got Doug Moore on the ropes, like, is it hard to resist the urge to go for it? I don't know.
Well, ropes it's not as if Doug's position is terribly precarious. It's just that in the long run, Nicola would win, but it would be a longer run. It's not like he can just jump right here and take a million centers from Doug necessarily.
Yeah, maybe on the ropes was the wrong analogy, but exposed, right? Doug Moore definitely has weaknesses. Yeah. Adam, how did you feel having done the deep dive into this game?
I was really impressed by Nicola's game here. I made reference to being the most patient man in the world, and obviously I was referring to Nicola because I really think that he slow played this game. He let things develop. He got himself into a position where he was diplomatically superior to his ally, and worked the position to a board top. So it's not a huge center count result, but diplomatically and tactically and strategically, I thought it was a nice achievement on his part.
It's hard not to be impressed with Doug Moore's game here as well. I mean, Doug, I think the large majority of players in that position, having given up so much position in spring of 01, would not have survived that, much less, managed to finagle a second place score. That's that's going to put him in the top 10 probably going into round 2.
But I also think that players in Nicola's position wouldn't show the foresight of the game that Nicola showed, and probably would have been all over France, and Turkey would have topped this board in that case.
Yeah, I didn't mean to shortchange Doug at all when I talked about sort of the junior partner aspect of the relationship. The fact that he is a partner in this relationship and is such a big partner in terms of center counts is all Doug Moore.
Yeah. Yeah, just the fact that he survived that no-build 1901 and really diplomatically worked himself into a solid position in this game. This is exactly why Doug is, one of the best few players in the world.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and just like Siobhan sort of was pointing people to look at David Hood's play from some guy David Hood's play in the game we just covered. I would, for people who want to learn how to play defense when you've got a bad hand to play. Obviously we can't see the diplomacy that Doug was doing, but we can see how he played defense. And I would tell people to look at this game and try to figure out what Doug might have done. You can see what he did, and it's important to look at that, but also try to imagine what that says about what he might have been doing behind the scenes.
One just corollary to what you said, and I think Adam mentioned this, the situations where Doug was making units get piffed. That is such a great defensive thing to do, to get rid of offensive units that have invaded your country, figure out a way to corner them and get them piffed, even at the expense of taking a center back, can be the right answer from a positional perspective.
Yeah, especially for France, where it's hard for Italy to get those units back in there. It's hard to get them there in the first place.
Yes.
All right, let's give a congratulations to Nicolas Ahouguet, who I can see in the comments has said that he is not playing round 2. So the score would have put him, in range to make a run for the tournament win. But he's not playing round 2. So when we look at the standing in a second, we'll keep that in mind. But let's still congratulate him on a nice board top on a board of sharks. Well, way to get out of the sharks pool alive. All right, and with that, let's bring back to the stream Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome back.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me.
How did the chum look from the sidelines?
Oh, it was a super fun game to watch, and I know that all of us were we were so ready for this board the second we saw the names that got called. So well done, everyone on the board. Happy to see it. Loved watching it.
All right, and let me just get this reset here, and we will pull up the standings going into round 2. So that was 6 games in round 1, played with this ManorCon system, and in round 2 we're going to have 5 games. And going into that, here are the top 10. If I can get it going, here we go. Top 10. In first place is some schlum named David Hood. Not even playing round 2. In second place, we have a familiar face, Morgante Pell, who pelled his weight around in round 1. We'll see what he does in round 2. In third, a three-way tie for third, we've got these triple board toppers from round 1, Ed Sullivan, Gary Sturley, and Mikolas Kamaridis. Someday I will find out how to pronounce your name, Mikolas, I promise. And then right behind those two, we have the other 2 shared board toppers from round 1, Andrei Grubikov and Karthik Kanath. And then we've got Russ Dennis, Nicolas Sahugay just behind them. So real tight sort of bunching for places 3 through 9 here. Morgante does have the advantage there, a little, almost a 10-point gap. And these players know how to play standing. So you can bet that these players in particular on this screen will know that this gap exists, and that will factor into their play in round 2 if they're on a board with Morgante. In 10th place, we've got Jason Massbaum, the only one who didn't top a board, making this top 10. Taking a quick look at the rest of the standings, 11 through 20. Christian Brown, Doug Moore, Jackson Roberts, Mike Walsh, Natty Schaefer. All these players are definitely still in contention. They're not that far behind that group of players in the upper 20s. Obviously, a bit behind Morgante, a lot of ground to make up on him. All right. Guys, shall we dive into round 2? Do you have any thoughts on round 1? Actually, why don't we take a pause here? Adam, start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we didn't see a ton of big scores, right? We saw a lot of shared board tops, or where there were single board tops. They were not dominant board tops in the sense of, ManorCon. I think if it's similar to some of Squares, you're looking to be more differentiated from the second place person on the board. So even where there were solo board tops, with Nicola, it's just, 9-8 or things like that. So it really puts, I'll say Morgante in a great position going into round 2 if he can get a result tonight. Of course, he's going to have that target on his back. So I'll be watching to see how the players around him react to that. If he's got a bunch of people in this top 15 or so that are sitting around him, he may be in for a tough night.
Siobhan?
I really enjoyed all the games in round 1. We saw a lot of variation in play. Some things that we call very safe. Again, don't mean to use that as a pejorative. Don't take that out of context when I say it. And some really, really top-notch play all across. That guy named David Hood, it's a shame we're not seeing him play some more. He's a new name to these broadcasts, and I wish we could see a bit more from him.
And some guy, David Hood.
Anyway, let's move on from that. So the thing I want to point out is some people took this scoring system and played it one way, and some people took the scoring system and played it a different way. You know how often that happens? Every single tournament. Scoring systems mean something. They don't mean as much sometimes we think they do, because sometimes people play the way they want to play. And even, there are people that are just predisposed to saying, well, how do I get 2 partners together and let's the 3 of us run the board, and then we won't have a bad result going into round 2. That's the way they think about it sometimes. I don't have a bad result. I have something I can build on for round 2. We saw that at Weasel Mood as well, with people that took a scoring system and played it differently than other people did. And some of those people did fine.
Yeah, there's always this question in the air of what's the optimal way to play a system, and that's always context dependent, right? The optimal way to play it in a small tournament is going to be different from how to play it in a big tournament. But underlying all of that is the fact that we don't really know what the optimal way to play it is in any of those, especially with newer scoring systems or ones that are unfamiliar to the people who are playing them, like ManorCon. We are still learning how to even to see what the evidence is for the different options for optimal play. All right, let's dive into round 2. And first up, we've got Siobhan and David joining me for board number 1. So Adam, we are going to give you a break. We will see you in a bit. Enjoy the time off. All right. Siobhan and David, we are about to start our round 2 coverage. We are going to launch in with Apex Mountain. This is the first game. If I can get the right thing up, I will show it to you. All right, here we go. In Austria, we've got Siobhan Nolan's favorite player, Jason Mastbaum, coming to us from Los Angeles, also in the top 10 of this tournament. In England, we've got Melinda Hawley out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Melinda is a longtime player for people who aren't familiar with her. Longtime face-to-face player. David has been playing against Melinda for 30-some years, and interviewed her recently on an episode of Deadline back over the summer. Yeah. In France, we've got John Archbold. I believe that is the correct spelling. That's how I saw him spell it. So hopefully I read that correctly. In Germany, we've got Ed Sullivan coming to us from Houston, Texas. In Italy, we've got Tommy Anderson out of Massachusetts. As I'm saying these names, I'm getting more and more excited to see what happens. In Russia, we've got Ben Kelman out of Philadelphia. And in Turkey, Riaz Virani out of Vancouver. My goodness, this is a board.
This is fun. I gotta say, Jason Mastbaum in 10th has a really solid chance to do something decent in this tournament. Dave Maletsky, I did see your comment earlier that apparently he's going to be my dark horse to win from California after all. But I'm really excited to see this. Aside from John Archbold, I recognize all of these names, and they are great.
Yeah, I just want to point out something because I forgot to do it last time. That 3-way AIR that took the 11-11-11, those folks were tied for 3rd. Yeah. So that did work for them in terms of getting setting up a position for round 2. And here's Ed in Germany, one of those people.
Indeed. All right, let's dive right in. Do you guys have a preference east-west, or shall I just assign it willy-nilly?
You be willy and nilly. Be willy and nilly both.
All right, we're going to start with Siobhan in the west, since you are on top. And if I can get the map to show, here we go. All right. Spring of 1901, Siobhan Nolan, tell us about the West. Here are the orders. What do you see?
Oof, fun. Okay. So off the bat, you've got John Anderson in France going into the channel, just saying, you know what? I want to make a statement. I want to go somewhere. I want something to happen. England's moves are fairly standard. Germany's moves are fairly standard. And the Italian jumps up into Tyrolia, which will be fun to see what Tommy plans on doing with that.
David, tell us about the East.
And because it's Tommy, there ain't no telling.
Exactly.
Tommy is the epitome of a guy who does whatever the heck he wants, regardless of what anybody thinks about it. So this should be fun to see that. I will say one other thing about the East, which is we've seen a lot of DMZ, a lot of demilitarized zones in Galicia. Not just in this tournament, but in the last several tournaments, honestly, and not this time. So we'll see how that goes. But, we've actually seen just in the games tonight, we've seen 2 Austrian openings to Trieste already, which is a fairly uncommon opening. And the reason they're doing that is because there's a lot of DMZs in Galicia. We'll see how it goes. The Turks, of course, Riaz, jumping right out of the gate into Armenia. So we'll see how that goes.
All right. The Weasels rejoice at the opening to Armenia. Fall of 1901. Let's stay in the East with you, David.
So that means you're able to keep the Russians from taking Romania, and you get the Black Sea if you're the Turks. The Italian, Tommy decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to, Trieste. I'll go south this time. But the Austrians, realizing that was a possibility, went ahead and self-bounced there, which I find fascinating. But I'm burying the lead. The lead is that Tommy convoys and Jason Albania to Ionian. So I guess he thought, here's what I suspect happened. Hey, Tommy, take Trieste and get some position on the Turks by going to Aegean with your fleet. And Tommy says, okay, and then doesn't do it. And by the way, Jason didn't do it either. So they were both lying to each other, and what ends up is a convoy to Greece, which is fun because Jason was assuming he was going to get behind Tommy, I guess, to go to. I don't know what he was thinking, to be honest. It's a mass bomb type situation, but it's fun. It's fun that he convoyed to Greece.
I love the ambiguity of this. Right? It's not clear. Like somebody got mass bombed here. It's not clear who. Because the scenario you mentioned
it is totally clear who. Mass bomb got mass bomb.
No, because this could all be a feint, right? This could be
Okay.
an elaborate ruse between the two of them, right? I feel, to me, it feels perfectly ambiguous. I would. This is one where I really wish I had been a fly on the wall. And obviously, what happens next will tell us what.
No, that's certainly true.
Truth is. All right, Siobhan, tell us about the West, please.
Yeah, I my eyes were drawn right to the convoy to Greece immediately, and it's hard to get away from that. But meanwhile, in the West, you know, poor Melinda in England is doing her best to support the German into Belgium. And, you know, France and Germany are working together. We put France in the North Sea. So this is not a typical Sea Lion FG effort. So I'm really curious to see where this goes forward and what the plan is. I'm not sure I agree with Ed's decision to put the French in the North Sea.
It's a capital F, G. It's a sea lion spelled with a capital F, yeah.
100% John Archibald has the commanding seat in this if he wants it.
Siobhan, what do you make of Melinda's decision to disband the fleet here rather than retreat it? Really interesting.
I have to imagine that the plan is to build more defensively back at home. This gives her 2 builds. If I'm doing all my counts correctly, the home 3 in Norway.
You don't have to count it up correctly because now the interface.
Yeah, we are getting fancy here, and you love to see it. Yeah, it's hard to imagine what build would be better than retreating that maybe to Norwegian. But I guess and Eddie is the same. I don't.
Any thoughts, David?
Yeah, my guess is that she's going to simply build fleet Edinburgh, which is where it would have retreated to if she wanted to cover Edinburgh, so that she can build fleet Liverpool.
Yeah.
And that this is just a way to keep them guessing of what she's going to do in terms of
fair. If the result is the same in the end, might as well disband.
Then why not instead of giving them the information, hold it away from them, and so they don't know exactly what you're going to do.
It's certainly, not retreating it to Helgoland or Skagerrak, right? It's, some people do that. They're like, all right, I'm going to pick one and really put the gas on. So she passed up that option here. All right, let's check out some builds. We find 2 fleets, Liverpool and Edinburgh, as predicted. France drops down fleet Brest, army Paris. Germany puts down fleet Kiel and army Berlin. These all, these are builds that could kind of go either way, right? As far as the FG goes.
Brandon, you're burying the lead again.
Jason.
Cannot wait for you to get to the lead. You're burying the lead. Let's go.
Wanted to see how long I could do it.
David and I are like, what?
The big news in winter of 1901 is Fleet Trieste out of the Austrians. So, okay, my theory that there was an elaborate ruse, I think we can put that one to bed. Siobhan, I see you experiencing some cognitive difficulties. Can you tell us about those?
I am having a lot of trouble with this. And, Jason, I know I give you a lot of grief on this channel. And I know I talk about how much I love to see a build Fleet Trieste. We've been playing together a long time. I love you, Jason. You're a good friend. You do not need to do this to prove to me that I should be nicer to you.
It's delightful. Elsewhere, we have a fleet in Smyrna from Riaz, which is the RT friendly option here. So, Riaz may have seen a strategic opportunity here. I think if you're Tommy, you're probably really not happy to see that. And Tommy puts down an army Venice, which is definitely anti-Austrian and pro-Turkish. So lots of stuff to watch out for in the East. Why don't we start there, David? Because I think our eyes are going to be drawn there no matter what. What does and does not happen in the East?
Well, that Nito Cool convoy to Greece army is now kaput. And maybe that's probably, and maybe Tommy doesn't care that much because he is trying to back out of this whole thing by going to Venice and going to Apulia. Hey, Mr. Guy who just built a fleet in Trieste, let's be friends. How can you be friends with a guy that just built fleet Trieste? All right. I guess we're going to find out. Maybe you're friends if the Germans go to Bohemian Silesia. Maybe that starts making you go, what? Riaz tries to pull out of this whole anti-Russian thing, and Russia won't let him.
That's The bounce in Romania is
Yeah,
fascinating.
the bounce in Romania. So this is a fascinating situation in the East. Can't wait to see how it goes. Now that there's Germans in the East, cannot wait to see how this goes.
But if you're Ben, you want that army out of Armenia, don't you? Presumably,
I think you would say yes. Go to Romania. That's fine because then and then support it forward into Serbia. You know how you can do that? Because there's a fleet in Trieste.
So great. All right, so either that was miscommunication or a strategic reconsideration on Ben Kalman's part. Tell us about the West, Siobhan.
The West is pretty par for the course and about what I expect at this moment. The fleet in Liverpool is going to cause some headaches for John in France, but I think in the end he'll have it. He's got the pocket build that he's picking up from Portugal, and the Germans move east. And at the end of the day, if it's played right, I think John has the eventual jump on Melinda.
Interesting decision by Ed here to abandon the West like this after helping to really sort of stir it up by supporting France in the north.
What's the misorder around Skagerrak here?
It's not a misorder. Denmark goes to Skagerrak with support from North, but North is cut by Edinburgh and Norway.
Oh, North is cut. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, and Sweden, the Swedish fleet, Ben Kalman's Swedish fleet, stays out of it.
Just absolutely not my fight.
Probably
He's got
really
nothing to worry about.
Yeah. I mean, certainly happy to not see the Germans get in there, but might have been happy to see the English get in there. All right, let's keep on moving here. And fall of 1902, Siobhan, let's stay with you. I see a lot of black arrows running around the West.
So Ed has not completely abandoned the fight in the West. Decides we get 2 convoys into the English homeland. The French go to Wales. The Germans go to Yorkshire. Just a fantastic move for the West, and. Silesia in Bohemia. That's more David's theater, so I'm not gonna.
It's the inverse crusher. That's what it is.
And Ben in Sweden is just sitting there saying, "Let me keep Sweden. You got no problems from me. I don't want a dog in either fight."
Yeah, and poor Melinda, right? I mean, getting one army on the island is a death knell, but getting 2
in the same season in 2002 is brutal. And this just looks like John and Ed came to an agreement very, very quickly, and there was nothing Melinda could do.
All right, take us around the East and fall of 2002, David.
Well, I think, all due respect to Ben Kalman, who I like a lot, I think this is the chickens coming home to roost here. Not letting the Turks to take Romania in the spring allows the Turks to take it with Austrian help in the fall. This could have been an RT, the birth of RT friendship, and I think now it is the birth of an AT, Astro-Turk.
The Astro-Turk rises. And
Tommy convoys to Tunis, as one does. Wait, not as much in 2002, but...
Oh yeah, well, convoy to Tunis with the German armies coming down. You still got the Okay, let's. This is an entertaining game already.
It's definitely entertaining.
All right, we see the oncoming adjustments. There are going to be 4 of them, and we find a fleet in Brest, an army sadly in Budapest, fleet in Naples, and Riaz drops another fleet. Hard not to like sort of how Riaz's situation is developing. Obviously a lot of diplomacy and work left to do up there, but you kind of I get the feel that there is a yellow tide slowly making its way in.
I am such a Riaz Varani fan, as DBN viewers know. I've been waiting for him to break out in a tournament setting. Maybe this is his chance.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, he and I were neck and neck for first and second last year, and I think that makes him hungry to prove himself at his home tournament.
It makes sense.
We all love to win our home tournaments.
Oh yeah.
Whether or not we're involved with organizing them, it's a point of pride.
All right, let's push ahead, see how things work. Why don't we switch sides here? David, why don't you take the West now, and Siobhan, we'll let you do the East. So David, we'll start with you in the West.
Well, Melinda continues to go, oh boy, as she loses Liverpool to the Germans. Now, obviously, she might be able to take it back. We'll see. What else is happening? FG gets into Skagerrak. Besides that, there's the German Expeditionary Force in the east that I'm going to let Siobhan talk about, but otherwise, not that much to write home about in the west.
Siobhan?
We can talk about the Germans in the east, but the Austrian fleet moves, and where it's going, nobody knows. Whose side it's on, we'll find out. It could be anything. It's hard for me to see what Tommy's plan is here in the long run. I have to agree, Brandon, your assessment that Riaz's position is great. He doesn't look overly threatening, but it's just the potential here, and I know how powerfully calm he can be from a position like this, where you really just want to believe him, and he just comes out of nowhere. Love to see the Germans poking at Jason Centers. Anyone who wants to give mass is a winner in my book.
And there's a misorder here from Ed. We have to point out.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, Tyrolia should have supported Bohemia into Vienna. Presumably that was the plan. You've got Galicia tapping Budapest here. Right.
Okay.
Let me make a real quick comment about Ed's expeditionary force. This is not just Ed being some kind of crazy person. Ed is making a really good move here. You know what? He is helping the Russians is really his goal here.
Mm-hmm.
If there's really an AT, Ed is trying to balance that out by helping the Russians stay alive so that they can slow that alliance and allow the FG to get the jump on the east.
Mm-hmm.
So again, Ed really showing his chops here. I think
it
would be better if he hadn't misordered, for goodness sake.
Well,
but strategically, he's making some interesting choices here.
Well, it'll be interesting to see here if Ed supports Galicia into Vienna here, right? If he's looking at that strategic calculation, that's what he's forced to do now by not getting Vienna, right? But if he wants to be greedy and go for Vienna, it's, not typically Ed, but
even if he's the one to take Vienna, he's still hurting the AT, which is helpful to the Russians.
Got it.
I would argue.
It's a very clever diplomatic stance to take, David Hood. And that's said without any surprise at all. All right, take us around the east, Siobhan.
Exactly as David was talking, we support Galicia into Vienna. The goal is, to help the Russian here. And Riaz resumes an attack on the Russian, which is fine, I guess. He's got those 3 units that aren't going anywhere else, but they're not going to get anywhere, and I don't believe Ben will let him. Adriatic goes back to Trieste.
That's
Jason,
weird.
You left Trieste with no plan.
That is sad. It really makes me sad, right, to see the fleet just go back to Trieste.
I guess he's worried that the Italians and the Germans are going to support an attack on Trieste. And I understand that, but it feels like Jason doesn't feel like he really has a friend here. I mean, aside from Riaz, but Riaz can't really help him out, not where it's necessary. And so he's losing either Trieste or Vienna in this moment, and he's doing his best to...
It's very conservative. I mean, he's worried that Ionian may tap Adriatic here, I guess, because, Tommy knows he's going to lose it. But in any case, tell us about the West, David.
Well, one thing I want to point out about the West is that the West is no longer just in the West in the Mediterranean either, because the French have now gotten into Western Med. It's important that the Turks got into the Ionian. It's also important that the French are in the Western Med. So there's already getting ready to be an alliance versus alliance battle in the Mediterranean. In the northern part of the Western thing, you can see that the French have taken Edinburgh, and the Germans still held Liverpool. In other words, Melinda was unable to guess correctly and do any of the things that she needed to do to keep that from happening. So that's really unfortunate for her.
No, she did make a correct guess on London.
You're right. I'm sorry. I couldn't understand. You're right. She kept Wales from taking English Channel and Wales from taking London. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure what Norway went to North Sea with support. Yeah, you're right. Actually, that was probably the best she could have done. You're absolutely right. I just misread that. You're totally right, Brandon. But whatever it is, it wasn't in the long runs. There was only so much she could do.
Yeah. And it's worth pointing out that John Archibald, if the Mid-Atlantic Fleet had tapped Irish, that's the way to that would have been the way to make this work. It wasn't guaranteed, actually. Irish could have still tapped English Channel here or something like that, but but he chose to go to John chose to go into the Western Mediterranean to get positional advantage. Okay, let's move on here and look at some builds. So Melinda's pulling 2, not a surprise. Probably, it's probably amazing that it's probably the best she could have done, I think, is what we were trying to get out there. Elsewhere, we've got a few builds stretching across the map. Melinda chooses to keep the 2 outer fleets, kind of a fun option here. No chance of taking any of her home centers. John Archibald in France drops a fleet in Marseille, committing to the southern attack. Ed puts down an army in Berlin, presumably to resume the attack on Russia, I guess. That's an interesting build. Obviously wants to assure France as much as possible. And Russia puts down an army in Warsaw. So maybe Russia getting a build was part of Ed's thinking there. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. And spring of 1904. Let's stay in the east, which I believe is where we left off. And I'm sorry, let's stay in the west with David.
Well, the English could only do so much with Irish Sea. They were really just sort of tying the French fleet down, so that's not all that interesting. The Germans now do get into North Sea. I assume that Liverpool to Edinburgh is a deal they're making to switch some centers around since the French are taking London. That's my assumption, but who knows? Otherwise, I think it's sort of, the Germans are not wanting to immediately go after the Russians, so the Germans think the Russians are their strategic partner. Now, at some point, the Germans are going to have to decide where are they going to build next. But since they still have Norway to take, they can still justify not moving yet against the Russians or the French. And it's Ed, so maybe he'll do some kind of long-term alliance with both of them anyway.
The 3-way shared board top.
It's hard to figure out where his front is, but because right now he only touches, Trieste and Venice. But anyway, I guess we'll see. It's Ed. We'll see.
I think Ed's game at the moment is designed to tank Jason Massbaum's. Tell us about it, Siobhan.
100% everything Ed is doing in the East is just to make Jason Massbaum's position even worse. There's active coordination between the German and the Russian to get into Galicia, which turns out wasn't needed. The Russian could have just walked in there. Putting the Italian into Trieste. The Turk takes Greece. I mean, this is a brutal turn for Jason, and it's only spring of this year. And he doesn't have a friend in sight.
But, Jason did foresee this because look at the moves he made. He blocked the convoy to Bulgaria.
Yep.
I mean, he was actually trying to take Bulgaria. I mean, maybe trying to take Bulgaria here. I don't know.
All things considered, not a bad set of moves if you know that everyone's coming for you. Just brutal. I mean, he's down to...
wait, there's a silver lining here. The Austrians now have a fleet in the Adriatic. That is really significant.
And a fleet in Albania. I mean, think of all the things you can do.
Adriatic, Albania, nothing in the Ionian currently.
All right.
Is great.
And again, I mean, we'll pause after 04 and get your thoughts on who you like. But here is fall of 1904. Lots of black arrows all over the board. We'll start in the West. Give Siobhan a chance to parse the East. What happens in the West, David?
The English are knocked out of the game. That the point of the moving to Edinburgh and all that was to do the self bounce, so that Melinda couldn't really take anything. And otherwise, the Germans are actually moving to Piedmont and Tyrolia, I guess because now Ed thinks that Italy should be his target. But they can certainly coordinate. The French are in Tuscany, for goodness sake. So this is going to be really interesting from a moves point of view. Now that England is dead, what happens with Ed's units? And it certainly doesn't look like his plan was to go whole hog into Russia.
I wonder if if his goal is to end the game with armies in Piedmont, Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, Prussia, and Livonia. Just wondering.
That is a goal. That one.
Tell us about the East.
Tommy was sold a promise of Trieste and possibly more Austrian units. It looks like he may have expected support into Serbia, possibly from the Turk. And instead, everyone just decided, you know, Tommy, you don't need to be a part of this in the long run. France is in the Italian peninsula. Germany, as David noted, is shifting the armies down and around to also be in position. And I mean, you got to love all of this if you're Ben at this moment. If you're Ben and Riaz, those two have just got to be salivating at the possibilities ahead of them.
All right, well, let's call out the winner builds here, and then I'll get your guys' thoughts on who you like. We find we say goodbye to Melinda Holly. Thank you for playing. In Ed has 2 builds here and only puts down 1 unit. Just an army and Kiel. So a tantalizing wave here from Ed Sullivan. Ben Kelman drops another army in Warsaw. Riaz puts down an army here in Constantinople. I think you could have made a good argument for a fleet here, but this certainly says something about his strategic direction. Tommy rebuilds that army that left Trieste as an army in Rome. Jason pulls those 2 Austrian fleets.
Boring.
All right, who do you guys like here? Who do you think is going to top this board? Let's do it that way. Siobhan, we'll start with you.
I really like the Russian position. I wish there was a bit more of a northern presence, but the way that Germany and Russia have de-escalated from one another, that's probably not possible. But I'm loving Ben's position.
And David?
I would say Ed Sullivan if he had built the other unit. I'm serious, because look how open the French are to a potential stab.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only, I mean, the French were not building this year and Germany was building too. If you're going to change your alliance structure, that would be a good time to do it. Now, I'm not saying he can take a whole bunch of stuff from the French or something, but he could certainly get better position if he had, for example, built a fleet. You know, build it and build a fleet Kiel and Army Berlin and explain to France that you got to do the fleet because you got to deal with the Russians.
Mm-hmm.
And now you move but instead you move the fleet to Holland. And then so I don't know if that was really in Ed's mind, but for that reason, I'm going to say I like France's position better than Ed's. Just because I think I need to pick a Western power since you picked the East. I'm going to go with France because without that extra build, now France can kind of make some progress here.
Interesting. No votes for Riaz.
Well, is he out of the box? Not really. I mean, Riaz is not in a terrible position, but do I think he's got the best chance of topping the board? I don't.
The army build is what hesitates me on picking Riaz at this moment. I think seeing the precarious position that Tommy Anderson is in and that Jason Massbaum is in, you know, obviously you don't know that he's going to pull both fleets, but you have to believe that that is coming very soon. You had an opportunity to get a real mastery of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Ionian and all of that.
It's also true that this question is a fun question to answer, but it is hard to answer in Fall of Before when you've got 4 powers that are sort of in contention. You know, the advantages we're talking about are probably slight advantages. There are some games we've seen tonight at the end of 04 where the advantages would have been much starker than this.
Come on, David. Put that wet blanket back in its box.
I said it was fun. I'm just saying don't read too much into it, folks at home.
All right. What do you guys say? I think we should put this game on ice. Speaking of wet blankets, this means that we are going to give Siobhan Nolan a little bit of a break for a game. We'll see you in a little bit, Siobhan. And bring back to the stream Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome back.
Hello again.
All right, let's dive into board number 2. Here is the player list. And board number 2 gives us John Anderson out of Utah in Austria. In England, we find Liam Stokes out of Victoria, British Columbia. In France, we've got Chicago's own Christian Brown coming to us from Peoria, Illinois. Germany, Kirk Vaughn out of Nashville. Italy, Pace Rodel making his Cascadia debut in coming to us from Missouri. Russia, we've got Maxim Popov out of Ames, Iowa. And in Turkey, we've got Jackson Roberts looking to, I think, improve on his first round finish. All right. What jumps out about this board to you guys? Adam, start with you.
A lot of up-and-coming players on this board. this is sort of a lot of folks who we've seen. John, obviously, we've seen topping some boards and in some top boards, and Liam as well. But a lot of the other folks we've seen in many games and doing well. But this is an opportunity for one of these people to really make a break and maybe have a good game here.
David?
I have two quick comments. First, Maxim Popov playing Russia. Man, I feel like we've been here before at DixieCon and Boston Massacre and wherever else it was that he's played Russia so well. So sort of, as Brandon likes to call him, a Russia expert, and here he is playing Russia. That should be fascinating. I also wanted to say Kirk Vaughn is a relatively new player. I think maybe DixieCon was his first tournament, and I played with Kirk in round one, and I played with him before. He's really an up-and-comer and has started a club in Nashville called the Nash Villains. And they're going to be playing a lot of face-to-face once this pandemic business is over with.
All right, let's dive in, see how it goes for Kirk and the rest. We'll just stick with this. David with you in the West and Adam in the East. And here are the spring 1901 moves. David, tell us about the West.
Well, again, we've got an English jumping in the channel. A little bit of a trend in the last several months, I would say, in terms of channel fighting. In this particular case, Liam gets the jump on Christian. Christian holding in Marseille, I don't like that. It may be fine. It may be perfectly fine. You just take Spain with it. But, I'm just not a guy that likes to stay still, I guess. The one thing in the West that I think I want to point out is the German potential for three build opening. I've mentioned this in the past. Well, actually, no, he went to Munich. Never mind. That's a totally different. I totally didn't see that until just now. So he went to Kiel to Holland, went Munich to Ruhr, but then didn't go to Kiel. So there's no play on Denmark.
But two on Burgundy. That is an unusual German opening.
Wow, that is really, hey France, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. And I don't know what this is going to mean, but because Liam, of course, opened against France also. So maybe the deal is that Liam's going to do the whole Norway thing, and nobody's going to take Denmark. I guess we'll see.
All right, Adam, tell us about the East.
Yeah, I think the East is a little bit more conventional, though I think the most notable thing is the Italian moves going into Trieste and following up into Venice, which is, usually not what Austria wants to see. If it's an agreed upon move to Venice on Italy's part, you usually don't want to see that follow up into Venice, which could suggest some shenanigans going on.
Yeah, that's usually the. Go ahead, David.
No, I was just going to say it might just mean John Anderson was Austria. They decided, John Anderson, I think I'll just attack him. That might be what happened.
All right, we'll see if John can pull a Doug Moore and work his way out of it. Fall of 1901, stay in the East with you, Adam.
So the Italians moved to Budapest and bounce in Trieste, and John supports himself into Greece. So he'll be getting one build, but the Italians will be getting two from Tunis and Budapest. So interesting moves by the Turks. The Khan to Smyrna is kind of interesting. I'm going to have to think about the reason for that. And we also see the Russians moving to Armenia rather than the Black Sea. So some kind of unusual things there. I'm guessing they're setting up to pop the Russian fleet, I guess, next year. But, kind of an odd way of doing that. I guess the Russians go to Galicia as well. So this could be not a great game for Mr. Anderson.
David, take us.
What a fascinating West, honestly. I don't think I've seen this position in a game anytime recently, for sure. In diplomacy, you can either go for centers or go for position. That's kind of an old dichotomy. And oftentimes you move in a spring turn, you move for position, and in a fall turn, you move for centers. In this particular case, there's positional moves happening by both the English and the Germans, which can be a really, really cool thing to do. In this particular case, the English are in the Mao, and the Germans are in Burgundy. Now, the Germans were obviously going to go to Burgundy, but I'm saying the English channel move to Mao is a really fun move, and really could put the French completely out of position.
And the French can't build in Brest, right? So
Exactly, because they're letting because the French were covering Brest, it means they can't really build there, which is what they'd like to do. So you're stuck building in Marseille, which is fine if you're, the English.
yeah, this is a fascinating set of opening moves by Germany, and it seems to really have succeeded for the moment. So let's push forward and see how it works out. For the builds, we've got in England and a fleet in London. France responds to all of this pressure with 2 army builds, and clearly choosing the direction that Christian is going to apply the reverse pressure. Maxime Popov puts down Army Sevastopol and Army Moscow, potentially committing to a southern strategy here. Pace, with his 2 builds, puts down Army Rome and Fleet Naples, trying to have it both ways. And John does not put down the Fleet Trieste, disappointing all DVN viewers. Jackson puts down Fleet Constantinople, while Kirk follows up his really intriguing opening with rather traditional builds, Fleet Kiel and Army Munich. All right, let's push forward here. Let's stay in the west here. David, tell us about it.
Kiel to Baltic is interesting. Not to Denmark, but to Baltic. Maybe he was expecting the Russians to go to them. I'm not sure. But combined with the Helgoland Bight, I guess the theory was I'm going to take Denmark with the 2 fleets. He does go to Gascony because that's what the English and the Germans decided to do in terms of a supported move. I mean, this is really a fascinating EG that I have never seen this position. I'm just absolutely thrilled to see something new being tried. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I like it. It's worth noting that Portugal, they get into Gascony because Portugal holds. Having nothing else to do, probably should have gone to Mid-Atlantic.
Oh, my gosh. That is so true, Brandon. You're right.
Adam, tell us about the East. Lots of black arrows around here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like my thoughts about what was going on with the Russian fleet were correct. I kind of wish that they had taken it the other way and kept that Turkish fleet in the Black Sea and taken it with the Turkish army. That fleet in the Black Sea could be really important if they're needing to defend or convoying the army back across, or gives a lot more play than I think this will with that fleet getting stuck in Armenia. Otherwise, it looks like the Austrians are playing dipsy doodle around mainland Austria, going into Vienna, and then the Italians following Vienna going to Tyrolia, and Budapest going to Vienna, and Serbia going to Budapest. So this is a little bit of a mess, and the RT looks to be in really good shape here.
Boy, John must wonder what he ate this morning that makes people want to get rid of him so quickly. Fall of 1902. Tell us about the East, Adam.
I mean, man, what did John do is right. I mean, you've got Italy supporting Turkey into Greece, which is a little bit, really shows how much he's got going against him here. So, the Italians, I mean, end up basically staying even by losing Budapest and gaining Trieste. But basically everybody's getting a piece here. And John is just, fighting the best he can. I think the Moscow to Livonia is kind of interesting. I think it's keeping some play in the north and keeping some options open. I'm not sure if he was expecting something where it might need to defend St. Petersburg because Warsaw potentially gives more options, but it kind of makes sense leaving open the possibility of covering in the fall against the English.
All right, and about the West, David.
Well, the move to Denmark is obviously what was expected. I'll tell you a couple of things I wasn't expecting. It looks to me like there's a flub in Picardy. So I'm assuming the theory was you put the English army there or you put the German army there, but they couldn't get an agreement on which one was going, so they both went, which was not the right answer. So that just looks like a communication problem. And then the English fleet Norway holding and the Russians not moving to St. Pete with the army, both those things are fascinating to me. Now, I guess the theory was Maxim was probably thinking that Norway was going to go to St. Pete and he was going to take Norway. I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That makes sense that if he thought that Norway was going to go to St. Pete, going to Livonia means that he can kick them out from Norway and St. Pete in the fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could just be that there's a, maybe some kind of Anglo-Russian rapprochement going on somehow. I don't know.
It's what Maxime builds here is going to be fascinating to me. Does he put down a fleet in St. Petersburg? Does he put down another army in Warsaw? I don't know. Really, that's something to look at from my perspective. The botched attack on France here. France had just got through 1902 without losing a unit, and the position might be even a little bit better now. Now they can evict the army from Gascony, and you got to wonder with that EG, like how long it can last if it doesn't make progress.
I mean, they should have done a couple of different things there. There were just some flubs.
All right. Well, why don't we push forward and see?
It's hard to see Maxime not building something in the north, and indeed we see that south coast, which I love. I absolutely love that build here.
Maxime had two because the fleet was fifth. So
right. I absolutely love the fleet south coast build. It's great for this position. There's a lot more you can do with it than the north coast. And the Army Warsaw, it's really sending the message to Germany like, hey, you're gonna work with England against me. We're gonna have something to say about that.
So those are Maxime's builds. Kirk puts down another army in Munich, and Jackson appears to waive a build. That is interesting. That's got
to be a mistake.
You would think, because you could imagine another unit, but perhaps that was part of a deal with Pace Rodel to get Greece here, was to not build another fleet, and Jackson didn't want to build another army. Pace puts down an army in Rome, which presumably Jackson, was also demanding, and John, for the sake of it, pulls the armies that were sitting on the two dots and keeps the fleet and an army in Tyrolia. All right, let's keep on going ahead here. I will switch you guys to keep things lively. Adam will be in the west now, and David will be in the east. Spring 1903. Let's start with the west. Adam, tell us what you see.
Well, they got it right this time. So the English convoy into Picardy while the Germans move into Burgundy. Some interesting choices on the part of the French to send 2 units to Gascony rather than making a supported attack on Gascony. I'm trying to figure out why you would do that here. And I'm not quite sure, because they actually had the opportunity to destroy that army in Gascony. I guess it was to cut the attack, whether it was going to Spain. I mean, they don't need to do that. Marseille to Gascony, supported by Spain and Brest, would have done it. So I'm not quite sure what was going on there. David, do you have any kind of sense of why you might have ordered that way?
I mean, typically when you see orders like that, you're trying to cut support from either one, but I don't know how that could apply in this situation. I just think that's a mistake.
Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, interesting. We see the Germans, rather than trying to take out Sweden, they actually focus on cutting Sweden to keep the Russian fleet in St. Petersburg pinned.
Norway holds.
Again, hard to understand, right?
Why are you not supporting the attack on Sweden?
Yep.
That's puzzling.
I wonder if it's in England's interest not to see that fleet in Sweden potentially retreat to Skagerrak here.
Maybe, but you got to take centers from people.
Yeah, you can see the supported attack being a fall move. All right, take us around the east, David.
Actually, the German moves are about as well as you could do in terms of preventing the Russians from getting into Bothnia, which allows you to use Baltic, maybe to try to help hold Berlin. But I'm not sure about Bohemia to Galicia. I mean, maybe you were assuming Galicia was going to be the moving unit, but even if that's true, and you get behind the line, there's not much you can do back there. So I don't really like that move, as opposed to, going Bohemia to Silesia with support of Munich. which would have been, seems like a little bit tactically better. Pace, man, they're coming for you. You may have thought you had some kind of deal with Jackson, but no, they're coming for you. That's why the Turkish fleet never went to the Black Sea, went to Ankara, and now it's going to Khan. They're coming for you. Hey, Pace, they're coming for you.
I think that's a situation of, if they're not attacking, if Jackson's not attacking Maxim, then it's probably going to be attacking me. All right, let's push into the fall here, and let's stay in the east with you, David. Tell us what you see.
Let's see. Russians do not take Vienna, which is, I was kind of thinking they might. Oh, they took Serbia with support. That is interesting. Maybe they cut a deal with the Italians, because otherwise that doesn't make it. Yeah, that's got to be a deal being cut with the Italians. So that's fascinating. So Turkey was coming for you, Pace, but Russia wasn't. Good for you. The Germans do in fact defend Berlin, as I said, because they can hit both of the units that could attack Berlin, so that there was no way for Berlin to fall. And because of the way this happened, they actually caused the Russian guy in Silesia to be dislodged, and apparently this is before the retreats or after the retreats?
No, this is after the retreats. Maxim chose to disband.
They disbanded that, and he disbanded the fleet in Sweden as opposed to retreating in Finland, which makes sense, so that you can potentially rebuild it as something maybe. If you want to. Since you're taking Serbia anyway, you've got some stuff coming. Well,
and potentially, choosing a new target in Turkey. So strategic reorientation, you get to put units down. And plus, Sweden was taken with a fleet from Norway here. So, that means that an attack on St. Petersburg is going to take a little bit longer. Adam, tell us about the West.
Yeah, I mean, I see some strange choices in terms of how they decided to play this. Number one, when you look at the moves in France, Germany cutting Marseille rather than either making a play on Paris, cutting Paris for the English, and then making a deal where they got where the Germans get Sweden and the English get Brest, since that's guaranteed, or getting the English to support them into Paris while cutting Brest. I mean, there's a whole lot of different things they could have done here that would have been a lot more effective than these moves. I certainly can't blame the Germans for covering Munich from Burgundy, but there were more useful things to do with Gascony than make a futile attack on Marseille. You're not getting support from the Austrians there. That's just not happening. So I don't know, what the purpose was of that move was.
You got to hit Paris in that situation. Got to hit Paris.
Yep.
Yeah. And look, if you're Germany, don't you make an argument here that you should be getting Brest?
Or you should be getting something, right? I mean, whether it's Brest or Sweden, whether you go to Paris and you let the English take Brest and they put you in Sweden, or however you do it, right? But yes, you should be getting a build, and you can easily guarantee multiple builds here.
All right, so France, well done. Has now gone 2 consecutive years with an army in Gascony and Picardy and fleets in English Channel and Mid-Atlantic without losing a unit. Yeah. All right. Let's and Maxim, despite saying even, is going to be putting down 2 units here, and potentially have stabbed an ally here just for 1 dot. We'll see. We'll see how Maxim decides to do this, and that means Fleet Sevastopol and Army Warsaw. Jackson, despite getting stabbed, is dropping 2 units. One was a waved build, and the other is a rebuild from a PIF. And Jackson puts down 2 fleets. Pace puts down a fleet from the build from Vienna or Trieste, and John Anderson says, "I'm getting a beer." Elsewhere, Liam puts down a fleet in Liverpool. All right, let's see let's go another year here, and we'll take a break on this game. Spring 1904. Here are the moves, and David, let's stay in the East with you for the spring. Tell us what you see.
I cannot let that comment pass. I will put real money on John Anderson did not say, "I'm going to go have a beer." I'm going to put real money on that one. All right, moving on. Cultural
lack of cultural knowledge on my
part. Let's see it. So the Turks surprisingly bounced the guy in Black Sea because that was going to happen because Turkey was building. So this was an interesting set of choices for Maxim, and maybe he thought he didn't have any choice but to try to cut some kind of deal up north, which allowed him to attack something in the south. But it's an interesting set of choices. The Italians knew they couldn't hold Eastern Med because it was going to get attacked and dislodged, so they went ahead and moved it out to the Ionian, which was definitely the right move positionally. But otherwise, you just basically got some positioning with the Italians trying to get good position on the Turks, and the Russians trying to defend themselves basically against the Germans.
And let's give Maxim some credit for a delightful bounce in Livonia.
Oh yeah. That's
if whether presumably not arranged. All right, tell us about the West, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, this is hard to understand what's going on. That Denmark to North Sea move just pops out, doesn't it?
Delightful.
Yeah, I mean, Germany gets piffed in Gascony. Great job, England, France on getting that unit out of there. Of course, you're sacrificing Brest to do it, but you were going to lose Brest anyway. So at least you got one unit out of there. You've gotten back into the Mao. I mean, there's some possibilities from this position. So I think that's great. I'm not sure about the self bounce in Burgundy, but I guess if your goal is to piff Gascony, you have to do that. And I think Dave covered the interesting German moves in the East, so I won't further on those.
I'm going to say there's one word that describes the West, and it appears to be chaos.
Christian can guarantee Brest if he does it right, and will stay at 5 for a third consecutive year despite being besieged.
Yeah, and indeed he does.
Oh wow!
He doesn't do it right, but he
doesn't. Well, he didn't have to do it right.
Apparently not.
When the Germans go to the North Sea, it does kind of change the English situation.
Wow.
Yeah. What was the North Sea actually trying to do there? Something.
What did you do, Kirk?
Kirk. Oh, the convoy. Let's see here.
Well, there's nothing a convoy, right? So,
Norway.
Norway. Whoa. Why?
Well, because if you think you're going to lose Brest and you don't want to give up the English Channel, you can. But convoying it to Belgium might have made more sense if you're going to stab, right? So, interesting stab, and also the retreat off the board, not to Picardy. So, wants to be able to rebuild, presumably in Edinburgh here. So did not like that move to the North Sea. I think we can
rebuild, Brett, and he just took 2 dots. I mean, he's going to build 2 now instead of 1, right?
Oh, so 3 actually. He'll be putting down 3 units here.
He lost. No, he didn't lose anything. Yeah, he'll be putting down 3. He can re-rack from this position.
All right, tell us about the East, David Hood.
Well, the Wintergreen, the IR Alliance takes Greece. It's pretty good moves there, and prevents the English from taking Tunis, because the English, what they needed? They needed to take another center this turn. But they were luckily prevented from doing that. Otherwise, do I see? It's interesting that the Russians are the ones that get it.
They give up Serbia behind.
Yeah, they give up Serbia behind it. But I'm just saying, the Russian army being in Greece, you don't see a lot of Russian armies in Greece in this position. It seems a little odd, but it is what it is. Serbia couldn't be hit, so that made it a legitimate moving person.
Yeah, you could have imagined that if the English fleet hadn't been in Western Mediterranean, that the Italian fleet would have gone into Greece here. Fascinating turn here. This is a moment we've seen a lot of conservative play so far. This is not a conservative moment from Liam, and it's a fascinating moment to do it because France is looking to the south. Germany is stuck with Russia, and is actually going to be pulling another unit here. So while Liam's dropping 3, so. Let's see here. Let's look at the builds. Then I'll ask you guys who you like, and then we'll take a break from this game.
Is it fascinating though, given the German fleet in the North Sea? I mean, unless there was some agreement about that, which is hard to imagine England would ever kind of say, "Yeah, come on into the North Sea." It's not hard to envision that Liam went to Christian trying to strike a deal.
All right, so here are the builds. Liam drops down the starting position, fleets Edinburgh and London with an army in Liverpool, and Pace in Italy puts down an army in Venice. That's it for the builds. Who would you guys most want to be in this game? Adam, we'll start with you.
I like Maxime's position. He's got a lot of growth opportunities. He's got Germany, who's on the fritz. He's got a good ally in Italy, and he's got some Turkish dots that he has some avenues to get.
And David,
it's hard not to say Liam Stokes, honestly. But not only just because you're building 3, you have tremendous position. I know there's a German fleet in the North Sea, but not for long. And the other person you got to deal with is the French, who only have 1 fleet. And somebody tonight pointed out to me that it matters how many fleets your potential enemies have. That potential enemy has 1 fleet. The Russians have 1 fleet. The Germans have a fleet in the Baltic and a fleet that's getting ready to kicked out of the North Sea. The English position is pretty good.
Yeah, and it's Liam's going to have to tap dance here for a year or two. But it's this field. I think I would pick England here as well. It does feel like the long-term prospects for England are better, especially since you have Italy serving as a potential counterweight to Russia and Turkey, not quite dead yet. All right, gentlemen, let us take a break from the big white, and I believe that's a mountain. I'm not sure about that. And
all of these are mountains, aren't they? I think all of these are mountains.
I think all the round 2 are mountains.
Yeah,
yep.
It's a ski resort, I believe, in Alberta, I think.
There we go.
Maybe British Columbia.
All right, I am going to bring Siobhan Nolan back onto the stream. Hey, Siobhan.
Hey, everyone.
All right, 2 games halfway done, and I am going to transfer host duties over to you, and I'm going to take a break. I will see you guys in a little bit. I'll be here behind the scenes, Siobhan, if you have any tech issues, but good luck.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Brandon. Hey, Adam. Hey, David. Good to see you again. Brandon, I will need you a little bit behind the scenes. I know you're listening. If you could bring up the player list for board 3 for me. Alrighty, so round 2, board 3, named Blackcomb, which I am also going to presume is a ski resort or a mountain somewhere in Canada. Someone confirm for me, please, in the comments.
Whistler Blackcomb, biggest ski resort in North America, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, I just don't know what these things are. I don't go skiing, I don't snowboard, so this is way outside of my knowledge base.
Olympics 2010, maybe? We're there?
Was that it? Okay.
Somewhere in the 2010-ish Winter Olympics, we're at Whistler Blackcomb. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Awesome. Thank you, Adam. So this sees in Austria, we have Andrei Gribikov from California. In England, we have Russ Dennis from Detroit. In France, Hal Schild from Alexandria, Virginia. In Germany, Gary Sturley from Macclesfield, Great Britain. Italy, Andrei Yannico from Lisbon, Portugal. Russia, Stephen Hogue from Lexington, Kentucky. And Turkey is Thomas Mao or Mo. Someone correct me on pronunciation. So taking a look at this list, Adam, what do you see?
Well, I think Russ had a pretty good result in the first round. He topped his board, right? So he's definitely probably looking for another strong result to come near the top here. I see some of the comments. The folks in Europe are probably playing very well into the night here. So it will be interesting to see how Gary and Andre are able to, handle this as the game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. And David?
Well, I will say something about Tom in Turkey. He is a well-known player online. Is really good, and you can see his DBNI ranking for that reason. I think he actually is from the Pacific Northwest, if I remember correctly. And I think he was like in the Nexus top board recently. Anyway, there's a lot of players here who have played a lot during the virtual season. Hogue, Yannico, Hal Schild, all those guys. Well, one final comment. We talked about Maxime Popov playing Russia in the last game, and he's kind of a Russia specialist. Russ is an England specialist. He's won at least 2 Englands and maybe 3 best Englands just this year alone, this 2020 season alone. So it's fun that he's back in England to see if he can recreate that, put that lightning back in the bottle.
So are you predicting a sea lion?
Sure.
We've seen a
We've
number of
seen
sea
some
lions.
sea lions. Yeah, we've
Yeah.
seen them tonight. Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. Russ is definitely an England expert. We'll see if that works to his advantage or if that puts a target on his back. And so with that said, if the man behind the curtain would be willing to bring up the board for me. Thank you so much. So the order I've got you guys in, Adam, why don't you take the West, and David, I'll put you in the East. And 1901 spring, let's take a look at these moves.
Okay, so we see some nice stuff going on in the West. France and England playing nice, a demilitarized zone in the English Channel. Germany and France bouncing in Burgundy, with the French moving to Piedmont, with the Italian army in Venice holding. So we got to wonder if that was supposed to be a bounce, or the French really want to be in Piedmont right now, because it looks like they're looking at one build.
Alrighty, and then over to the East with David.
I mean, the only thing that's mildly interesting, I would argue, is the fact that the Austrians went to Budapest, which is something we saw back in the fall a little bit after we did some statistical analysis on how Austrian openings went. We had some people try the Budapest opening more often. But again, that, you know why? Because you're DMZing the Galicia space, which is interesting. Now, the fact that the French are in Piedmont is also interesting, which I think has already been pointed out.
Alrighty, yeah. Hard to know this early how the alliance structure is going to shake out, so let's just push forward into the fall. And we will stay in the East. David. Oh, I should probably show you the moves, shouldn't I?
Well, I could have guessed the moves, because there's a supported attack on Greece, and there's a convoy to Tunis, and there's a supported attack on Romania. I didn't need to see the moves. Of course they were going to do all of those things. The one thing I will say, Piedmont holding and Venice holding is in. I mean, Venice holding makes sense. Piedmont holding is interesting. Like, he wants to build in Marseille. So we'll see if this is, some kind of early triple type situation. We'll see.
All right, and back over to the West with you, Adam.
Well, I think the moves around Scandinavia are really fascinating, right? We didn't comment the fact that the Russians moved north to St. Petersburg in the spring, and now they're trying to convoy into Sweden, unsuccessfully bouncing with the Germans. It's also interesting to note that the English decided, rather than supporting themselves into Norway, they went unsupported, which was successful, and went into the Barents Sea. So expecting to see a little bit of action up there come 1902. Meanwhile, the French made it to Piedmont, and what do they do there? They hold.
Yeah, the heavy sigh. I do love the convoy from St. Pete to Sweden. I have not seen that often or in a very long time. What do y'all make of it?
Well, it's nice when it works, right?
I think that's the point, exactly. All right, so let's push on into the winter and see what everyone is building. From the English, we get a fleet in London. As expected from the French, we get the fleet in Marseille. Germans put down a fleet in Kiel, an army in Munich, double army build from the Austrian, a fleet in Naples from the Italian, a fleet in Smyrna from Turkey, and army Moscow from the Russian. Anything surprise you guys?
I don't think I'm too surprised by the fleet in Marseille, though. I've got to say, you got to think about what you're going to do with that, right? Because you're going to go fight Italy with two fleets and leave Portugal unowned, or you're going to go take Portugal and fight Italy with one fleet. It's not a lot of firepower for getting involved in that theater, with absolutely no element of surprise.
I agree, but it's sort of in for a penny, in for a pound here. If you've gone to Piedmont and you've left it there, and what else are you supposed to do? Unless you're going to pull back out of that whole concept, which maybe he should have done. But I think his theory is probably in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah.
Are either of you, if you're France, bothered by English fleet London as opposed to Edinburgh at this moment?
Yeah,
not my preference.
Yeah, I am, unless he really expects there to be some kind of Helgoland bite North Sea action or something. But if you're going to do that, then why would you build Fleet Marseille? You need to put an army in Burgundy to participate. Mm-hmm. So Hal's looking a little shaky right now, even though he decided he was in for a penny, in for a pound. His stock may be getting to be worth pennies here pretty soon.
Yeah, that's basically exactly the way I read it.
I think the only thing Hal has going for him is the English are up in Barents Sea, which is not exactly a way to fast play an attack on France in 1902. This may be something that plays out Tripoli for a couple of turns. It wouldn't surprise me.
All right, let's push forward into 1902 and see if Adam is correct. Adam, let's stick with you in the West.
Adam is not correct. Yeah, I mean, this seemed just as likely, right? And I think the Picardy to Paris is certainly very puzzling. I think you can go to Burgundy, you can go to Belgium to bounce, but Paris is a little bit strange here. But certainly pulling the fleets back and Piedmont back is probably the sensible move here, and Hal probably has sniffed out that he's left himself a little bit too open.
All right. And David, what's happening in the East?
Well, the AI attack on Turkey is what they're thinking, I believe. That's why you got the fleets to the Aegean and the Eastern Med. Because of the French built the fleet in Marseille, the Italians couldn't really follow up as they would have wanted to with a move to the Ionian with their other fleet. But it is what it is. But otherwise, it's essentially just sort of a stalemate or a stasis situation in terms of Romania and Bulgaria and all that sort of thing, while the Austrians get their other units in position to help to support that Italian move to the Eastern Med.
One other thing I just want to point out from the West, now that I've kind of looked at the position a little more closely, Russ really is in the driver's seat here, and the move to the English could be anti-French, but it could also be setting up something to move against the Germans. You've got Russia moving down into the Baltic Sea. He's got some options here, and he actually can drive that with his negotiations right now.
Absolutely. It's spring of 2002, so it's really hard to say who's really in any sort of driver's seat. But if I am Russ, I'm feeling really good about this position in this moment. All right, so let's see what Russ does with it. And since we left on that note, Adam, I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah, and we certainly see exactly that right here as he supports the English Channel into Belgium and supports the Russians unsuccessfully into Denmark here. So that's maybe something that, didn't seem implausible based on what we had before. And the French indeed grab Portugal, get themselves a build, and are setting up for what could now turn into an EF alliance.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm seeing as well. And a little bit more movement in the East this time. David?
Yeah, I mean, they were going to take the Aegean because of the situation. And the Russians, who had earlier used Moscow to basically support St. Pete when they weren't sure what the Russ was doing up there, they're now free to move south because Russ obviously did something else than attack St. Pete. So that allows the Russians to get back involved with their army in Sev. And the Russians have been wanting to do something with the, in the south, and just didn't have the force. We'll see what happens now.
All righty. Well, let's forge on forward and see what happens with the builds. So Russ in England puts down Fleet Eddy Army London. We get an Army Brest build from Paris. And elsewhere on the board, that is all she wrote. Anything y'all want to note about this?
This is just a beautiful position Russ has made for himself here. He's solidified an ally, and he's completely in the driver's seat in the north.
Which is surprising because Russ has absolutely no idea how to play England.
That's what I've heard.
All righty. Well, as we push forward into 1903, let's swap up the theaters. David, I'll give you the West, and Adam will jump over to the East. And let's start with you, David.
Well, let's see. I guess the English fleet goes into Holland because the Germans were going to support themselves into Helgoland, which is interesting. Baltic Sea supporting Denmark is not exactly what we were necessarily expecting, but it's interesting because siding with the English like that after you've moved your army from Moscow down south is a little bit dangerous for Steve. So we'll see if that works out for him, but that's what they do. Otherwise, the Germans, realizing they need to get the heck out of France because it's not going to do them any good to stay there, actually move up to Belgium, which allows the French to put its armies in position. But the French have decided we've got this alliance going now. He doesn't really need these units to help against Germany. I'm going to the Med, which I think he's been there before.
I think that France has absolutely been there before. It's a beautiful time of year to head into the Mediterranean. I don't contest that decision at all. Adam, I'm going to let you talk about the repercussions for the Italians.
Well, yeah, and I'm back in Piedmont. Hey, how about that? Yeah, well, the repercussions for the Italians as well. Hey, we got a Italian army in Syria. Wahoo! Which was looking pretty good, other than the French fleet in the Mid-Atlantic. But Turkey does have some problems here, and Italy, if the Austrians and the Italians play it right, Italy should have a build coming here, should be able to protect Tunis to make sure they can use it. And so, this is not all doom and gloom for them.
All right, let's push forward and see what we get. We'll stay in the East. Adam, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, indeed, Italy takes Smyrna. They actually... Okay, I see. The Bulgaria, Constantinople. So they did guarantee it to make sure the build got had, and the other fleets wisely pull back to defend against the French. So this is an interesting East versus West situation here, and it's not entirely clear what Russia's role in it is. Baltic pulling up to Bothnia is quite interesting. Not entirely sure what to make about that. It seems very defensive from my standpoint.
All right. And as a contrast, David, in the West, there's a whole lot of red happening.
Yeah, which is that's understandable given the situation. Nobody had a great advantage here that they were trying to exploit. But the Russian move back up to Bothnia is probably, look, I have sided now with the Germans. I'm going to go back up there next to Sweden and next to St. Petersburg is probably what's going on there. But you can see the French are just rolling into the Med. This is a very interesting Leviathan that we wouldn't have expected to see, a year and a half ago.
Yeah, absolutely. The Leviathan is an alliance structure that has really developed this year, specifically with the virtual tournaments, and become a force to be reckoned with in a way that we hadn't seen previously. Would you agree with that, David?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
What's also really fascinating that I'm just seeing is that the English seem to have supported the Russians into Denmark. And Russians, instead of I'm assuming that that's what that Swedish order is. And instead of going to Denmark and getting a build for themselves here, they pulled up to Bothnia for some reason.
I mean, I would argue for good reason, honestly, Adam, just to be counterpoint. Because I think the theory, Steve's theory, is that he doesn't really want Germany to fall apart. He wants Germany to stay alive as long enough for him to get some builds in the South. Now, whether he's going to get any builds in the South is another question, but I think that's what he's hoping for.
All right. Well, let's push forward through winter and then one more year to find out if he does get any of those builds. And here we see the Turk pulling Eastern Mediterranean, the Italian building Fleet Rome, and the Austrian building Army Vienna. Any surprises here?
No, I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. All righty. Let's see what we do next. I believe we left off, David, with you in the West, so let's go back there again.
Well, I think I said a few minutes ago about moving for position. The move for the English into Helgoland was about position, and so were the various moves of getting the guy into Skagerrak and everything. The Helgoland fleet is piffed because Hogue has changed position again and moved to the Baltic instead of going after Sweden with support, which is interesting. That's the decision that was made. Now the French are taking Belgium because Belgium goes to Holland, because Holland goes to Helgoland, but that daisy chain is not helpful to the Germans.
Mm-hmm. All right. And then in the East, Adam, what do we got?
Well, I think the really fascinating is Austria's moves, right? Now you've got Austria surrounding Munich, and you've got the Austrian and the Italian kicking the French out of Piedmont. You get the retreat to Marseille rather than Tuscany. You've got the Italians kicking the French out of the Tyrrhenian Sea, and you've got the retreat to Gulf of Leon rather than Naples. So, Hal maybe was less invested in this course of action than we thought, and maybe is making some moves here to try to get Italy to change direction.
All right. I mean, yeah, you can't argue that Austrian position doesn't look awfully good right now. Let's take a look at it without the moves. I mean, 2 on Munich, and Austrian and Piedmont. It feels fairly dominating as an Austrian goes. Where do you think he goes next from here, Adam?
Well, I think the reason it looks dominating is that we don't see any armies anywhere around it other than that Italian army in Venice, right? Normally you can see spread out Austrias, but there'll be a Russian army in Romania or a Turkish army in Bulgaria or something like that. And we've got none of that. There's no real threats here other than maybe that army in Venice. But with a fleet-heavy Italy like this, a stab isn't going to be incredibly effective right now. So, it's not clear to me whether the Austrian is up there to help the Germans defend or to, get their piece of the pie. I'm not entirely clear.
David, any thoughts?
We're not going to know exactly what's happening until after Turkey is gone, and they have to make a decision then, the powers in the East, on what happens next. Now, maybe you do what they did in that game in round 1, and all 3 of them stay together, but that's pretty unlikely, particularly in this scenario. So the question is going to be, is Russia going to be the odd man out? Is Austria going to be the odd man out? Or is Italy going to be the odd man out? Now that the French their offensive has been stymied, that actually gives them a little bit of space to make this decision between the 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's take a look at winter. We're actually going to push forward a couple more years in this game, so we'll see who is the odd man out. What is the next step? So through this turn, I think we left off in the East, Adam, with you. So
sure, and we're seeing what looks like continued alliance play here, right? We have the Austrians are taking Constantinople and Munich while giving the Italians Greece, so that Italy can get a second build, a single build here, 1 build for each of them. Definitely giving up Greece seems like a heavy alliance move. The Turks die, so the AIR alliance continues. But then again, you've still got a couple of units committed in the south by Russia, so we'll have to see where that goes next year. Up in the north, it looks like Steve has finally made his commitment to trying to help the Germans survive, and does a reasonable yeoman's work there, saving Denmark, and so can't be too upset by that outcome.
All right, and then over to the west, David.
Yeah, frankly, the only other thing to mention, because of that support of Denmark was important, the only other thing to mention is the fact the Austrians took Munich. So the answer was they wanted their piece of the pie. But otherwise, this was basically, a bunch of units fighting each other, not getting anywhere because they couldn't. But now with the fleet to Norwegian to Barents, it forces Russia's hand a little bit, although Russia's getting a build, so they can build in Moscow. Mm-hmm. So it's a little bit of a cluster.
There's also an argument that if the AIR is solid at this point, Sev can start to move back up and get into position to actually do something, because you don't need it in the south.
What do y'all think Piedmont to Venice is all about? It may just be a misdirection play.
I think it's just trust but verify. There's nothing else for it to do right now. He doesn't want to go up to Tyrolia, and he's saying, okay, well, if Venice does dot me for Trieste, then I'm in Venice.
I 100% agree with that. I've done this many times with allies of mine well, this unit has nothing better to do. I do trust you, but on the off chance you try and walk into Trieste, well, I'll take Venice behind you. And that way we're both staying honest. All right, let's push forward into the builds and see what we get. England pulls the army off the mainland, and France drops an army into Paris. We see Fleet Rome, Army Vienna, Army Warsaw, and thank you very much, Thomas. I hope you had a good time. That was kind of brutal for you. That drop-off is... So, Any surprises from either of you?
Warsaw,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to Moscow.
I like it. I like it. I think, St. Petersburg is not in threat in the spring.
No.
You can move Sev up to Moscow, and Warsaw can go to Silesia or Prussia. I like it.
Okay. I tend to be in agreement. David, do you have an argument to the contrary?
Well, you've got to move somebody north. Unless you're just going to give up and use Baltic to go to Bothnia or something, you got to move somebody north to do something, or the English will have 2 on St. Pete.
Mhm.
So why are you pussyfooting around, building it in Warsaw and then having to move it up, as opposed to building it in Moscow and therefore allow yourself to go St. Pete to Finland to block the move and cover St. Pete? So that's my thinking. Although if your theory is, and you said this earlier, Adam, if you're just going to redeploy Sev to Moscow and not worry about it, that's fine. But I'd like to have a little more option than that. We'll see.
Mhm.
All right, well, let's push forward and see what Stephen decides to do. And so let's stick with these theater assignments, and we'll start in the east. Adam.
Yeah, so we do get Sev to Moscow. We do get Warsaw to Prussia. Actually, we get the Austrians moving up further around Germany, and not a lot around Turkey. I would say those are probably all just arranged nothing moves.
All right, and in the west, what do you see, David?
There were multiple units against Denmark, so there was no way for them to hold it. So that's the one thing that goes. Although Holland takes Belgium, because that's, they couldn't have defended it because Munich hit Burgundy anyway. So it's interesting that Austria has sort of gotten in the middle of that, which makes perfect sense because they're fighting the French on two different places. The EF Alliance has still got Russ in the driver's seat, even though Russ just lost a unit. His position is still really good. The French built another army; they didn't build a fleet, so it's still a position that the English have that is really strong.
Well, England doesn't really have anybody who's actively making moves against them, whereas France does have the Italians that they now have 3 Italian fleets that they're dealing with. The other thing that strikes me around Denmark is, if I'm looking at the moves correctly, Russia and Germany kind of screwed this up because they could have saved that fleet by either having Baltics. So it looks like they had Baltic support Denmark, which just moved. So if Denmark had either held in this case, or had gone to Kiel with Baltics to support, or had even gone to Sweden with Baltic support, any of those would have saved the fleet. But
Denmark would have still fallen if it held with support.
Denmark would have fallen, but the fleet would not have been piffed. They could have made it back into Kiel, or
if they moved it, yes. If they moved it, for sure, yes. But
actually, based on what did Sweden do? It doesn't look like
Sweden supported Skagerrak to hold.
Skagerrak.
So no, if Baltic had supported Denmark and Denmark had held,
Sweden didn't support Skagerrak to Denmark.
It doesn't look like it.
Oh, that's just a miss. Oh,
that's a misorder. But I think the right order, the right moves for Baltic and Denmark would have been to either make a supported attack on Sweden or make the supported attack on Kiel, to just save that fleet so it's still alive in the fall.
Right? That's absolutely right. Yeah. I just
the assumption they were going to destroy.
You couldn't have assumed that there was going to be a miss.
No, I don't think you support it to hold regardless. I agree with that, David.
Yeah.
No, I mean, given the misorders, we know that could have worked, but presuming no misorders, I think you have the read exactly correct here, Adam, is that there were better moves to be made, and it seems to me at least like some communication breakdowns are happening because not everyone is truly working completely in concert in that theater, especially the Russian.
Denmark to Kiel would have been the right move for sure, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So let's push on into the fall, and let's stay in the West with David.
Okay. Well, the Russians take Berlin because Berlin leaves to cover Kiel, which doesn't get attacked. And there's a bounce in Holland. That's just a choice that was being made there by Russ, and he could have guessed differently. The French didn't hit Belgium at all. I don't know. That just puzzles me. Why would you? That is an extremely conservative play.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have much going for it from what I can tell. In addition to the fact that you were going to lose Lyon, so you were losing position, you really needed to do something there, like maybe try to take Belgium back. Oh gosh, I may be missing something. I missed a couple of things tonight. Maybe because I played this morning or something. But goodness gracious, how? I don't think so.
What's the downside to Burgundy to Belgium supported by Picardy, and then something like Marseille, Paris to Burgundy? I mean, maybe you lose Burgundy and take Belgium. I mean, that wouldn't be a terrible outcome.
No, no, I agree. Or at least try, even if you're going to use Burgundy as a supporting unit or something. But you at least try this. It didn't even try to take Belgium back. That just puzzles me.
Yeah. I'm also puzzled by that. I don't see the upside to letting the German keep Belgium at this point in the game. I mean, unless the German somehow diplomatically convinced Hal, no, you need me to hold this line. Look how far the Russian and the Austrian are going to get. If you help them kill me, it's only going to happen that much faster.
I guess the main thing I want to comment on the East is I want to count the units in Austria, Russia, Italy that are doing absolutely nothing. Ankara, Smyrna, Constantinople, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Venice. That is 7 units on that side of the line that have done nothing.
That are intentionally doing nothing.
For an entire year.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Well, I mean, I guess you've got another RAI or AI or air, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we've already seen one tonight.
I guess my point is if you want to carry your way to a 3-way, which I have no issues whatsoever with, why not get your units into a position where you can actually effectively do that, right? I mean, you've got 7 units that are literally doing nothing.
Yeah,
maybe that's because somebody really doesn't want to do that.
Somebody's thinking about next year or the year after.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. Let's push through winter and see what we get. And we see Army London, a disband in Picardy, which makes that decision not to go to Belgium just. And elsewhere is an army in Moscow. Any surprises, Adam?
None at all. No, I think the army, I think it's time for England to get another army out. Makes perfect sense. Moscow is no question. You don't need seven have another unit doing nothing. So, yeah, these make sense.
All right. Well, let's get through one more year, and then I will ask each of you who you would like to be. And in the spring, let's stick in the East where we were last. Adam.
Okay, so I think the same lot of nothing we continue to see. We got Warsaw going up to Livonia to make sure we can hold St. Pete for another turn. And we got Baltic taking a play on Sweden. I don't think there's much chance of keeping it, but it does tie down some of those English units in the fall. So, there's some value there. Of course, once the English sneak into Baltic from this, it's going to cause some problems for the Russians. But, it gives you some time.
All right. And in the West, David, how much do you think Hal is regretting not taking Belgium at this moment?
A fair amount.
Yeah.
And he's having to basically retreat, which makes sense. Gosh. Yeah, this has a little bit of the shades of that other game we saw this morning with the air triple, breaking the stalemate line and stuff. It hasn't quite happened here, but it's fixing to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
You've got the German pushing Austria basically through, right? I mean, this is broken at this stage.
Well, my argument is it's not entirely broken because Germany could still move around. I mean.
But what's Germany's incentive to do that, right? I mean,
if they make some kind of deal with Russ or something, I don't know. Yeah. It's not good, let me tell you. I'm not saying it's good.
Yeah, I think if you get to the point where a German is pushing an Austrian through to Burgundy, that everything's kind of broken down to the point of disrepair at this point.
It ain't no good, as we say down here. Ain't no good.
All right, so let's see how this year turns out. And David, let's stick with you in the West.
Yeah, bye-bye Marseille.
Mhm.
Bye-bye Sweden in exchange. But
We
of
knew
course,
that.
like you said earlier, Adam, there wasn't anything that could be done there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the question is, can Russ and Howe really defend? I mean, not easily, because there's fleets now in North Africa, Western Med, Lyon, and Marseille. I mean, this is as they say, kaput.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the question ultimately becomes: is this sort of like the reverse Western Triple situation, right? In the Western Triple, where Turkey just can do well until somebody stabs the other, and then Turkey ends up being great, and it's some kind of a balanced three-way situation. Is Russ going to be the Turkey to the AIR, right? The England on that side when they eventually stab each other, or are they going to run the whole way, and Russ is just going to get ground out of this in the long run?
Yep. So, I mean, and that's the big question to answer as we move forward. And before we do, in the East, Adam, there's 7 units I really want you to talk about.
Yeah, so Romania this time went to, no, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah. So about what we expected from those units, not too much movement aside from the Italian. All right, let's push through winter, see what we get in terms of builds. So we see Army Rome, and that's all she wrote. All right, so if you had to step into one of these positions, where would you want to be? David, let's start with you.
Well, I don't think it is Russ. I mean, maybe he pulls this out, but I don't think he's going to be the Turkey facing the Western Triple. I think he's just in big trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Because once they get around the horn there in Iberia, I mean, there's no defensive position that Russ is going to be able to. He can't get enough builds. I don't care how fast he goes. He's not going to get enough builds. So the question is, which of these Eastern powers, if any of them, is going to have a better result than the others, or are they going to keep going march in lockstep? So let's assume, for the sake of argument, that one of them wants to break out. Which one is the strongest position? Probably Austria. Mm-hmm. I don't actually understand, or maybe I do understand, the Italian build of Army Rome, but to do what? I mean, that almost seems a little unstable as a build. Now, because
convoy out to Spain or something like that.
Yeah, but why would you want an army out there? Well, why would, I mean, you
need a fleet, yeah.
So I that maybe that means there's getting ready to be some shenanigans. One could only hope, as a commentator, that there's getting ready to be some Eastern shenanigans.
All right, Adam, would you like to take a different opinion than David here?
I mean, are we going for an 11-11-11 here? I'm not quite sure. I mean, again, I wouldn't begrudge that if that's where we're going. But yeah, I mean, I agree with David. There's opportunities for shenanigans right here on the part of the Italians. There's opportunity for the Austrians to make a play against the Russians behind the line, come the next year. So who knows?
All right. Well, we are going to leave this board here as I bring Brandon back into the stream.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Welcome back. And I will give the host back to Brandon now.
All right, and I will take it and I will run with it. And let's see, we are on to number 4 here, which means that David gets a rest. David, you've been on for like a bunch of games in a row.
Great. I'm going to go see what's happening upstairs then, my house.
Go have a shot of espresso, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Sounds good.
All right. Let us do a little switcheroo, la la la, cha cha cha, and dive on over to game number 4, which finds us talking about Chris Campbell in Austria out of Montpelier, Vermont. In England, Matthew Krill out of Everett, Washington. France is Eber Condrel out of Denver. Germany, Dave Roberts out of Snohomish, Washington. Italy, Natty Schaefer from Salt Lake City. Russia, Miles Holcomb from Canberra, Australia. Hoping I'm saying that right. I never know with the Australian pronunciations. Turkey, JJ Redmond out of Santa Monica, USA. Interesting board. They got a bunch of people who are sort of in the middle range of the DBNI standings, who are, if they're looking to make the tournament, will need to be making a move. And all those people are low down in this tournament right now. bunch of 30th places here, and in 29, and we got Italy's Natalie Schaefer is up in 15th. What are you guys going to be looking for on this board, having seen the player list now? Siobhan, let's start with you.
I think we're going to be looking for a lot of these players to make a bigger result from the morning. All of those 30 placements that you're talking about. Matt Krill jumps out to me immediately. He was on the bad side of a stab this morning and maybe wants a more decent showing. And so we'll see what we get.
This may be a board where you've got some folks looking to just have a fun time, right? A number of these folks got hammered in their first game, Matt and Eber, and I don't recall how JJ did, but, didn't have particularly spectacular showings the first time. And they may be looking to just, come out, have fun, maybe run an alliance, figuring they're not really in contention to win the tournament, so just trying to do something to enjoy themselves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Obviously, if somebody gets ahead, they might smell blood in the water. But you also have these kind of situations where, there's not a need to kind of go in too sharky and just try to, do something that might be a little bit different or see how well you can do with a friend.
All right, let's turn our eyes to the water and see if our blood sniffers catch any whiffs. Let's start with, let's just keep it how it is. Siobhan in the west and Adam in the east. Here are the moves for spring 1901. Siobhan, tell us about the west.
All right. Well, England goes to the Channel, follows up with the Army going to Wales. Chris Martin would be proud. You love to see it. It's been more and more common this year, especially in the virtual play. So I'm really curious to see where Matt goes from there. Other than that, France is fairly standard. Germany sneaks into Burgundy, which is fun. Haven't seen that in a while. And that's about it.
Yeah, not since Doug Moore.
That's right. Thank you.
And turn that into a big second place.
But Eber didn't get Piedmont, so we're expecting him to top this board with 16 or 17.
Right.
To be fair, I was on a break when y'all were covering that board. I missed a few details.
Fair. But the move to Wales is interesting here. We've seen a lot of opening to channels here. Rarely the conjoined with the move to Wales. So it's the most aggressive anti-French opening. We'll keep an eye on that, see how that works out. Let's turn to the east now, and Adam, give us a little tour.
Yeah, I think no bounce in Galicia. We've got the Turks moving Smyrna to Armenia with the Black Sea bounce, so the Weasel's favorite, and Moscow holds, which is pretty interesting. That actually turns out to be a good play by the Russians if they were expecting to see an opening like this by the Turks, because this actually gives them many more options than they would have if they had gone down Moscow to Ukraine in a bounce in Galicia or something along those lines. So
yeah, they can actually support themselves into Romania here and still cover.
That's right. That's right.
You don't often see that hold in Moscow, but in this case, and we often, we talk about holds generally being poor uses of units. But do you think this Miles sort of lucked into this, or does it just depend on whether Miles thought that JJ might open?
Well, he could have sniffed it out, or he could have just said, you know what, I'm gonna arrange the lack of bouncing in Galicia and said, I'm gonna play this tight and just see what happens. But obviously in the right circumstance, you end up looking pretty smart, like right here. What I've seen often, sometimes people will do, rather than holding in Moscow, is they'll order Moscow to Sev, knowing it's going to fail because it's effectively a hold, but you're still moving the piece technically, so it doesn't look kind of as dumb, but it's the same effect, right? That you're bouncing Black Sea, so just holding is perfectly fine.
All right, let's move forward. Fall 1901. We stay in the east. Tell us all about the things that don't happen, if you would, Adam.
Yeah, well, a lot of things didn't happen, actually. Things that didn't happen include Russia taking Romania because of the Austrians, not because of the Turks. And then other things that didn't happen is the Austrians taking Greece because the Turks bounced them, and the Austrians were so busy trying to prevent the Russians from getting Romania that they forgot to support themselves into Greece. The other thing that didn't happen is the Turks attacking the Russians. They said, no, we're going the other way. Back we go. So, this is kind of exciting. And to cap matters, we have a bounce in Sweden. So the Russians don't get a build, but, that's not a great position for the Austrians either. I think the Turks end up looking the best out of this from that corner of the world.
There are moments when this game reminds us of just how complex it is, right? Just how many different possibilities there are for how a game evolves. And I mean, this is not something that I'm pretty sure I have never seen this before. Austria, for two neutrals to be given up or to be left vacant when neither needed to be, with just slightly different sets of orders. All right, let's get over to the West. We already heard a little bit about it with the Sweden call, but Siobhan, tell us about the rest.
Well, what jumped out to me immediately and took me a second to decode is the entirely unfortunate English Channel supports Wales to Belgium, which is, happens.
Maybe
So-
Matthew, knows, he's heard someone say before that Belgium is where English armies go to die. So just looking out for the army.
I mean, he loves that army. He doesn't want it to die. But I mean, it's a good turn of luck for the French. They knew they couldn't protect everything, so they took the one guarantee they had instead of guessing over Belgium versus Brest, and wound up losing nothing.
All right, let's see what Eber does with that good fortune. And the answer is an army in Brest. Could have made an argument for Army Paris here. But or even Fleet Brest, actually. But Matthew follows up with his English attack with a fleet in Liverpool, clearly still committed to the anti-French attack, I should say. Dave Roberts in Germany puts down the fleet Berlin, very friendly to the English, build there, along with an army in Munich. J.J. Raymond drops the fleet in Smyrna, confirming the reorientation towards the west. Austria puts down army Vienna, and Italy puts down fleet Naples. No surprise on either one. All right, let's push ahead into spring of 1902.
If you're Dave, just can we go back before these moves? And I just want to, if you're Germany in this position, are you thinking, well, why shouldn't I go to the North Sea and Belgium right here and kind of go to town from there, strike a deal with the Russians?
Siobhan, how would you feel about that?
I think I'd be thinking about it, but the build of that fleet in Berlin is going to be hugely off-putting to the Russian at this point, I would think. If I were in Kiel, absolutely, but...
Yeah. All right, let's push ahead into... Oops. Look at
I would like to say, Peter McNamara does point out that there are 5 unowned centers at the end of 01, which is a tie for the board top currently. So go neutral.
Nice. Great call. All right, let's stay in the West, Siobhan.
Okay, so Matt Krill clicks correctly this time, manages the convoy into Belgium, continues the attack, pulling the fleet in Liverpool out to the Irish, and everything else is, okay, so we kicked the German out of Burgundy, but now he's in Gascony. Portugal takes Spain north coast, which I don't often see, French fleet north coast, but all right. And we put the German in Sweden. The EG forges on.
This is a pretty good turn for France, I think. France,
great turn, I think.
France can. I think I might have rather led from Picardy here. You'd be able to pop the army in that case, but otherwise, France has a guess on Brest, but we'll see. Okay, tell us about the East, Mr. Silverman.
Yeah, so the Russians do get Romania this time with help from the Turks, and the Austrians do get Greece this time with help from themselves. The Turks make the decision to support themselves into the Aegean rather than just go into Aegean and Eastern Med, which might have been preferable in this situation. But I guess they wanted to make sure they could advance their army into Constantinople in order to have back support for Bulgaria. So not entirely unsensible, and the battle lines are drawn. We may have an AI versus RT here if things don't change from the direction they're looking in spring 02. Of course, that very well could happen.
The hold in Vienna is worth noting. Be interesting to have some behind the scenes info on that. If By the way, so we don't have our regular top board quality behind the scenes reporters having two people in one game, but we do have a late entry of Kevin O'Kelly, who has been jumping around the different boards and does have some intel for us. I just have to keep on top of it and bring it in when it's relevant. And I'm going to go check that as soon as I get you guys set up to talk about Fall 1902 moves. And let's start in the East with you, Adam.
Yeah, and so that was a very short AI. It's kind of interesting, right? When you see the way IT alliances can form, and here this is one of those situations where clearly Italy and Turkey said, we could play this the way we're doing it, but it's not going to be very effective. And so we need to shake things up. And so we make some concessions, and the concessions were made, right? And we see JJ moving Smyrna to Syria, actually walking out of a dot that I guess the Italians could have just walked into, but they held up their part of the bargain. They take the support into Greece, they take Trieste, and Austria's in a world of hurt right here. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the world, the Russians retreat into St. Petersburg to protect it from the Norwegian English fleet, and the Warsaw goes out to Silesia to see what trouble it can cause for the Germans, which is not a surprise given how friendly the Germans have been so far.
And Siobhan, how about the West?
In the West, as expected, Eber is mounting the best defense that he can. We piffed that army in Gascony. We do lose Burgundy, but you have to protect Marseille from the retreat. And so he will put up as much of a fight as he possibly can. Elsewhere, Germany pushes forward into Bothnia, and that's about all she wrote.
I love this year, 1902. There's all three in the West are at war, and all of them are getting builds.
That's actually kind of fantastic.
That kind of went as well as it could possibly have gone for Eber. I mean, he keeps all his centers, gets a build, has Brest open for a fleet build, and I mean, he's still got lots of problems. Not to mention no allies and army in Burgundy, but
not as many problems as the Austrian say.
Yeah. All right, let's push ahead here into spring of 1903. I'm sorry, I just skipped right over the builds. All right.
I think if you're Eber in this situation, you've got to make a decision and just say, I'm going to defend against one of these guys and not the other. And, the other one's either going to take a hint and lay off and do something, or this game is going to run away in the direction, and it's going to punish one. And a lot of that would depend on the diplomacy situation. But if these guys really are tight and you're not breaking them up by normal means, you've got to go through some desperate measures there.
So that'd be interesting to see if one of them cracks. The builds here are obviously very friendly to the EG. We've got Matthew committing another fleet to the west side of the board. We've got Dave dropping 2 armies, which England has to be happy about. So the question then becomes, what are the opportunities for strategic realignment that Eber could try to exploit? It's a little bit hard to see right now.
I think the problem is that Dave has, not put himself in a good position with his relationship with Russia. I think if Dave kept a better relation with Russia and maybe not been so aggressive going up to the Bothnia, which, is a good place to be, but in the short term, there's not a lot he can do from there. And he's probably resigned to helping the English take St. Pete's because he's not going to get it himself. So, had he played that a little bit slower, he might be in more of a position to, have that relationship with Russia that would allow them to disentangle quickly and let him do something different. But I think it's going to be really hard right now.
All right, elsewhere on the board, we've got Miles dropping down an army in Warsaw, and we've got Natty following up his stab of Austria with Army Venice and Fleet Naples as well. So it'll be interesting to see what direction Natty takes his units in. Let's find out. Spring of 1903. I'm going to switch you guys up. I'm going to put Adam in the West and Siobhan in the East. And Siobhan, let's hear about the East.
As Adam just predicted, we're helping the English into St. Petersburg, and a whole lot of movement from the Turk. Takes Serbia, follows up from Khan, Love the convoy from the Italian into Albania. Just a whole lot of movement, and this Italian position just gets better and better the more I look at it.
And Adam, how about the West?
Yeah, it's interesting. So the English continue to make progress, right? They're forced to a retreat into Portugal, which I think the French can now piff that fleet, if I'm looking at the final position right.
It'll be a 50-50.
Is it because it can support it out? Yeah, it's a 50-50. So, but that's okay. I think that's the best that Eber could have expected to do. They forced the Germans back into Ruhr. They can defend Brest in the fall from the English. I think the most telling thing is that the Germans didn't retreat to Belgium, which I guess that they can always move there in the fall if that's what they want to do. But again, it's not looking so much like realignment here as it is more of the same.
All right, let's see how it works out in the fall, and Adam will stay with you in the West.
Yeah, so France, why would you do it that way?
If it was, he was guessing that Portugal would be going into mid-Atlantic with support.
Portugal would go into mid-Atlantic with support.
This is the 50 anyway.
Okay. So loses Portugal, holds Brest. Italy says, I'm going to get a little piece of that right now, so makes sense. Bounce in Belgium, couldn't even get the Germans to take Belgium off of them. So not great turn for Eber, but fighting the good fight.
And Siobhan, what about the East?
Great turn for Nadi in Italy, just moving all the units up and into the middle of the board while the Russians and the Turks are stalled with the Austrian, because as long as Nadi doesn't get involved in that fight, they're stuck for a little bit. And I think he sees that's exactly to his benefit. So we've got a line of Italian and Russian units from Prussia all the way down to Tyrolia. But with the German in Silesia, so that will possibly pose a problem for them. I think Italy has a real shot here to do something really interesting in the East. So we'll see what those armies do.
So RTI is an incredibly unstable 3 alliance. I'm curious to see how much longer it holds and who ends up, the odd person, if they can find ways to continue working together, if there's avenues for growth for all of them. But I think, at some point there's nothing for Turkey to do but, keep expanding. And I don't know how you do that other than through Italy or Russia.
Yeah, this strikes me as a decision moment for JJ Raymond, and the build is likely to commit him one way or the other. Fleet, it's against Italy, and army, it's likely against Russia, unless it's Fleet Ankh. Then obviously it's anti-Russia as well.
That would be a choice.
And with Matthew, we get to see what Matthew decides to do with sort of surprising newfound riches, right? Probably didn't expect to keep Belgium. And so he's putting down 2 here. And the answer is 2 more fleets from Matthew, one of which is in Liverpool. So looks like keeping with the EG. And JJ drops an army in Smyrna, which may be the most ambiguous, if you can call it that, right? It's it's definitely headed one way or the other, either for Greece or for Sevastopol here. But with that fleet dropping now, black is wide open. You can take a guarantee. So elsewhere, let's see. Eber picks the fleet in Spain to go away, opting to maintain some strength on land. And Miles pulls that fleet in Sevastopol, as noted before. All right, let's keep on.
I think JJ's got a great opportunity here. Go up to the Black Sea, go to Armenia, put the Russian into Budapest, while following Bulgaria into Romania. And man, that it's just off to town if you're sticking with Italy.
Do you guys want to play Who Do You Like? Let's do it. So Adam,
I like JJ if he makes some aggressive moves here.
Makes the move. Siobhan?
Yeah. I think I think I still like the Italian. It's kind of an underdog here, but I think there's a lot of interesting possibility, especially if the Turk decides to go the other direction. And if I am Natty, I am spending a lot of my diplomatic time talking to JJ about his options and how much growth he has elsewhere. And at that point, then I don't have to keep all of those units back there worrying about, oh, is the Turk going to want to grow through me? And then I can start to get a piece of the Mediterranean before Matthew has a chance to really dominate it.
All right, let's see how it works out. And Siobhan, tell us about the East.
I mean, exactly what we wanted to see here, Adam. Romania goes to Budapest, and JJ just follows up behind, takes the opportunity to go into the Black Sea, moves to arm, everything moves away. A little disappointingly, Natty doesn't take the same opportunity to create a more dominating presence on the western side of the Mediterranean. I won't jump into that too much. But, Chris Campbell, thank you for playing. This happens as Austria. You hate to see it, but it's what happened.
It does happen. All right, Adam, tell us about the West.
Yeah, I mean, Matt is finally in the North Sea, which is a good place to be if you're England. I was looking at his two builds and thinking to myself, boy, do I want to build an army there, but boy, I really can't, because I need to have something in the North Sea and I need something to have something in the North Atlantic. So, I think he made the right choices there. He pulls back to Belgium and forces the Mid-Atlantic. I mean, this is all sensible. I think what's most interesting is looking at what the Western Med Fleet does, which is actually supporting the French down into Spain. So actually, we can see that fleet is there, maybe not to get a peace right now, but to prop up the French.
All right. Fall of 1904 coming up. Question for me is when Natty starts to worry about the Turk and feel that needs to contain him. But
now would be the answer, I would think. But
that's what I would think as well. But
you're getting two builds, man. You don't need to worry about him yet.
Yeah, Siobhan, tell us about how Natty does it.
I mean, that's a fair point. Natty gets both of those Austrian centers, and so both of them are going up 2 this year. I think the IT rages on. I think I'm worried about the Turks' growth potential, especially if I'm not looking to make the moves in the West. But, the Russian is just having a terrible year.
Yeah.
Going down 3.
But this is the turn where we say, release the Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
Adam, tell us about the West.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we see England getting clever here. It's kind of a cool move what Matt does here. He convoys Belgium all the way over to Gascony, and then covers Belgium from the North Sea, and so that all works. I mean, it's pretty cute, and Gascony is a good place to have an army if you're trying to invade the French. So, nice job, Matt.
All right, we're going to see quite a change in this in the center chart. When I click the button here, you're going to see that yellow and green jump up pretty significantly. And Germany gets one here as well. It takes Warsaw. Yeah, that's rough, man. Rough, Miles. We feel for you.
Oh, yeah.
We've all been there. So Germany gets a build but can't use it because all of the home centers are occupied. Oh. Dave Roberts, we've all been there as well.
Yeah.
But we're going to have 2 builds coming up from Italy and Turkey here. Turkish builds, I'm looking to see what he does with those. I think if I'm Natty, I've probably tried to negotiate for one of those to be waived here. I would say an army and a wave. The answer is 2 armies. Better than a fleet. Better than a fleet.
Better than a fleet, yeah.
All right, for his job or for his builds, Natty puts down Fleet Rome and Army Venice. Seems sensible to me. Miles just makes the difficult decision and does it, whereas Dave thinks about his life choices for.
In a lot of we keep bringing up how nerve-wracking it is to be Natty, and what's Turkey going to do? But actually, Turkey's next 2 builds are a lot more obvious to me than Italy's are, right? I mean, I think Moscow and Warsaw are very clear opportunities for Turkey to get maybe relatively easily from this position. But when you look at Italy, where does Italy go? And if Italy wants to get builds, they've got to move further away from where their dots are. So actually, I think there's less incentive for JJ to make a move until he's advanced a little bit further, because that Natty may be more out of position by that point rather than engaging a war right now.
Yeah, and I think if you're Natty, don't you have to? You have a strong diplomatic task in front of you, which is basically to convince JJ to let you stay ahead. Maybe you get Serbia. I think you'd rather have Serbia if you're Natty than Warsaw. If you're looking for a split, maybe try to get some of those Turkish armies up and away from you.
You don't want Warsaw. You don't want
Warsaw.
Yeah.
All right, let's. But I think you do. I think if you're Natty, you have to be getting a build from as Turkey gets Warsaw and Moscow. You think you have?
Yeah, I think the argument is you get those two from Russia, and I get Serbia.
Yep.
Maybe.
All right. Let's see how Natty does it, if he in fact does. I wouldn't feel too great about seeing those two armies popping into Bulgaria and Romania. I think it's time to switch. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, Adam, talk us through the East.
Yeah, I mean, this could be interpreted in a lot of different ways, right? Which is why it's such a great play by JJ, right? I mean, the armies in Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, Ukraine. I mean, sure.
There's no good explanation for.
Well, I mean, what else was he going to do, right? I mean, is he going to sit in Khan? I mean, hey, look, I'm taking Moscow. I'm going for Warsaw. But if I'm Natty, it sure doesn't look good. This sure looks like I'm about to lose Budapest and Greece, and Turkey's about to build 3.
Yep.
There's no argument there.
The convoy has to go to Sev, and the other army sits in Armenia and waits its turn to get up there.
No, I mean, these are great moves. There's nothing else to say.
All right. What about the West, Siobhan?
In the West, Eber continues to defend best he can. It's only a matter of time. Did Western Med help England into Spain, or?
Sorry.
Really? What was Western Med's order?
Western Med.
Supported Spain to MAO. Okay. So still valiantly trying to help the French do what little they can. Is moving, the Italian is moving west, but I think it's, you're not going to get any of this. It's already the English players.
Not going to be moving west for long, I think.
No, that's going to be a very abrupt about face.
And it's already too late.
Yeah, it's
well, I mean, Natty does have a pitch here, right? And he, and maybe his pitch is like, take one of them, be the top on the board, keep me in a close second, and I'll bottle up the Med. You take me out, you're going to have English fleets coming around very, very, very quickly, right? And so there's a pretty reasonable argument here for Natty to make. And, it's not optimal to be the second fiddle, but at least you're keeping yourself in a viable position, and maybe you can do something later on.
It's certainly an argument, yes. All right, here's fall of 1905. Siobhan, let's stay with you in the West. Tell us how good it is to be England right now.
Matt Curl is just, it's a great game.
Wow.
Just slowly but surely piffing up those French units.
One caveat, though, it's a big one. The Italian gets into the Mid-Atlantic.
Oh, the Italian does get into the Mid-Atlantic with support from, I guess, because the French cut Brest.
Yep.
Well done, Natty.
You're building 2. Matt's building 2. I don't think he's too worried.
No, he's not. He's not extremely worried. It's just slower than you would want it to be, especially with as quickly as I will let Adam talk about.
Well, this looks to me like there's some stuff arranged here. I mean, again, this may be, the fact that JJ moved in the way he did. He's either completely sniffed out what to do, or he struck some kind of a deal with Natty. Mm-hmm. I just don't know. But this is a really interesting set of orders, right? I mean, he could have forced Greece and Budapest, or he could have done all kinds of things, but he elects to just kind of move forward, and with what looks to me like Natty probably being okay with the move to Trieste. I don't know.
Certainly looks like it, right? All right, let's push forward here and see what happens with the winter build. So JJ and Matthew, the two co-board toppers, definitely in a race at this point. And for their sakes, we got 2 more fleets from Matthew Krill. Probably makes sense given the presence of that in the middle. JJ puts down an army and a fleet. All right, real quick, who do you want to be here, England or Turkey in this situation?
Turkey. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Turkey.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I love the Turkish position. It's absolutely dominating. Matt has things that are, while not a long-term impediment, they will slow him down a little bit. And JJ is just in a fantastic place here.
I mean, you can easily count to 16 here for Turkey, and there may be even more than that. So. I don't see. Matt has played a great game, but he's super fleet heavy. He can get some dots, but he can't attack the Germans. There's no armies in the middle, and that's going to be a problem in the end game. So he needs the Germans to be as strong as possible. He's not going to get as big as the Turks are.
And we see JJ just popped into the. This game is still ongoing, so JJ is both listening to us and probably says something about how much time he has on his hands. But he says there wasn't a deal; he just took the position. So well done, diplomacy.
Love to see it.
Really good negotiation there.
Yep.
All right, let's move ahead here. Spring of 1906, and love all the black arrows here. Siobhan, tell us about the West.
Well, the Italian, having got into the mid-Atlantic, abruptly says, nope, don't want to be here anymore. I have other things to worry about and someone else possibly that I want to punish. There's a lot going on, some of which is on Adam's plate to talk about. But, great turn from Matt. He pushes forward back up into North Sea. It's hard to see how Paris is going to fall anytime soon, though. So Paris going to be around for a while.
Interesting that, London goes to north here, not English Channel. Adam, tell us about the East.
Yeah, the North is really interesting, isn't it? I'm hoping Matt doesn't do something rash like go to Holland and Denmark now, because it's going to cause some problems later if he does that. As far as the East goes, JJ just keeps on rolling, right? I mean, love the move to the Tyrrhenian Sea. You don't need to move into Naples. Now you can take it in the fall, right? Mm-hmm. Greece, we can take Greece in the fall. So we're getting Budapest, we're getting Vienna, we're getting Greece this turn. We're going to be at 12. I mean, and Italy, mainland Italy is not very well protected. This is really nice.
All right, let's see if I'm curious to see what Matthew does. Right, thinks if he has to make a move now to keep up with JJ, is there a move left for him to play? Getting that fleet out of Mid Atlantic is huge for him.
But what? Yeah, I mean, you can't play. I mean, and clearly, Matt realizes that he has to keep working with Germany. I mean, you see dots there, but you're basically throwing a solo if you stab Germany here, right? Mm-hmm. So he does the smart thing, gets the build to Germany, lets Germany get his armies over, towards Russia so that they can cause trouble for Turkey over there. There's no other opportunity. There's nothing else you can do, right? You have to do this.
All right. So tell us about the moves in the East, Adam.
Yes. Well, I think this is all, kind of, a boilerplate here, right? I mean, we force Greece, we take Naples, we protect the stuff in Austria. So I think this was all very kind of straightforward.
All right. And Siobhan, tell us about the West.
And as he should, Matt continues working with the German. Yes, there were some easy dots that he could have walked into, but like you said, Adam, he needs the German to help hold off the Turk in the Russian mainland, which the German is doing. I love the convoy to Livonia, and Matt just drops everything south into the Med as quickly as he can to set up a line.
All right. If we're counting dots here, it kind of looks like JJ's should be able to get to 16. And the question whether he can hold on to Moscow. But England has the edge on Tunis here. So let's keep on going. JJ, unfortunately, can only put down 3 units in 1 year, opts for 2 fleets and an army. And a little bit of a what do you call it? A deployment issue. Took Greece with the army there instead of the fleet, and so now has a fleet sticking in the Aegean. Germany puts down 2 armies, and Italy drops the rear fleets here. Had a PIF, so only had to pull 2 units, even though it went down 3. All right, let's keep going with this game. Spring 1907, and time for us to switch things up between East and West. So, Adam, tell us about the West here.
Yeah, Matt is obviously trying to set up the line here. He's coordinating with Natty and the Germans, and they're basically trying to set up a line against Turkey, making sure they can hold him back to as contained as possible. They take Moscow. The Germans are just pushing up towards the nomads' land in Silesia and Tyrolia and whatnot. Getting something up into Norway to protect St. Petersburg. You don't really need that, actually. You've got some German fleets up there, but it's nice to have insurance. But meanwhile, we've got 3 English fleets in the southern part of the Med. We got Tunis, Western Med, and Lyon. I mean, that's pretty cool. But ultimately, really, what you're doing is holding Turkey back. You're not going to be making a ton of gains. But Matt will have a good result out of this. He'll have 10 or 11 centers. So,
I kind of wonder though, actually, if sort of what happens on the boot. There's still some activity potentially to happen there. Siobhan, anything more than just deployment? Any evaluation here of the Turkish moves?
I mean, at this point, it's deployment and positioning. Not at all surprising that we lose Moscow for now. It's going to take some time to get some of those units into position where we can retake some of that. But, JJ's got a build-in pocket plus taking Venice, which he should hold on to. So
he probably will lose Naples. He guessed right to support it out in the spring.
Yes.
I'm not sure that he can hold it in the fall. I think it might be a guess again.
Okay, so we'll watch that.
Bouncing Tyrolia was a nice move here in terms of just tactical decisions.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see how much further we get. Siobhan, tell us about the East here.
Does indeed lose Naples. Appears that he successfully supported it out this time, just left Naples behind. A lot of just random shifting as we get units to where we want them to be. Lost Galicia,
and lost Venice here as well. This is
and Venice. No. Yes. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of arrows in that little Venice. Okay, that's actually not a great turn then.
No, it's a rough turn for JJ.
Yeah.
I
think there were a lot of guesses here, and it's as lucky as he was.
I'm a bit surprised he decided to support himself into Tyrolia rather than just supporting Venice, which was guaranteed to hold it. But I understand playing for the position, but that was certainly rough. And obviously taking a lot of guesses and ending up on the wrong end of it. But he's still on tops. I don't think that this is going to give a huge opportunity for them to push, but losing Galicia kind of sucks.
Losing Galicia is huge. I do see in the comments that JJ says that he thought Rome was going to be.
Yeah, it was reasonable to guess that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look, JJ's going down 2 here. England is going up 1. This game is far from over.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So now we have 10-11. Yeah, this is getting. We have 9 center Germany. Yeah.
Ooh, let's go, Matt.
All right.
Matt's got a shot here.
Yeah, and I believe that that JJ had 2 units piffed here, so that's why I didn't have to remove any more. Matthew puts down an army in London, which is kind of delicious, actually, right? In terms of stirring up some tension on this board. Because if you're Germany, you're probably looking at it and being like, hey, and Germany puts down an army in Berlin, obviously, to follow up with that Eastern swing. All right, this game is currently in 1909. Why don't we leave it here at this moment? This is a nice place to leave it. 11-10-9. Plus a nervous looking a nervous look from Germany over the shoulder at that army in London. And we will come back to this game when we get a chance. For now, this means we're going to move on to game number 5. And that means bringing back to the broadcast Mr. David Hood, who is not, he's not there. David, where are you?
David, you look an awful lot like Adam these days.
All right. Well, were the three of us on a game together?
Let me pull that up real quick. We had...
We on 2 or 3. I think I was on 2 with David and 3 with Siobhan and David. So actually, I think this is the only game the 3 of us had.
Let's go another year here, and then and see if give David some time to rematerialize. All right, so here we are, winter 1907. Who would you be? Let's play this game real quick. Don't need a long answer, but would you rather be England or Turkey here, or would you even make an argument for Germany? Adam, let's start with you on this one.
Man, this is tough, right? Losing Galicia is really rough for Turkey because now there's some guesses. Now you've got to pull back. You know, England is looking pretty good. But again, the lack of armies make this really difficult in the long run. I'm thinking Turkey still ekes it out, but I think it's going to be really close.
Siobhan?
I tend to agree. And it's just, you know, you can't solo with only fleets. It's too hard.
Let's all right. So David finally reappeared, so we'll move back to we'll move back to our previous one. But I just want to give some credit here to the rest of the board here for material collective galvanizing so quickly and responding to what your runaway Turkish threat.
Yeah, and I would say we've focused a lot on England and Turkey, but man, look at what Dave Roberts has accomplished here, right? I mean, he was really in a bad way for a while with some problems with Russia early on, and just getting, you know, kind of stuck in the middle of the board. And now, you know, he's in a position to potentially push here and make some headway. So I think it's pretty cool.
All right, with that, let's return to plan A, which was to bring David Hood back onto the stream. I just dumped you right in there, man. We tried to bring you back, but you were off getting some sunflower seeds, I assume. Adam.
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes.
Nice. That counts as health food in the South, right?
It does.
Adam,
whole milk.
With whole milk, nice. All right, are you guys ready for board number 5, our first look? All right, this is going to be a fun one because board number 5 finds Douglas Fort in Austria. In England, we have Christopher Ward from an unknown location. In France, we have Morgante Pell coming to us from Vermont. In Germany, we have Chris Hellwig coming to us from New York City. In Italy is Karthik Kaneth from California. Russia, Chicago's own Chris Kelly. And in Turkey, we have Jaromir Sulja coming to us from Ontario. This is just simply a delicious board, is it not, David Hood?
These people all suck. No, this is going to be fun. There's a lot of good potential on this board. You know, watching Doug Moore play in the middle as Austria, I can't wait to see how that goes.
Who needs Frosted Flakes when you've got a board like this? What are you going to be looking out for at the start of this?
You've got a lot of players here. Morgante, I'm looking at. Karthik, I'm looking at, who are in decent positions coming into this and are really going to want to cement and solidify the decent scores they're coming in with from round 1. And aside from Christopher Ward, who I don't think I know very well, no one here is a soft player, and no one's going to pull a punch.
And you've got players here who are in contention to win this tournament.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and as far as the DB&I placement goes, Doug probably, thinks he might have a shot, right? If he wins this tournament, I actually don't know what his other scores are from. I think it's
well, if he wins this tournament, he gets the automatic bid.
He gets the automatic invite, and possibly even a second place might be good enough as well.
Maybe.
So yeah, I'm going to be looking at that Austria-Italy border to start out with. You got two very strong players right next to each other, and then you got Chris Kelly in Russia. The East will be fascinating to start out with, and I think if you're Morgante Pell, you are really happy you're on the other side.
You're really happy to be in Francis Morgante in this moment, for sure.
Yeah. All right, we'll stick with East-West like this. David Hood, you're in the West, and Siobhan, you're in the East. And here are the Spring 1901 moves. And David, we'll start with you.
Well, the only thing I want to point out really on the openings is the French one, which I think I've mentioned this before. It's an opening I had never seen in all of my 30-plus years of playing the game until this past year, when I realized that there were a lot of people that thought that this sort of and I'm really talking about the armies for a minute. The fleet is something else. But the armies, having one move to Gascony, one move to Burgundy in that fashion is nothing I'd never seen before. I'm not positive what I think about it in relation to also going to the English Channel. You can still obviously take, Spain with the army. That's no big deal. But the theory behind this move, I thought, was that convoying the army to Portugal. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
This is actually these army movements are common in Chicago. We actually tend to prefer it this way. I don't know that I've seen it combined with the opening of the English Channel, though. It's usually the Mid-Atlantic.
Right.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about the East.
In the East, we see Chris Kelly walking into the Black Sea as Jaromir decides not to bounce, and Venice walks into Trieste. And I have to presume that was arranged, because I don't think Doug Moore is someone you just walk into Trieste without agreeing with that beforehand.
Doug Moore. These Spring 1901s today are just a real welcome to the virtual face-to-face hobby, aren't they?
They've been delightful, and I can't wait to see David Hood break them down on a Deadline episode coming up.
English Channel, Burgundy, Piedmont, and now just opening right to Trieste. Obviously, this one is of a different category than the others, but still, right? Like, there's no safe moves in Spring 1901 for Doug Moore. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what the follow-up is. Give us some insight into whether that was agreed upon or not. And here are the Fall 1901 moves. I think we have our answer. Siobhan, tell us.
And Trieste just holds, which honestly doesn't tell me too much, especially with the decision not to take Tunis, which to me is very obvious at this moment. I mean, maybe he had the convoy written and then decided to do something else, which I think is just Doug saying, hey, Karthik, okay, you keep Trieste, we can work this out, but you can't get to this turn, if that's what we're doing. And meanwhile, the Russian takes Romania. Meh.
It doesn't go to Galicia.
Does not go to Galicia.
All right, David, talk us through the West.
The Germans thought there was a sea lion. The French thought there was not a sea lion. So that's why the French, of course, did not support the Germans in the North Sea, but instead took Belgium and Munich, which is awesome. Way to go, Morgante Pell. Mixing it up just like you usually do.
Oh my goodness!
Really good nickname for Morgante. Pot stirrer doesn't actually seem like descriptive enough.
Yeah, I mean, we really have not seen very many Burgundy, Snabs, Munich moves in the past several tournaments. We just haven't. Mm-hmm. And I used to see them a little more in the old days when I used to play. You'd have a little more of this, sort of one dot going, taking something you can't hold and that kind of stuff just to unhinge the position. It's interesting to see, and it'd be fascinating to see how it goes from here.
All right, let's do a little finding out. And winter 1901, we got 3 coming from Morgante Pell. I am going to go out on a limb here and say that there are no waves from Morgante Pell this year.
No.
Just wild guess. And the answer there is, wow.
Oh, he does wave.
We were wrong. Wow.
Correct.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Wow. Huh. Maybe this is part of a Leviathan play, and he just didn't want to unnerve England yet. Wants to be able to.
He didn't want to spook the English, but he also didn't want to build a useless army.
Yeah. I like it. Well done, Morgante, keeping us on our toes. So we got Army Paris, Fleet Marseille, the English for their fleet Edinburgh. On the other side, we've got two armies from Chris Kelly in Russia, one in St. Petersburg, the other in Sevastopol. Interesting. And yeah, I think everyone in the East should be eyeing that one warily. Turkey more than Austria, probably. Karthik drops a fleet in Naples, making Doug happy, I'm sure. And Doug puts down an army in Vienna. All right. And we got an army Berlin from the Germans. Okay, let's keep on going here and find out spring 1902 moves. And let's stay in the East here with Siobhan. Let's see how things work out here for this AI.
All right. As predicted, the AI continue to coordinate. Apulia makes another stab for Tunis, and it's just probably going to be doing that for a while. And having a pocket built in Tunis for a bit while you have a friend in the Austrian is not the worst idea. So they march forward into the Aegean, get the Italian up into Tyrolia, and is Budapest supported Romania to hold?
That's right, which was not accepted.
Yeah. The Russian said, thank you very much, but I have other plans, and moved elsewhere.
So now, all right, I have to just keep going on this for a second. So now Doug Moore has an army in Galicia. Like he's in every one of the sensitive spots for all of both powers he's played today, has now seen an enemy occupation. All right, let's go to the West here with David. Tell us about the West.
The Russians hit the English in Norway. The English hit the Germans by going to Hegel and Bite, and English go to North Sea. The Germans are trying to defend, of course, against the French, but my point is the English have thrown in with the French, which is exactly what Morgante wanted when he didn't build in Brest. Yeah. And it probably exactly is what the rest of the board and the rest of the tournament did not want. Because if Morgante gets another decent result, guess what? He wins the tournament.
That's right. Morgante was sitting at like 39, I think, 10 points ahead of the next closest. Yeah, so he won't be catchable unless somebody solos.
Unless somebody really gets a gigantic result and Morgante gets beaten back. And you can't make any decisions in 1902 spring. I'm not saying you can. I'm just saying if you're France and you're getting off to this kind of start, obviously you've lost Munich, but he slipped into Holland, and the English are in Hegel and Bite. No. Morgante is he's already paled it up in the West.
All right, tell us more about it, if you would.
Whoa, hold on. I was expecting the English to do something different there. So actually, Morgante did lose Holland.
Yeah, and Munich. But
yeah, he takes Portugal. Taking the 3 was always deceptive because he was never going to be able to hold Munich, really.
Right.
So it was always a little deceptive, and it was like a temporary thing where you take the German Munich, but he takes it back. So there's nothing surprising about that. I was just expecting a little bit of a different move, but it's fine. The English taking Denmark is also totally legitimate.
Yeah, Morgante's tactics here, and we don't need to spend too much time analyzing them, but they do seem a little bit suboptimal here. He has a guess with Berlin, doesn't get that, but probably would rather have that fleet still in existence. Maybe in Belgium. The Tyrolia. I'm sorry. Let's go over to the East here, and Siobhan can walk us through that.
Yeah, I will say that it looks like Karthik decided to support Germany's hold in Munich with Tyrolia. So I was curious to see what was going to happen in the middle of the board. Meanwhile, Doug sets himself up in a fantastic position, takes Galicia, takes Bulgaria, and Karthik takes Tunis finally. I guess finally figured out how to write that convoy order. I think it's a great position for the AI. They're not jumping out of the gate too strong, so I don't think they're going to get an extreme reaction from the board just yet.
You just knew Karthik was not going to let the Germans lose Munich. That way too sharp of a player, particularly allied with Doug. They knew what they were doing here.
Yeah, look, not surprisingly, this has worked out very well for I think for Doug Moore. It doesn't, for the AI, I think is off to a really nice start here. So Doug drops an army in Vienna. We get another fleet from Karthik in Naples. Morgante gets a rebuild and a build. Is that right? Right, because he had a pocket. Right. So that he drops an army Brest and fleet Marseille. So clearly is sticking with the Leviathan for the time being. England was up 1, down 1. Lucky, sort of hold on to pick up Denmark there while losing Norway. Germany drops an army here, seemingly in a slightly more secure position, and that does it for the builds. All right, let's. I'm going to switch you guys up. Siobhan into the west, David into the east. Here are the spring 1903 moves, and Siobhan, let's start with you in the west.
All right, so Christopher in England moves forward to make position in Scandinavia, takes Norway. Morgante does some shifting of the units. MAO, I'm curious to see where that's headed next. It's sort of ambiguous, could go either direction. And the German marches east, just everything in one pretty little line, just one right after the other.
All right, and what about the east, David?
Lots of love. The love train. Look, Romania, Budapest, Serbia, Bulgaria, Black Sea, we all love each other. And I guess that's okay. I mean, the Turks, look what they're doing. It's like, I'm going to lose, so I'm going to go switch around my position and do something I might be able to defend better than this. So that was their thinking. Carthage, as you can see, is already thinking ahead, as good players do. There's a French fleet in Marseille, got to go deal with that, but doesn't go completely nuts. He doesn't pull away from his attack on the Turks because, honestly, a lot of times you're better off going ahead and finishing off your target instead of panicky and moving too many units back. You finish off your target and then you use the build to build units back to defend. That's just a mistake that you see newer players make sometimes. Is just to not finish what you start.
But you have to get the build here, right?
Yes.
If you don't get
it's easier to do now, maybe.
But not guaranteed, right?
No, but it depends on what Doug does. I mean, it might be worthwhile as an alliance play to give him Greece or something. I mean, we'll see what the situation is. But it's really important given what Morgante has done and where he's coming for the Italians to build. And Doug knows that as well as anybody else does.
And if you're Chris Kelly here, do you just kind of wonder what happened? You can't feel good about anything here, right?
And if you're Chris Kelly, you say it almost exactly like that. I think you're on Harvard. That's pretty much the way Chris would say that. So
I have played a game or two with Chris Kelly.
Yeah, I know that.
All right.
I actually played a game with you and Chris Kelly one time.
That's right. And that was fun. I actually a little surprised here to see Romania stay purple here. But David, walk us through the East. Not a good turn for Jaromir. Not as bad for Chris as it could have been.
Not a good turn for Jaromir, but that's due to Jaromir. I mean, the supported attack on Black Sea, I mean, that's some kind of Chris Kelly, I'll show you. I'll let the AI take my centers and I'll kill your fleet. So how do you like them apples? But otherwise, I also wanted to point out the Galicia-Warsaw move into Silesia, which again just shows the AI with Russian help's already thinking about position.
Yeah, already worried about the West. Interesting. Siobhan, tell us about what they're looking at.
I mean, they're looking at, something that's looking really triply over there on the other side of the board. And, I think Karthik's looking at that failed convoy and not being so upset that didn't work out in this moment. But yeah, I mean, everyone's just moving into position. Aside from a planned bounce in Holland, everyone's getting the heck out of each other's way.
All right, let's hop ahead here into winter of 1903. Lots of adjustments happening. Both of the two major alliances on the board are picking up dots here. Both parts of them, I should say. Very evenly spread spoils. We find a new army in London, a new fleet in Marseille, and new armies in Venice and Budapest. One thing about Doug's moves this last turn, just go back to them, to see the armies move down into, further into the southeast here, rather than say one going to protect and the other going north. That's interesting, right? Like it suggests that while he wants the stalemate line to have units on it, he doesn't really want them to be his, all of them anyway. All right, let's move on to spring 1904, and Siobhan, we'll start with you in the West. We can interpret West a little bit liberally here. Just take us all along the stalemate line.
I mean, yeah, I'll just... So we take St. Petersburg, we take Silesia, we let the Italian into Piedmont for now, and that's about the movement there. You know, some planned bounces, a lot of holds. Not sure I love just, I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units that are doing absolutely nothing right now.
And David, talk us through the East.
Speaking of nothing, Budapest, Serbia, Bulgaria, Con, all doing a conga line where there ain't no congoing, because they couldn't get past Ankara, because that's not what I'm just really puzzled by. What I mean, you would go to the Black Sea there, assuming the Turks are going to go to Ankara, you go to the Black Sea with Khan and do it that way. I mean, I know that Russia wouldn't like that, but so what? You got to get this done. And that's not getting it done. Now, if the theory is that it's just setting up to take Romania, fine, but you could take Romania and Ankara.
Right.
So I don't quite get that, but otherwise, just not to spend too much time in the East. The Italian fleets were of no more help, so they might as well go west, which is exactly what they're doing.
The supported move to Galicia is really interesting here on Doug's part. What can we make of that?
He wanted to make sure he didn't get it piffed, was I think what he was thinking, under the theory that maybe the Germans were going to go to Bohemia and hit Silesia with support, maybe, or something like that, is the only thing I can think of. Yeah,
I'd be interested to see if that reflects any possible difficulty between the Austrians and the Russians.
Well, it could be because that whole Congo line thing could be because he wanted to really just sort of leave Turkey where he was and take Romania. But why not go to Bohemia here from Vienna and use Budapest to support Silesia to Galicia, for example?
Yep. Presumably there's a reason.
Well, there's a reason, because it's Doug Moore. But
if we are just patient, I'm sure we'll find out. All right, fall 1904. And here we have a bit of a clue. David, tell us what you see.
Well, the Franco-Italian front is at stasis because of the position, so there's nothing to talk about there. Does he take Romania? Yes, he does take Romania. I'm talking about Doug. The Italians take Greece, and that might be okay with Doug to build another unit to get on the front line, maybe. I mean, he bounces the Germans out of Tyrolia, so there's some stuff going on here. I sort of wish, and maybe Doug would wish, he had done that move to the Black Sea in the spring turn, because then he would be already done with the Turks in the fall.
I mean, it's a guess, right? Like if you're playing double reverse psychology, you don't really, you've got one or the other. It's a credit to Jaromir, right? That if he managed to cast that little voodoo on Doug, well done. But man, you can have a lot of sort of paranoia about playing with a guy like Doug, but he is in Austria who now has a fleet in the Black Sea. And his Italian, he has a Russian who is his ally, who's hemmed in. He's an Italian who's his ally, who's hemmed in. He's basically now Turkey. He'll have those dots eventually. Convince me that this is not. We're not looking at a future Doug Moore board top here.
Convince you that the Western powers are not pretty strong once they decide to get rid of Germany? I don't have to convince you of that. It's true.
All right.
We're going to take Pale, for goodness sake.
Fair enough. Siobhan, who would you want to be on this board?
I mean, I think I guess Austria. And if I'm not France or Austria in this, I want to be as far away from either of them as I possibly can.
All right. And Doug, David, you would want to be France on this board?
Morgante, freaking Pell.
All right. Here are the winter. I'm sorry, I did not actually call the builds. Let's go back. We have England not putting down a unit. That must be a mistake. There's no reason why you wouldn't want to put down a unit here if you were England. Russia pulls the fleet and the army. You probably might have hoped against hope if you're Doug Moore, that he pulled one of those armies. But we get a fleet in Naples, interestingly enough, from Carthage. All right, let's keep on going here. We have got spring 1905. I think it's time to switch you guys around. So David will put you in the west, although, the east-west here I think is a little bit less interesting. Now, why don't we just split spring and fall here? So David, you take the spring, and then Siobhan, you'll take the fall.
Yeah, the only thing that could change that whole scenario is if, in fact, the Germans get jettisoned, which hasn't happened yet. Instead, the English go ahead and move the position into Barents and the other army into Norway. They do move the fleet Baltic back, maybe just trying to be careful there. Because it's a little unclear what they think the Germans are going to do. But that's a loss of position, though, in the sense that, didn't convoy a German army to Livonia or something like that if the triple was still going. Turkey obviously does get killed. The Austrians moving into Greece, I'm assuming, is by consent so that they can figure out a better center split or something. But the Russians going to Sev means that maybe they think they're entitled to something. I know it also kills the Ankara fleet in the spring term, but maybe they think they're going to get a piece of something.
Yeah, that move to Greece is fascinating.
I'm going to assume it's on it's a deal. Okay.
Yeah, but for what purpose? I mean, what is Italy going to get out of that?
Italy's got a static position, so maybe the theory is they need another. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. That move to Denmark is really intriguing, and because it now sets up a play on Sweden if England wants it.
I mean, we knew there was going to be a German jettison at some point. It was just a question of when.
Well, that would certainly break this game wide open if it happens, and the answer is Siobhan. Whoa.
All right. Well, as we move into the fall, oh goodness, there's a lot of stuff in here.
Wow.
Okay, let's start with the simple things. Doug Moore's going to pick up his 2. He took Greece back from Italy, got Ankara last turn. Also pushes into Silesia and Tyrolia as the German says, I'm going back. Gets into Burgundy, drops down to Baltic, while the English continue their push up and over the north. Oh my goodness.
And the big one.
What am I missing here?
Munich.
I said Munich went to Burgundy, yeah.
And because the Germans supported the French against themselves, it was an unwanted support.
Oh, yes, unwanted support into Ruhr, and that's why he got in. Thank you.
Wow. That is just, wow.
Well done, Chris Hellwig.
I'm still mystified by this army sitting in Greece. Now Carthage is now pulling a unit here, and Doug is going up 2. Can't even put 2 units down because only one of his currently owned home centers is occupied.
Oh,
why? How could he? Was there some reason he couldn't get out of Vienna? I'm trying to remember what Vienna did.
Vienna moved to Tyrol.
Intentionally moved to Vienna to cover it from Bohemia is what he was doing. Okay.
Well, either way, he only would have had one home center, whether it was Vienna or Budapest.
Yeah.
Unless Budapest went to Serbia or Galicia, actually would have been the.
That's what you would do if you wanted to be sure about it, but then you take a chance the Germans are going to take Vienna.
Yes. So Doug did not know that the Germans were going to push west in the way they did, I'm going to guess, and covered everything.
Maybe that's just a mistake that didn't realize he was only going to be able to build one. I don't know. Otherwise, it's just an intentional weakening of your supposed ally. That can't be what Doug's up to.
No. I've been on enough boards with Doug that, whoops.
I will say this about Christopher's, if you're going to move back to Denmark like that, you might as well follow through, because all that did was make Germany nervous and cause this.
Mhm.
Yep.
Unless they've got a deal, and maybe they've got a deal.
All right. Well, here are the builds that do happen. We get an army from England and London, and not surprisingly, an army in Budapest. But we do have the fleet. The unit that Carthage chooses to disband is Naples. That is certainly intriguing, and opens up some possibilities for France, and potentially makes it harder for Doug. All right, this game is still going on. And I think why don't we take a pause here and come back to this, and that will give Siobhan a chance to go get a break while we bring Adam.
If he's here.
Adam, Siobhan, can you hang out for another? Oh no, Adam is here. Okay. All right, Siobhan, we'll see you in a little bit. All right, and welcome back to the stream, Adam Silverman.
Thanks.
We are going to head on back to game number 2, I believe, is what the three of us were on together. That means, all right, to reacquaint ourselves with this game, if I can actually pull it up correctly. This game is, all right, this is the game where John Anderson got rolled. Jackson, let's see, that's right, and Jackson, hold on a second. I'm sorry. So this is a game where Liam jumped up with 3 builds in 1 year. And that was the big story coming out of 1904 here. All right. Do you guys remember who was East-West? Do you care?
I don't remember, and I don't care.
All right. Then we will keep you guys as you are currently sitting. And spring 1905 moves. Here they are. Tell us about the West, David.
Well, we knew that it was going to be a little bit of maneuvering for the English to deal with the Germans in the North Sea. The Germans actually ordered to Holland, probably expecting to be kicked out, but also wanting to keep Holland free from the English fleet or something. German army gets killed. Germany's just in deep doo-doo, really.
Not been a good night for Germany.
That's really that's true. In general, it's not. What are the French doing when all this is happening? He's got the one fleet, and so if you got one fleet, you know where it should go.
North Africa. Right.
So that's where the one French fleet has gone, and he's in Tuscany, so he's advancing his position against the Italians. He has one fleet.
In a manner of speaking, right?
I mean, it doesn't make complete. It's not illogical. He's allied with the English. The English are in Western Mid. Okay.
Why not?
All right, Adam, talk us through the East.
Yeah, I mean the IR alliance continues to make headway against the Turks. They destroy the Bulgarian unit, getting that Russian army out of Greece and into Bulgaria. The Italians are trying to hold back against the English and the French fleet now in North Africa. That interesting position of now the Italians being in Piedmont and the French being in Tuscany will make some enjoyable guesswork in the fall.
Yeah, well done, Liam, for keeping Christian on side here. Having jumped up into a tie for the board top. Yeah. So we've got Leviathan versus an IR here, the Wintergreen. So let's keep going, see where we get. Fall 1905. Adam, you are up.
Yeah. So Italy makes the safe play and covers Venice and Rome from the French, and also protects Tunis. And really, it was the right move. He holds all his dots this year. The Turks make a nice guess there going into Greece. So the Italians are actually going to build this turn because they will take Bulgaria. And then the Turks are basically going to stay at, what are they at? No, they're going to build. That's cool.
They had a piff, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So they're actually going to build because they do retake, they lose Bulgaria, but they take Greece. It's kind of interesting, the moves that they made here, that Russia moved Sev to arm I think that what they were hoping for was that the Turks would move to the Black Sea but not cover Khan, and that they would just be able to slip into Constantinople. But that didn't actually happen.
And David, tell us about the West.
But Maxim's little play did work in the West, where he switched sides in a sense. I mean, or made a deal with Germany because Kirk was going down the drain. So I thought, here, Maxim, take my stuff. So Maxim supported the Germans back into Denmark and then took his 2 home centers behind him, which is awesome. Otherwise, the English take Holland, the French get Belgium, marching on against the carcass that was Germany.
But I think the net effect is that France builds and England pulls, right?
Yeah, because of the Denmark thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fascinating. Well done by Christian. Christian, I think, was beset in the early going of this game and has rebounded quite nicely here.
The question is, does he think he needs another fleet or not? Because 5 armies in one fleet would be kind of fun.
The answer is
Don't do that.
Fleet Marseille. Indeed.
Probably the right choice. Ooh, Maxime built 2 fleets. How do you feel about that, David? I'm not a huge fan. I think that's too vulnerable of a position for him. I would have went for Army Sev.
Yeah, I mean the theory here is that he's thrown in with an Italian ally, and what is he going to do with another army right now that he couldn't do by making sure he gets into the Black Sea? That's the thinking. In the long term, it's not great because what are you going to do with 2 fleets? You don't really need them against. I mean, if Italy's your ally, you sure as hell don't need 2 fleets, so you're going to have to kill them later probably. But whatever. I mean, a short-term position might be fine. The fleet in St. Pete North Coast is an interesting choice. I mean, you've picked a fight with the English. You might as well double down on it.
Yep.
So normally I would say the 2 fleets in winter of 05 is a pretty suspicious thing to do. This particular case, you might make an argument for it.
All right. Let's keep moving ahead here. And spring 1906, David, talk us through the West.
Which, the Germans take stuff back from the Russians. So maybe the whole thing was not planned. Maybe it was just partially planned. Anyway, when you've got the small fry, the question is, can you get the small fry on your side? Because that often makes a decisive difference in competing as the major powers on the board. So in this case, whether it's diplomatic, whether it's revenge, who knows, the Germans have taken the English support into Kiel. So we'll see if that little puppeting continues. Otherwise, exactly what you would expect. The English are going to convoy to Norway because eventually they're going to want to fight Maxim with maximum firepower in Scandinavia.
All right, Adam, talk us through the East.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing, I think the risk associated with that Fleet Sev build is that you're leaving yourself pretty vulnerable, and this is kind of what happens. And the Italians take advantage of this. They snag Romania, which is actually kind of odd considering that there's options for that unit to now go after take one of those Vienna or Trieste dots, I guess. But this could be problematic for Maxime if the Turks are now on side with the Italians.
All right, fall of 1906. Let's stay with you in the East, Adam.
Sure. Easy come, easy go. The Black Sea is now Turkish again. The Russians do retake Romania, but now have an Italian army in Ukraine, which is probably not super helpful for them. They do manage to retake Kiel, though, thanks to the English help by cutting Denmark.
This whole game feels like a blender a little bit.
There's a little bit of back and forth here.
David, what can you tell us about the rest of the board?
Well, what is the rest of the board?
Just Denmark, I guess. What happens in Denmark?
Hey, England takes Denmark. Over to you.
All right. All right. Winter 1906. We get France Ascendant, and France drops Fleet Brest. Interesting. And Army Marseille. Maxim stakes his claim to best Russia with an army in Warsaw, and that's it. Army London as well. All right, let's. This is game 2, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, still got some room in this game. Let's keep going with it. And time to switch up some places. So Adam, we'll put you in the west, and tell us about it.
Yeah, so Christian now with his third fleet is making some progress down against the Italians. They actually walk into Tunis because the Italians decided to leave for the Western Med. Okay. So they take Piedmont. We get into Tuscany. We're still in Munich. We're helping the English push through Germany. I mean, I think it's just all in all, we're continuing to see a pretty solid EF alliance pushing across the board, and everything spells of consistent coordination amongst the two of them.
But all right, solid Leviathan in the west, but I see shenanigans in the east. David, what can you tell us about?
Yeah, Maxim's throwing in with the Italians. Already showed last turn that was going to fall, and it's just gone. The Turks have certainly bounced back here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. But down the list, but let's look at the Italian boot a little bit, because the Italians getting into Tyrrhenian is fine, but you've also got the English retreating to Rome. I mean, there's a lot of positional stuff going on here that's not really good for the East. Now, they've done what they can to patch things up. The IT has patched things up as much as it can. But goodness, that's a lot of progress in the Med for the Anglo-French alliance.
And I believe both Sevastopol and Bulgaria supported Armenia into Romania here, which is cute. So you might wonder if that one is. Well,
the second fleet was now certainly not useful since the Black Sea's back to being Turkish. So yeah, maybe that's a deal.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that army if it moves through or gets convoyed out. And the answer is nope. Turkey wanted the unit. All right. Why don't we? All right. Let's still stick with the split here. David, talk us through what you see on the eastern side.
Yeah, I'm not even positive what's happening with the fleet Sevastopol, Armenia. I just can't quite get that. I mean, I just don't quite understand what's happening. Unless they were supposed to take Sevastopol from him also to kill. I don't know. Anyway, the Italians do take Tunis. That was going to happen, but they can't take Rome. Didn't even try to. They kicked the French out of Tyrolia. That's important.
Yeah,
I mean, there's some bouncing. There's some eastern bouncing back here, I guess.
Why are you bouncing in Ankara rather than moving Conte Aegean?
The whole scenario is goofy.
I don't get that at all.
The Armenia makes no sense. That bounce makes no sense. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would like to come up with a theory, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know. I think you either take Sevastopol or you start moving the units out. All right, let's. What about the west?
Take Sevastopol there. The Russian fleet's not even doing the Russians any good.
Yeah. All right. What about the west? What else is left to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a whole bunch of stuff going on in Scandinavia, and I think the net result of it in this case is that the Russians take Norway. So the Russians take Norway and the English take Kiel. So I think that ends up at a net even for everybody. Everybody's pushing into the lines, right? You've got the Italians in Tyrolia, the Russians in Bohemian Silesia and Berlin. So we're starting to get everything towards the middle of this board. And this thing that could lock up, except that I don't really feel like the South is particularly locked, and Scandinavia probably isn't either. So there's probably going to be some fleet action and a lot of maybe a lot of nothing in the middle of the board, unless somebody gets antsy and goes for somebody else's dots.
Certainly colorful.
Sure.
How awesome would it have been if the Italians had guessed and gone to Mid-Atlantic right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that would have been fun. All All right, let's check out some builds here. We got England and Turkey both dropping units, and we got armies on both Ankara and Edinburgh. All right, let's do another year of this game, and then we're going to move on to game number 3. Here is spring 1908, and Adam, tell us about what you see with the Western units.
Yeah, so this is, with the lined up units in the middle, we now the Russians actually kick the French out of Munich, which is, I think, could be fairly meaningful here if they can hold it, especially now that you've got the Italians and the Turks also seem to be on the same page here. So you've got the Turks going up to Galicia, really pushing things up towards that middle line. Then in the mid-Atlantic, what do we have? Is that a bounce between Western Med and North Africa?
That's right.
Okay. So there's a bounce in the mid-Atlantic, and then we've got them kicking the Italians back to Tyrrhenian Sea. So, continuing to push in the south. And I'm not really sure whether there's any line here now that the French have basically all of northern Italy.
All right. And Dave, what else do you see?
Well, now we see what that goofiness was, which was putting that fleet in Armenia so it could be piffed.
Yeah.
That's what it was. And the idea was that he wanted to put an army into Armenia. Now he's going to convoy the army over to Romania or something like that. So that actually starts making some sense after you see the move there.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Piedmont going to Tyrolia is important.
The decision to pull the Norway fleet off the board, what do we make of that rather than retreat it?
That's simply got to just be a mistake. There's no advantage to pulling that off the board at this point, I don't think.
All
Why
right.
don't you go to Skagerrak? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you're expecting to lose St. Petersburg anyway, which I think going to Skagerrak is going to happen, you would rather be able to rebuild at home, wouldn't you? Well, I guess you're not rebuilding if you lose. Well, I guess you're taking Munich and you're losing. If you take Munich and you lose Norway, you'd rather be able to build the army back in Moscow than have a fleet sitting around in Skagerrak that can't really do much.
Well, but you've got your fleet that was piffed in Armenia that you're rebuilding.
That's also true, yeah. But maybe you need 2 armies is still better.
Maybe that's the theory, but I would like to have kept that fleet up there as a nuisance, because if he's in Skagerrak, that means you now have to use you can't use Norway as the supporting unit,
right?
So it ties up units another term. But who knows? I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it.
All right, let's jump ahead here. Fall of 1908, and let's see. David, tell us what you see.
And of course, if Armenia goes to Sev, it doesn't matter anyway, because you're already screwed from a unit's point of view.
But Galicia goes to Vienna.
Galicia goes to Vienna. In the Bud area, the EF wins again. They take Venice and Naples back, and they take Tunis. Woo. That is some Leviathan action right there.
All right, that pretty much covers it. Actually, I think.
Dots. I mean, is there sense to what Turkey is doing here, or does Turkey just see dots and is taking them? Because I just sort of wonder, if you're stabbing Russia, why are you going to Vienna? I guess you're going to Vienna to bounce Tyrolia, and maybe that's
maybe it's not a stab. The Italians are in Greece. Maybe it's just to even that up. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're taking Bulgaria. You're swapping Greece and Bulgaria, right?
Yeah.
And Trieste just held, right? If you wanted to do like a self bounce in Vienna, you could do Trieste, Vienna. Galicia and
this might just be Jackson assuming that his alliance partners are dead anyway, and so he's going to take a little piece of them and hope that there's now going to be an EF war and he can benefit somehow.
Yeah. Well, sorry, go ahead. I think did Italy actually NMR here? That's actually what I'm wondering.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like all of them are.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't notice that. There's so many little X marks, although you can't read.
Yeah, it's hard to see like Tunis and Tyrrhenian Sea not doing anything at all, right?
Not that it would have mattered much what they did, maybe. Well, I guess they could have hit Rome and
could have cut Rome, right? You can cut Rome, try to cut Tuscany, something like that.
Yeah.
Cut Tyrolia.
And Ionian was supposed to convoy Greece over to Apulia, so they definitely could have kept Naples. That's a very significant.
That is very unfortunate from Pace.
All right, well, here's how the board looks at the end of 1908. In fact, I'll leave these builds unexposed. But we have a Leviathan, which is fully in charge, but you also have a Turk with a lot of growth potential. So let's come back to this game when we get a chance. And for now, I'm going to bring Siobhan Nolan back onto the stream. Hey, Siobhan.
Hello.
All right, it is your turn to take over the hosting duties. Your setup has changed, so I will stick around and click the button for you, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Awesome. Thank you, Brandon. All right, this brings us back to round 2, board 3. We left this off, I believe, at the end of, 1906. There was some conversation about who would we want to be, and I think there was some debate between Italy and Russia. But at this point, let's leave you guys right where you are and go into 1907. Right.
Yeah.
Adam, can you break down the West for me?
Yeah, so this was that AIR board with Russ trying to survive and France trying to survive here. So and it's interesting to see that that Russ does continue to really focus in the north and is not really making any effort to put units back around the Med where Italy has now broken through. So Italy is now in the mid-Atlantic. It's just taken Spain. You've got a Austrian army in Gascony and Ruhr. This is a very, very, very effective here. I think what's interesting is that you've got Munich to Ruhr and Silesia holding. Kind of strange that it's not following up into Munich there. But this also does smell a little bit like collaboration between the Germans and the Austrian, and I think that's probably consistent with what we saw previously with the Germans helping the Austrians into Burgundy.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. David, can you take us around the East?
Yes, let me talk about the exciting play in the East. Just hold on. Hold on. And I'm done. Thank you.
And we're done. And thank you for killing.
I do want to comment. What has gone from 7 units doing nothing is now 8 units doing nothing because that army in Rome now has added to the mix.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right. So I find it amusing that Adam
did we miss this?
No, this is good. Now they're going to I'm actually going to have something to talk about. Now.
Okay, now we know why Silesia didn't go to Munich.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was wondering about that when it held. I thought, the only reason to hold there is if you're getting ready to finally jump off this train and attack Warsaw.
All right, so David, talk me through it.
He jumped off the train and attacked Warsaw, and he attacked Romania, and he helped the Italians take Ankara. So yes, movement has occurred. And by the way, those 2 Italian armies that you don't like their moves up to now, Adam, are now moving also.
I'm good.
So this is still the AI, but not as much of the R of the AIR.
All right. So Adam, tell me what's happening on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible that France made a mistake here by by supporting Paris to Picardy. It's possible that wasn't the right choice here, but hey, sometimes that happens. Otherwise, we don't retake them out. We got to bounce in the mid-Atlantic, and we are up in the North Atlantic. Always a wonderful place to be if you're Italy, especially when England doesn't have any builds coming.
Is that Paris to Picardy thing just a boo-boo, or is that some kind of goofy? There's no reason to do that.
There is no reason to do that.
So that's almost like I meant to go to Gascony with support.
I don't know. I don't know why you. I mean, I don't see any reason why you do that. I mean, maybe you think Germany's going to move Belgium there? I don't know.
So what? Bounce them.
Right, exactly.
With support. We're missing something there, Hal. Fill us in later.
I don't know what we're missing, and I would be intrigued to know. So let's just push forward into the winter then. And Would you like to talk me through that very visceral reaction there, Adam?
I mean, no, I mean, it's great. I mean, seeing Austria put 3 armies down is always a beautiful thing, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's see what he does with all of those units. And sticking with Austria, David, talk me through the East.
Well, Steve just said in the comments that England misordered. I think I certainly missed that. They should have taken St. Pete last term, but of course now they take it, which is right. They misordered. They should have been able to do that. At any rate, because they could have cut Livonia. At any rate, let's see. Steve Hogue tries to take Ankara. No. Steve Hogue tries to move Warsaw. No. Does he go to Ukraine to bounce the Austrian? No. Steve's just in trouble here.
Yeah, the theme of this term seems to be Steve Hogue tries.
He tried, and he doesn't keep Berlin. And the only thing that I'm interested in is, and obviously the Italians go to Mid-Atlantic, et cetera, all that stuff is totally expected.
Mm-hmm.
But fleet Spain to Western Med because of the army being convoyed makes perfect sense. But why fleet Naples to the Ionian? This is shades of why is Silesia sitting there instead of going to Munich again?
Well, where's Naples going to go? That's so concerning. Aegean or something?
Why is he going east at all?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just to be defensive. Maybe it's to make sure that nobody's going to take his Greece without a fight. Maybe all of those things. But I would Andre, if I'm Andre, I want to know what's going on there.
All right, and Adam, what's happening on the other side?
Where the Austrian is moving up into all the places that they need to be in order to take some more Russian dots. So, I think it's all this is all what you'd expect to see. He's holding in Trieste just to be safe, but everything else is just going up where it needs to be.
I mean, when I ask for the other side of the board and I ask you to talk about the West, I expect always to hear about the Austrian. So this is a perfectly normal board. I'm glad to see it's shaken out that way.
Aren't those moves in Germany a little odd? Hold, and the Austrian to go to Kiel.
Yeah.
It's just odd. It's just odd.
That is weird.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what happens next. And from here on, I think we'll just do season by season. So Adam, I'll let you take the entire board this time.
Sure. So it's interesting that the Italians decide to convoy into England, which is a great play, actually, because, how else can you irritate the English other than landing an army in Liverpool? So well done, Andre. We do go to Aegean. I love the Russian move here, convoying to Bulgaria. That's just a lot of fun. And, why not? It works, as it turns out. But yeah, if you're going down, you might as well do it with style. And that's definitely a good way to do it. So kudos. But otherwise, Austria is just continuing to advance over there. Interestingly, that the Russian also puts England into Moscow to prevent Austria from getting it. Really just doing his part to cause trouble, knowing that he's out.
Yeah. No, and I have to agree. I always love to see a convoy over the Black Sea. So thank you, Stephen Hogue. That makes one of my dreams for the night come true.
I think it's also amusing. I guess I'll just say that to see that the Austrians do support themselves back into Munich, but the net result of that is a German into Tyrolia, which is not going to be a big problem because I think Austria is building, but nonetheless, it's still pretty amusing.
Yeah, when all that goofiness was happening, I think, why did you just order Ruhr to Munich?
Right.
Just keep that from happening.
All right, David, do you think we missed anything there?
I don't.
All right, let's see what winter brings. So England does get to build too, and it looks like a fleet in London and an army in Eddie, I apologize, my screen is small in this new setup, so I have to lean forward and squint. Army Rome, Army Budapest, and we lose Livonia, Black, and Armenia. Any thoughts?
I don't think you can argue with any of that.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's good. I think it'll be interesting to see how much effort that are they both Andres now that I'm looking at the names?
Yes, Andre and Andre. Yep.
So how the two Andres deal with the fact that they just got 2 units behind their lines, and how much efforts they spend to actually deal with those units, or if they just kind of chase them and focus on the English who could be the bigger problem here.
I will just say, from a diplomacy theory point of view, this is a spectacular situation because the stalemate lines are off the table. So you've just got a lot of potential moves here that have nothing to do with the traditional stalemate line as we go from the mid game into the end game.
Do you think this game is likely to end in a solo, David?
I don't know, but it certainly has more potential for solos than almost every other game we've seen tonight, except for maybe one.
All righty. So as we come into spring of 1909, let's get the moves. And David, I think this is your season.
Sure. Well, the Austrians had 3 armies on Moscow, so they have made good on that. The looks like the theory behind dealing with the Bulgarian army is just to corner it. So they'll probably kill it in the fall there. The Germans, what are they up to? They try to go back to Munich that's not going to work. The Italians continue to get position. The English are doing what they can. I mean, Russ knows how to move units around, but there's only so much he can do in this situation, unless and until one of Austria or Italy hit each other, which I don't see why they would do that yet. There's so much potential. Austria going north, and England, and the Italians moving more units around Iberia. I don't see why they won't just keep doing that for a while.
All right, Adam.
No, I at some point the tension between Austria and Italy is going to get problematic. I would say it may not be at that point, but there's going to be building tension as this continues. Without
so, are you saying there can only be one Andre?
There can only be one.
Yeah. All righty. So let's see as we move into fall. Adam, take it away.
Yeah. So I do see Russ retaking Liverpool here, which I guess was guaranteed. It looks like from what I can see. Yeah. But he did lose Moscow, and I guess he lost Berlin. He's taking Kiel from the Germans, so he'll end up even with an Italian unit still in England. So still some things to deal with, but really a great turn for Andre, who is building from Berlin and Moscow. Interesting. What happened? Did the Italians support Russia into Khan?
I think so.
Oh, how fascinating! Okay,
and he tried to go to Trieste. The attack had started.
German.
He made a supported attack. How fascinating!
That the attack has started.
Oh, yeah. How interesting. Okay.
Well played on Andrei Gerbakov's part for cutting Tyrolia there.
I mean, I guess I'm really wondering, though, why we're not seeing things like Marseille going to Burgundy or Gascony, if this is a real full-on stab.
It's hard to see what else it is. Why, unless you're trying to kill the Austrian fleet or something, why would you do this with consent? I don't think so. I think this is a stab. Now, I agree.
You're supporting the Russian into an Austrian dot, so the Austrian can retreat into your own dot.
Well, that's a good point.
So it seemed like a not very well thought out stab.
What are you doing that for?
Someone came.
Well, yeah, because he retreated to Smyrna. You're right. What in tarnation?
Someone came to Andrei Germakov or Andrei Yaniko at the last minute and toss this idea, and I don't believe that Italy had enough time to really think.
Does Stephen have some kind of mind control that none of us are aware of that would cause someone who's playing an otherwise fantastic game to do something like that? Because this seems really boneheaded to me.
I would like some insight as to what is happening here. I know Stephen has been in the chat a bit, so I'll keep an eye on it.
On the other hand, I want to say a sentence that we essentially never hear in diplomacy. England's trying to figure out how to defend against an Italian army in Yorkshire and Italian fleets in North Atlantic, Irish, and English Channel. That's a sentence we don't get to say very much, so I wanted to say it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Stephen Hogue does say, yes, I have mind control. That's why I got eliminated in round one.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, so as so Austria's up 2, but only has 1 place to build. Russia is up 1, but has no home centers. And Italy will be down 2. So let's go ahead and see the results of this.
Yowzers.
Oof.
Yowzers.
Yeah. And I will just say to the man behind the curtain at any point, if
Whoop,
we need
whoop, 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 whoop. Look what we just saw at the top of the screen.
Whoa, okay. Well, I think we can all agree if you're Andrei Grobakov, this is a fantastic result and you take this any day of the week. Yes?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you're looking at 18 here. I think it's a really hard shot there, and this is a really good result. I mean, you know, I don't know how he did in the first round, and if he really might feel like he wants to play to see if he can get a little bit larger. But I think it's pretty hard. It's going to be pretty tough to get a much higher result than this.
He was 6th coming into this round. It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, let's see that map again. Let's take a quick look. I mean, it looks like, you know, he could easily kicked out of Smyrna. He's got a shot maybe to retake Bulgaria.
He can force Kiel, but you can force Kiel, which again you don't get to say that very often in diplomacy. 3 Austrian armies can force Kiel.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an argument that maybe he can get a little bigger, but I don't know.
No, I think you vote for this draw all day long. The position is too goofy to know for sure what you're going to do, and 42 points is a lot.
Well, that rivals David Hood's score from the first round.
A little bit less, but not by much. It's like
you were 44, 45, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you are any other player on this board, do you think any of them have reason or motivation to continue this?
Well, if I'm Russia, I got that build. I want to take advantage of it, so I might. No.
Yeah. All right. I mean,
Russia is voting for this and saying, "I get 2 centers, and I've only got 1 unit. I'm awesome."
So yeah, I mean, I do see Andre in the comments that he was considering score here, and please, no spoilers, everyone. I'm seeing them happen. So I will just ignore the rest of that. So fascinating game. Parting thoughts, David. Let's start with you.
Fascinating game, and as I think I said earlier, such an entertaining game from a diplomacy theory point of view, because it's almost like playing a variant that has no stalemate lines in it. You got all these places, all these units that could go all sorts of different places.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the fact that it ended the way it ended is understandable, but I almost wish we'd seen a few more games to see just what in the hell these players had in store for us.
Agreed. All right, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. I thoroughly enjoyed following that. So much unconventional things going on. Great play all around. It was fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you both for taking that journey with me. And I believe this is where we let Brandon bring himself back on.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
What's up, Brandon?
What's happening? Can I join the party?
It's that guy.
Hanging out? I'll hang out. All right. We are off to game number 5, which is Siobhan and David. So, Adam, enjoy the break. We'll see you in a little bit. And all right, let's do a little switcheroo and do a little clickaroo. And game number 5 was this one, where Doug Moore, as Austria, is taking the lead with a fleet in the Black Sea. And now has a built-in pocket,
Mhm.
and both of his neighbors, as I said before, are pinned in and have dots that he has access to. All right, but we also have England on the other side of the board, and also Morgante Pell, always a threat in France. But Morgante has a German army in Burgundy, thanks to an unwanted support. And can you guys make an argument that Doug Moore's not going to top this board?
I'm seeing less of one than I did before.
Siobhan?
I did. This is lose, and Doug doesn't lose diplomacy games if he doesn't want to.
Doug got Karthik to not care that Karthik was losing. I mean, we'll see if he doesn't care.
Yeah, that was the big mystery, right? That army in Greece. So, all right, let's see what sort of fisticuffs happen in the East. I don't remember who's who. We'll just stick with the current alignment. So, David, you'll be in the East. I think we have an answer about whether Karthik is mad at Doug or not. Nope. Tell us about it. Nope,
because he just moves away, which you're going to do if you still got your AI alliance going. So it's either somebody miscounted and Doug thought he was going to get an extra build, or didn't think Karthik was losing, or something. There was something there that at least Doug's going to say he had a theory behind this. But otherwise, does Karthik make any progress in the West? No, but he's going to, now that the French have decided, and Morgante's decided he's got to reorient.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about the West.
I mean, so yeah, Morgante is definitely reorienting here, and there's that chain of red arrows that begins in Belgium and ends split off in Tuscany and Tyrrhenian Sea makes me very, very sad. But yeah, Morgante, English Channel, Spain, takes Holland with help from the English, it looks like.
Is that right? Let's see here. There's a red arrow in there, a red line. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so the English do help the French in, but Germany takes the opportunity to sort of sneak around and now is in Burgundy and Ruhr.
Boy, I bet Morgante was wishing he'd gone to Gascony here.
I was going to say, gosh, that was the danger of Chris doing what he did, is that he was going to lose his shot at Paris.
If England is helping, then Holland may not fall here. All right, let's keep going and see. And the answer is, ta-da, David, let's stick with you in the West.
Me in the West or East?
I'm sorry, Siobhan, in the West.
So Paris, as expected, goes to the German. There was nothing Morgante could do about it since he didn't go to Gascony. But Morgante does take Holland, so I guess we trade 1 for 1. Not too bad. And see all that effort to get the fleets up to English Channel and whatever, and we're just dropping back to the Mao. And some shifting around Burgundy and Lyon and Marseille.
All right. Well, David, tell us how France and Germany exchange dots and Doug Moore wins.
Yeah, Doug's doing fine. He just took Warsaw and didn't take Seb, but it's a matter of time before he makes progress. I do think it's interesting what Karthik did, because he basically reorients himself. As opposed to going to the Western Med, as opposed to going to Lyon, he's reorienting his units. And if it'd be interesting to hear what Doug said to Karthik after he saw these particular orders. Maybe he said it was fine, get that army in Tunis into somewhere that's helpful. Maybe he said that. But I'm not sure he said that.
Yeah, it's more likely that army's going to be used against him than against France.
You would think so.
All right, big turn coming up then. After now we got 2 more Austrian armies coming down.
Well, he had the one in the pocket
this time.
Right, he had the one in the pocket and picked up Warsaw. It feels, Karthik, even with that reorientation, still feels a bit Janissary-esque to me. Content to be junior partner. All right, we got an English army in Edinburgh, but the rest is all what we expect. Germany and Russia both have to pull a unit, which only makes Doug's task easier. We have the advancing red tide. I think the only thing that's potentially a bugaboo here is Venice going up to Tyrolia, but even that feels like it's in support of
Doug
What is
supported Venice to Tyrolia.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll just finish this off. We've got Germany continuing to fight with France, and as long as Germany and France are fighting each other, and Italy is moving units, to the west, Chris Kelly is putting up an effort, and Christopher Ward is at least sending units towards where the Austrians are. But will it matter? The answer is no, not now. The interesting thing to me here is that Doug is actually doing this without stabbing Karthik, beyond that taking of Greece, presumably was a stab, but isn't trying to take more dots. And the question going forward is, will he feel like he needs them or not? It depends what his target is. Is he trying to win this tournament? Is he trying to even make second place, thinking he might make the Invitational that way? I don't know. In the West, we just have some more reorientation of units. Looks like Denmark takes Kiel, so England is actually going to go up one here, but Chris Kelly goes down 3, all of which go to the Austrian, who only has 1 home center open for a build. I'm sorry, Russia only goes down 2. All right,
yeah,
we're gone. But still,
they only have 2. They only have 2 to go down.
Yeah. But still, Doug did not clear Vienna out, suggesting he might have been worried about Tyrolia trying to sneak in there. So, okay. So Doug.
But he's still up 3 because of Munich as well.
Doug is going to have 2 in hand. The question now is, right, what else can Doug get out of Karthik? Is he thinking he needs to get further across the stalemate line to have a good shot at 18? What do you guys think? What might be going through Doug's mind here?
Well, yeah, he would have to get something else on the other side of the stalemate line for sure. He's Austria. He doesn't have fleet power, so he would have to go. He'd have to go over.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you're thinking, okay, I've got Munich, I'm across the line. That's good enough. It's not, because getting all of the Italy's dots here is unlikely. Is your point? No. But Germany just pulled 2 units,
and one of them was Berlin.
Yeah. Wow.
Chris Hellwig's moves against Morgante are the key to all of this. It's like, how did that happen exactly?
Yeah. Was it, was this another conflict with Morgante, which sometimes follows him, or did Doug talk Chris into it somehow, or some combination of both? All right, let's keep on keeping on. Why don't we split spring and fall here? Siobhan, we'll start with you. Tell us about the spring.
Yet again, a whole lot of movement from Doug, setting up to take some more dots, or hopefully as many as he can. He and Karthik push further in the middle of the board. Doug just walks out of Munich, gives it to Karthik. No skin off Doug's back. I mean, he's got builds in pocket. Who cares? Convoy Karthik to Marseille. I mean, maybe just trying to even out the alliance a little bit before we call this game. I don't know that Doug's playing to a solo. And I think at this point, he might just want to reward his good ally.
You got to be thinking about it, though, right? I mean, now you're in Burgundy. You've got a bunch of, units on the line. You've still got pockets, builds in pocket. You probably won't get Berlin here, but
I mean, maybe they're trading Trieste for Munich at this point. Actually, I'm looking at Greece moving up to Albania.
Yeah. Just remember that Karthik and Morgante had some conflict at the VDL top board a couple weeks ago. So yes. A little bit of wonder whether that's in play here. But really, Chris Hellwig is the one that popped the balloon.
Yes.
All right. Fall of 1908. David, we'll put you on tap here.
Well, the Italians not only took Marseille, they're taking Spain. Mid-Atlantic took to keep the Germans from taking Brest, but I mean, all of this is too little, too late. The Austrians are not even going to lose Munich. There's not even going to be a switcheroo there. It's time to bring that fleet, though, that's in Black Sea to Caen. We got time to get that into action, because we need that fleet to do what, Doug? To do what exactly?
Has the moment now passed him with Karthik getting 2 builds?
I don't know that the moment was ever there. I'm a little suspicious of that, but I mean, we'll see. You asked earlier if Doug was thinking about it. Oh yes.
Oh, Doug is always thinking about it.
Or if he's got 8 centers, he's thinking about where the other 10 are. Still You know he's thinking, you're trying to figure out how to get this. It's hard for me to imagine, unless Karthik's totally fallen asleep at the wheel, that could happen.
Even when he didn't build as France in 01, he was counting the other 15 centers.
It's true.
All right, we got two more armies. Karthik, who actually had some choice, put down Army Venice and Fleet Naples. And Christopher Ward gets another fleet in Liverpool down. All right, let's keep on keeping on. Siobhan, talk us through spring of 1909.
Doug is not going to take any of Karthik's centers. I think at this point, this is about rewarding an ally who's been very, very good to him and making sure that Karthik gets a solid second. That it's just, yeah, he could walk into Trieste, he could walk into Smyrna.
If it's ever going to happen, it's going to happen right now, right?
Yeah, and I would put money down that it will not happen. But, he does pick up Berlin. He just kind of keeps on chugging on, taking dots where he can. And I think, like David, Doug's not seeing 18, so what's the point in punishing someone who's been really good to him?
Unless you're counting dots and going for...
Well, you said, Siobhan, you said Doug is not going to take any of Karthik's centers. I wanted to say, comma, yet.
Except for Trieste and Smyrna, and then maybe...
I don't know that he's not going to do that, honestly.
We'll see.
I don't know what the downside is personally, but let's see. Doug Moore knows better.
He doesn't know it.
All right, so not a whole lot happens. England gets into the Mid-Atlantic, Italy's getting another build here from Paris. That is significant, actually.
We want Italy to be second. That's the entire goal of this last push effort.
And this will do it. What's up?
I said it could be. It could be exactly what it is. And
sorry, go ahead, Dave.
No, that's good enough.
All right, this will get him into a tie for second. Well, if that's the case, then the game should draw here, correct? Unless Karthik wants second,
or unless Christopher thinks he can accomplish something. Let's not forget that. I mean, he could vote things down and try to get a clear second place for himself.
All right, spring of 1910. The game does continue. David, why don't you tell us about this one this time?
Well, it's sort of a big morass for most of the board, particularly in Germany and Russia and all that. But the Italians and the Austrians do get Picardy and Gascony going. I don't know if that's going to matter, but they've certainly done what they can to put as many units on the line as they can to see if they can take something, or at least prevent Christopher from taking something of theirs.
Can they? Well, they now have 3. No, they can't get an army, a fleet into Mid-Atlantic as long as France is on board. All right, Siobhan, tell us about fall of 1910.
And Italy gets another center by picking up Brest. The Austrians are exactly where you'd expect in Picardy. And, it holding around the MAO Iberia line as expected. I think that there's nothing he can do to take it at this point.
Well, there's still some guesses here for more potential progress.
Well, there's more potential progress in terms of centers, but I'm just looking at MAO, Spain, Portugal. That's not moving.
I kind of wonder, but I don't know. I mean, now it feels like Karthik has so many units now.
Did Doug let him get too big?
Well, unless you are going to draw it here, in which case Doug's fine with that.
All right, well, let's see. So, all right, if the goal was to get him into second place, he's now in second place alone. And no, the game continues. Yeah, but now with every unit that Doug gets across the stalemate line, the game gets a little bit more interesting, yeah?
I mean, we're still helping Karthik grow here by taking Belgium. But what's the goal? Who's vote? You have to imagine there are draw votes happening in this moment. Right?
Well, yeah, you know what?
It's possible that Christopher is just throwing monkey wrenches in here and saying, fine, I'm not going to draw this.
Yeah.
And hoping for there to be some kind of war that he could take advantage of. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. Fall of 1911. And so England loses Belgium and Kiel.
Both Karthik and Dot.
And with each one of these, we get closer to a potential break. All Karthik needs is to get a fleet into Mid-Atlantic, and then kind of all bets are off.
I mean, is
And
this where Doug starts counting?
where Doug starts counting?
I mean, he's been counting for ages. Let's not lie, but
Well, but
I don't know.
Brandon's point is valid. If the Italians break into the Mid-Atlantic, then Karthik's got to figure out how he's going to get to 18.
yeah, all bets are off, and then
But I think Doug has let his chance go at this point. I could be wrong, but
His chance to do what? Get 8? I don't think he had a chance to get to 18.
oh, I thought he did actually.
Oh, you thought he did by attacking the Italians?
Yeah, but taking Trieste and Smyrna.
Yeah, you take Trieste and Smyrna.
Yeah, but now I think it's too late. Now I think Karthik has too many dots. But on the other hand, right, England is weakened enough that if Doug could somehow get the upper hand on Karthik, he would solo before England could respond, I think.
thing is, I mean, if it's Smyrna, Trieste, Holland.
Austria is in his position because he has stuck with the Italians and therefore put himself in this position.
Yeah.
So I don't think there was any way that he could do that and keep Karthik low enough for him to win. But
well, let's see. The game does continue here. Only one move actually succeeds. And it's irrelevant. Prussia, Warsaw getting into Prussia. I'm going to assume this game is going to end. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. This game ends with Doug Moore at 14, a 14-11 board top. That nets him 43.4 points, which seems to be pretty good. I think we've only seen one score bigger than that, which was David Hood's. Karthik gets a 29 points, which actually is pretty good certainly for a second place.
Yep.
And he came in with a solid score from round 1. So I'm going to guess, actually, and we didn't talk about this much, that they may have been gaming the points and trying to catapult Karthik as high as they could.
So Karthik was in 6th place coming into this, and that would certainly put him in first place. I forget what more
7 points or so.
Certainly
total?
puts him ahead of Morgante. And let's see, Doug Moore was in 12th place with 23. So this actually puts Doug ahead of Karthik.
Oh, Doug's at like 60 something now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Doug is looking strong here. Okay, let's do some final thoughts on this board. I'll bring the map back up. Is this the right results? Siobhan, we'll start with you.
I mean, I don't know that any board where you see an AI spread out quite like this is ever considered right, but I think that at some point Doug and Karthik sat down, probably around the time when Doug took Greece, and made an agreement about how the game was going to end, and they both stuck with it. And I think it's a fantastic game. I'm going to guess they both had a lot of fun. So on that note, yes, and they both got fantastic scores.
David, what about you?
Yes, this is the right result. I've said it many times. Doug Moore's probably one of the top 2 or 3 players I've ever faced in the diplomacy board, and that's a lot of people, and he's really good. And Karthik is a really good young Turk coming up. Yeah. So this was a great result. Morgante, I think, is really good, and I thought he had a chance there, but man, he just got torpedoed.
He really did.
By Chris doing what he did.
Morgante.
And so, I mean, that wasn't the only reason. It's also true that this is Doug Moore and Karthik, particularly Doug, of course, who won the game or topped the board, doing really well, and he's being Doug and all that. But man, Morgante didn't have much he could do in that situation. What a cool move. I mean, again, for people watching this stream that are learning the game, unwanted supports are so much fun when you can pull them off.
This is a game where
I do see a note in the comments that Karthik wanted to beat a first-round Italy score, possibly for a Best Country award.
Okay.
That's legit. That's legit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all. Those are the kinds of things that we don't have access to. This is such a pivotal turn. This fall of 1905. This is when Munich gets into Burgundy and that Austrian army sits in Greece. And this is the one where I'd love to know, what went into both of these. I do wonder, Doug obviously knows what he's doing. I do wonder if he thought that he didn't really have a solo shot, or if he wasn't really gunning for it. And for other reasons was happy with having a junior partner and keeping the junior partner happy.
It is really hard to solo a game anyway, but it is tremendously hard to solo a game as Austria with one fleet in the Black Sea.
Yeah.
There's almost no way to get to the, I mean, you saw in this game, they got all the way to the end of the continent, but there's only so far you can go because you don't have any fleets.
I think this is probably the moment where I would, if this is I think the cleanest opportunity here. If you're, if you really want to go for it, you bounce in Paris, you take Trieste and Smyrna, you probably drop Bohemia down into Tyrolia, and then the nice thing about this particular setup is that in the German centers in these Low Countries, it's a whole bunch of different colored units, and they really have to start coordinating against you well. So the bet would be that you could get those Italian dots and maybe leverage that Burgundy army into another, getting more control over, say, Ruhr or even Marseille. But that would be the bet. To me, it looks like it's enough of a shot to go for it if you think you don't have anything else to lose.
That's fair. Saying that it's a very difficult shot does not mean it is not a shot. And if you got a shot, do you take it? And the answer most of the time is yes. But again, and I think I said this earlier in defending my own self, sometimes there are things that are going on here that, I mean, Doug could be worn out. Doug could have something he's got to do tomorrow. There's all sorts of possibilities here, and you hate for that to enter into human beings, and therefore it does.
Yeah, I think we have in our minds sometimes like this sort of ideal shark who's like, only got the nose for the title, whatever it is. And because Doug has been so successful, I think we like to project that onto someone like him.
Brandon, he may very well win this title. This is honestly. I mean,
all right. Well, as far as
he may very well be our champ.
That is certainly possible as far as the games we've looked at so far. I need to create a view that takes what we've looked at so far and shows us the standings. I don't have that, unfortunately. But using our back of the napkin calculations, Doug did certainly move past you, who were the first place, was the clubhouse leader coming into the round. All right, let's let game 5 drop into the books. Let's move over to game number 1 now, which... oh gosh, I lost my list. There we go. All right, and that I believe is the 3 of us as well. So why don't we do that? I see Adam is stepped away, so that helps us with that. All right, game number 1 is Apex Mountain, and here is the board as it stood when we left it in winter 1904. This is a board with John Archibald in France. We have Ed Sullivan in Germany. We've got Jason Massbaum having a tough day. This was the 2 fleet Austria of Jason Massbaum with fleet 1901, with Tommy Anderson in Italy, not singing Kumbaya together with Germany, and Riaz, who we felt like was slowly coming in, that yellow tide, I think is how I refer to it. And Ben Kalman in Russia, sitting pretty as well. All right, so Ed Sullivan is +2 here, only drops 1 army, and let's see, Riaz drops an army as well. All right, let's keep on going. Why don't I switch you guys up here, and David up in the west. Well, let's start there. Here is spring 1905 in the west.
Okay, well, a question was going to be whether there was going to be any Franco-German fighting, and the answer is no, which you could tell that from Ed's builds anyway, but because he only built 1, and he but he went to Bohemia and went to Munich because, as you recall, he's also friends with Russia. So the question is, who is Ed not going to be friends with? I don't know. But anything else happening in the West? No, because the West is largely quiescent at this point. He takes his army in Edinburgh, moves it to to Denmark, because that's the way to get it away from your French buddy.
Yeah, but next to your Russian buddy. So
true.
Siobhan, what happens in the East?
Not too much in the East. Russia and Turkey shift a little bit further west. A lot of hold. A lot of self-support, some bounces, and is that France getting into Venice? Is that what I'm seeing?
That is with 2 supports from Germany.
All right.
All right. Fall of 1905. Siobhan, let's stay with you.
Yeah, we continue to do some shifting in the East. It does lose Russia, Sweden, which is curious, but we'll see where that moves forward. It was nice knowing you, Jason Massbaum. You will not take the trophy home to California this year. I'm very disappointed. And yeah, the RT chugs along.
Which is surprising because he had such a cool thing going with the fleet.
I did, actually.
I especially like the two-step of Trieste to Adriatic, back to Trieste.
Very clever. I'm going to have to
back out the Adriatic and then disband it. So.
All right, and tell us about the two things that happened in the West, David.
Well, the Germans took Sweden, which we were expecting, and the French got into Piedmont because Piedmont because Piedmont went to Tuscany, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and got in. Looks like double supported from Venice and Lyon.
The French supported the German into Tuscany. Okay, yeah. French into Venice last turn. So I guess.
Yeah.
This is what a Franco-German alliance looks like when you stick with it. That's awesome.
And crucially, the French fleet here in Norwegian goes all the way into Barents, right? Which is, it's away from the Edinburgh and Liverpool. Nice for Germany in that respect. It's a little bit sequestered now, and kind of like that German army in Tuscany. Let's see what happens with it. So Germany's now.
I'm sorry.
No, you please.
It's also true that you might want to have taken Sweden with the army so that you have two immediate guys on St. Pete, but maybe not. Maybe this is better.
So we now have Ed at +2. Question will be, does he put both of them down? And if so, what are they? France is +1. Interesting choice for France. Russia also gets to build one. And the Austrian, the number still shows up, even though all of the centers are Austrian or Russian.
Digging and twisting that knife into Jason Massbaum's Thank you, interface.
All right. And right, Riaz actually lost Romania here. Interesting question whether that was agreed upon or not. We get Russian army in Warsaw, and we do get both builds from Ed Sullivan, one of which is a slightly delicious fleet in Kiel. So we now have 3 German fleets, which it's not a bad thing.
He's got to have a fleet in Kiel so he can kick the guy to Baltic.
I had to. You don't understand.
Absolutely required.
Look at that Russian fleet right there. I had no choice. I promise as soon as that's done, it's going to move so far away from you, and it will never be a problem.
All right. And John quarantines another fleet in the Mediterranean basin. Moving right along, we have spring of 1906 revealed. Let's stay with you, David. Talk to us about what the German and French units do.
Well, the French take Tunis. The German fleets do knock that Russian fleet out of the Baltic. Although, if you're going to be completely friendly to the French, you would move the fleet Kiel to Baltic with support of Denmark. So,
yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
Other than that, there was an attempt, I guess, to take Silesia, but it didn't work because Baltic hit Berlin. But otherwise, nothing to write home about.
And Siobhan, talk to us about the Russian and Turkish and Italian units.
So Briaz takes Romania back, which tells me that maybe that wasn't completely planned, or they just wanted to piff that unit, but odd that they let him take it in a fall turn then. So, but either way, that fleet in Romania has been disbanded and opted to be taken off the board. And what did Tuscany do?
Yeah, I actually forgot to mention that Venice took Rome, which put Tyrolia into Venice.
Yep.
Venice took Rome. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. I thought I saw a black arrow underneath all of that.
This is fascinating. It feels like very cagey play by Ed, I have to say.
This is yeah.
And so Riaz taking Naples, potentially, with Tommy's acquiescence, potentially not.
Tommy.
rough outing for Tommy. All right, fall of 1906, and quite a lot of movement here, actually. Let's do this. Let's divide the board by north and south. David, do the north half for us.
Okay. Fleet keel to Highland. Otherwise, what you would expect: Silesia being knocked out, Germany going down to Tyrolia, and north to Norway, so they can take a supported shot against St. Petersburg. The army to Denmark, from Denmark to Sweden is interesting, because if you go keel to Holland, might you want to keep somebody else close by to potentially convoy? I don't know. It's. I think your description was very apt. This is cagey play by Ed, leaving some options open, but also making significant progress.
Yeah, and in a sort of oops way, tell us about the oops in the southern half, Siobhan.
The oops in the southern half. So, I'm trying to figure out what the heck is happening on the Italian boot here.
So Naples goes to Rome with support from Apulia.
Yes, but what is Tuscany?
Tuscany is supporting Rome to hold, as is Venice, but both of them are cut.
Okay. All right. So, that all checks out. Riaz does indeed walk right out of Romania, which tells me that the entire point of that was to give Russia a dot, but also get rid of that fleet. So, well done, everyone. What's the oops? What am I missing?
Oh, just that Ed took one of the French dots in a way that seems perfectly explainable.
Oh yeah, that's not an oops. It's a oops.
It's great that Riaz got Rome and Naples, but unless this really is a bigger oops stab of the French, Riaz's position is totally untenable.
This was the loss of position and tempo from destroying the fleet was really detrimental.
I get it, but I agree.
And of course, he doesn't have enough fleets. He's got too many armies. But this is an easy problem to get into. But
but you're facing an FG that is that's dominating at that point. Like, you just have to get the units to the front line as quickly as possible. That's a time to send the Russian fleet through Khan rather than trying to worry about the security and blow it up. All right. This is an interesting moment in the game. We've got Ed is now 2 ahead of everyone else. France is even, but rebuilding a unit. Germany gets to drop a unit. Russia still, still very much a player here, and there's lots of interlaced army placement around the stalemate line, and Russia gets to put down a unit here as well. Turkey's dropping 2 here, but as David said, the positioning isn't so great. All right, let's see how they deal with it. Ed puts down another army. John wants another fleet in the Mediterranean. Oh, that's hard.
That's so sweet.
That is hard. Oh dear, with the German fleet in Belgium or in Holland. I'm sorry. Freudian.
And what would happen if Munich went to Burgundy? There's no way to stop Paris from.
No way to stop.
Munich to Burgundy, Holland to Belgium,
it would be a bold move by Ed to do that, because the Russians really still are intact.
Yeah,
it would be a bold move.
It doesn't feel like. Sorry, go ahead, Siobhan.
Where we ask, does Ed have the killer instinct of a champion?
I actually think he does. Putting aside what he will say to you if you ask him, but I'm just saying this would be a pretty risky thing to do.
At this moment, yeah, with Russia having so many armies right on the line like that. But it doesn't, how does France's situation change? I guess the question is, does Ed support France into some of these Turkish dots here? Because there is definitely a choice there. Okay. And if you're France, you're demanding it. And what? What?
I've done all the Hanna-Barbera sounds I could make. I can't figure out any more cartoon sounds to make.
So,
Sean,
All right, so John convoys Tuscany into his own dot in Spain, while Riaz stabs Russia. Either one of those will create a solo for Ed, and
I mean,
and Ed goes ahead and takes Belgium.
Yeah, but the Lyon making the convoy. Someone explain that to me in a way.
They're going to end the game with certain center counts or something, is what's happening.
Okay, but you don't put the German into Spain.
This is John. You're in the comments.
I'm
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna need to see where this goes.
Yeah. Let's keep pushing here. That's very strange. So I'll talk through this while you guys digest. So the Spain army stays. Ed advances units down the boot. France gets into the Ionian while Riaz takes the Tyrrhenian Sea here. Some naval play there. Riaz manages to hold on to 3 of Russia's dots while Ed advances on the stalemate line. So the fact that both of these things happened at the same time, Riaz stabbing Russia and France convoying, feels very coordinated to me. And I don't understand it.
I'm seeing a little bit in the comments. I had it up on YouTube in another window, so I think we get them a little faster than we get them on the back end. It seems like there were,
So Morgante is not on this board, we should say.
Had a good score in round 1. Okay, so it was more than just what was happening on this board here. That's very clear to me. Okay. I'm also seeing something that the stab by Riaz extended the game.
But maybe Riaz did it because he knew that this was happening. Maybe he caught wind and said, I'm going to, I'm going to do what I can. I mean, if John wants Ed to solo this board, then Ed will solo this board.
It's 100% happening if John wants it to happen. And it looks like Ben was trying to punish Riaz a bit for the stab, so that's playing into some of the length of this game.
So Ben is saying that when he got stabbed, he's now trying to throw, and that's sensible. That sort of thing happens all the time. Like that's what their alliance, that's the leverage that Ben has to sort of force Riaz to keep their alliance going, is that he will throw if Riaz stabs him. Kevin is texting me that he has something about this in the notes that he sent me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to keep up the comments here because a lot of people are commenting. Ben wasn't trying to throw at all. He just wanted to punish Riaz as much as possible, which I get. 3-dot stab is huge. And if you really thought the two of you were on sides, and then he goes and takes Sev, Rum, and Bud from you without warning, then yeah, I get punishing. This is one of those moments where I am very reminded that diplomacy players have long memories, and we've talked a lot this year about how we think someone should have stabbed here, or someone should have gone for a bigger result, and theorized that on occasion that maybe they weren't for just their overall reputation and long-lasting relationships across games. And I think we're seeing a little of this play in. We can even look back to the VDL game I played back in November when Craig Mayer stabbed me brutally. And that's years of Craig and I having animosity on boards together coming out, which had nothing to do with the board we were on, per se, but...
Yeah, I mean, there is a human element of the game that's part of the fun of the game, for sure, if not a large part of the fun.
Mm-hmm.
But if you start playing this game because you're keeping up with the automatic, immediate scores that you're being told about what's happening around the other, but that's that turns us into even more of a variant than we already have when we play diplomacy tournaments.
Well,
and
and
it's not available to you when you're playing face to face.
Well, and that's a debate in the hobby about whether scores should be made available real time. Different tournaments handle that in different ways. Some tournaments give it to you, some tournaments don't.
Yeah.
And there are players who are just very good at keeping track of scores in their heads. I'm one of them. At Tempest I won years ago, I was doing the math the whole way through. I knew who was where. I was going around. I was checking center charts. And not everyone has the foresight to do that, and maybe that was unfair of me. I don't know, but Chris Brand.
I'm not even criticizing the fact that it's here. I'm just saying because we have immediate scores, it causes us to be a different variant, even from a regular tournament setting.
100%. And when a couple years ago, when I played at Cascadia, and the scores were up literally on a TV monitor in the room, decisions were being made based on the 0.3 points someone would need to win the tournament. So it's a variant.
Yeah. Well, let's just see if that's really what's happening here. It's also possible that there were different motivations going on that some of the other players don't even know. So let's see.
So at this point, Ed is sitting at 12. Turkey, Riaz has been dropped down to 8. Ed is in Galicia and Albania. Also has fleets all over the French home centers. It's really just about 18 here. Ed needs 6 more, which is a little hard to believe given where all of his units are. But 5 of them are. Why does he only need 6 more? He should have. So Brest, Picardy, Marseille, Portugal, and London are 5, but he's already got Venice. What am I missing, guys?
Are we sure there's that this is going to be a solo throw?
St. Petersburg, sorry. He doesn't have St. Petersburg yet.
So yeah, St. Pete, Brest, Paris, Marseille, Portugal, London.
Yep. But he has all of them if he wants them. So let's see here. So now all of his units hold in fall of 1909.
Strong play.
He sends Russia into Romania here. Russia getting a build? Huh. France is going down. Russia waives the build.
Okay. I need to go back in time and be a fly on this wall. Because
Russia waives this build.
Russia waves, France pulls Paris.
Well, if this is all a bunch of arrangement, we can just keep going forward. And I don't know if the game's over yet, but we could just keep going forward. And see.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Ed goes +7 in 1910. Does it without Paris. All right, I think this is a game that will probably get talked about in the hobby. I'll be honest, and we'll see how that affects the reputations of these players. We've got the Invitational coming up. Ed has already secured a spot. There's 2 other games still going on, and as I glance over, they are both still going on. So Ed has not necessarily won this tournament yet. But this, what's that?
Anything could happen.
Under Manorcon's scoring, a solo is only worth 75 points. It is not worth 100 points. So,
worth 75 according to this. It's worth 69.1.
That is a flaw in my scoring algorithm.
Okay, so it's Brandon's fault. Checks out.
No, that's fine.
I will have to look at that when I get a chance. Okay, let's congratulate Ed Sullivan on a solo. This is only the third solo that we've seen in the pandemic period. However you get a solo, whether people are throwing dots at you or not, you have still won the solo. Ed certainly could have refused it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should blame Ed for this, and I'm not even sure blame is the right word. But if somebody wins the game, I say, way to go, Ed. That's what I say. because you've put yourself in a position where somebody wanted you to win. That's part of how diplomacy works. Part of how diplomacy works.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's put this game to bed. It is past this game's bedtime, just like it's past ours. We still have 2 games to finish. So let us bring it back to the stream. Adam Silverman. Adam, you have just witnessed what we've witnessed. Any thoughts from someone who wasn't on the stream?
Many thoughts, but I'll keep them to myself.
All right.
No, in all seriousness, I think what was said at the end, which is, the fact that in spite of everything, and any interpretation of play on that board, Ed achieved the goal of the game, right? And so I think that credit needs to be given regardless of what other kinds of weird shenanigans and whatnot happened on that board. Ed got to 18. Ed soloed. That's.
Wait, no, hold on. Ed did not get to 18.
Ed got to 20.
Excuse me.
All right, let's move on. We're going to go back to game number 2, which means that Siobhan gets a break here, and then Siobhan will bring you back on for game number 4, and then we'll be able to wrap up the tournament. All right, we'll see you in a bit. All right, gentlemen, let us head back on over to game number 2, which we left in fall of 1908. And here is how the board set up. We had Liam Stokes and Christian Brown with an effective EF. Liam looked like had a chance to sort of run away with the game at some point. He had those 3 builds last time we checked in here. And Christian has fought his way off of the mat and is now tied for the board top. Elsewhere on this board, we've got Jackson Roberts getting 2 builds here, sort of stabbing. Oh, right, this was where Italy had this NMR that probably cost them several dots. All right, let's. Why don't I activate this a little more carefully? Okay, we've got Liam and Jackson both dropping 2 units. Christian's going to drop 1, and this finds 2 armies from Liam and a fleet and an army from Jackson and an army in Marseille from Christian. All right, so now these are updated center counts. We've got the Leviathan sort of seemingly taking control of this game with Turkey helping out on the other side. All right, let's switch you guys up. I'm going to put Adam in the west and David in the east. Adam, talk us through what the Leviathan is doing.
Well, there's certainly no signs of any tension here. We've got England convoying to Denmark while England is filling in the Baltic there. There's a whole lot of nothing going on in the middle of the board, except it looks like Russia, Turkey, and Italy are in fact still working together because they managed to piff the French army in Tyrolia.
All right, and David, what else do you see?
Well, the French taking Turanian is progress for the Leviathan. The Turks convoying up through Sev and going to Ukraine, and then is that fleet going to Greece to stay, or is it not? I guess we'll find out if Jackson's taking another one of his alliance partners' centers.
All right, and hey guys, I'm going to try to speed us up here, just because we actually have quite a lot to cover. Let's go to spring and fall here. See if we can get through things that way. So David, you're on the bottom. We'll just stick with it that way. You take fall here, okay, and tell us what you see.
Well, actually, I'm trying to figure out, and that's just me not being able to figure out what's going on between Rome and Naples. Is that the English going to Naples or something?
Yeah. So the English.
They're switching convoy, right?
Oh, a convoy. I see. Yep, that makes sense. So they're convoying through the Tyrrhenian and putting the English fleet into Naples. That's actually pretty nifty.
Yep.
To put that fleet down there where it can have some purchase on Ionian. That's pretty nifty. Otherwise, you've got convoy into Kiel because Kiel's going to Berlin. Is that right?
That's right.
And then there's a convoy to Livonia. Basically, just EF pressure.
And we have a third convoy. Albania goes over to Apulia. So this is a 4, and then a 4th one. Sweden goes to Livonia. This is a 4 convoy turn.
And we got Albania going to Apulia.
Yeah, that's what he said. And then he came on into Tyrolia. I mean, that's awesome to go to Apulia, but EF's getting the benefit of this turn for sure.
Advancing the position. All right. Winter builds. We've got another army in London. Russia has to pull that fleet in Prussia, and Turkey keeps growing here. Got another army and another fleet on the board here. So now we see F has had to drop back a little bit here. Had a unit PIF. That's why they don't have to pull one. But now, we see England and Turkey kind of rising in unison. All right. We have spring of 1910. Adam, tell us what you see.
I see England making his move. So we've got north to the English Channel. We've got Helgoland to north. We've got those armies pulling back around Belgium. I think this is likely to be a 2-dot stab and a very strong positional stab for England, giving him the ability to convoy into France with nothing behind it. Elsewhere in the world, they're still collaborating down south. Turkey is continuing to push their position, going up over to Sev, fleets out, but this will have a massive ripple effect on this board.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. All right, let's move into the fall. David, tell us what you see.
Yeah, I mean now Turkey says, I'll just take Budapest. And who's taking Naples? Is that the French? That's the French taking Naples, right? And the Turks are going into the Tyrrhenian behind them, I think. French are also taking Venice. So, and the French took Munich. Oh, they just lost Munich. Okay. So yeah, they do lose the 2 centers to England, but they're doing what they can to try to defend. It's not much though, because they're just so out of position.
I guess the question is, does this benefit England more or Turkey more, right?
It would have benefited Turkey more if he had more armies maybe to take immediate advantage in the Balkans. But in the long run, it might still be beneficial to Turkey. I mean, he's going to make significant. He's got fleets he can start pushing into the Med with. So we'll see. I mean, England probably got a little Liam probably got a little jumpy because he didn't think there was much progress he could make in the north, and that's why he did this. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure it's a bad move. Maybe it doesn't work, but at least it gives him a shot.
So I was told our eavesdropper on the board informed me that in the spring of this year, the IRT Alliance started calling themselves the Three Musketeers. And then, so presumably the taking of Budapest is agreed upon here, especially since Russia couldn't. That's what I would presume. I don't know. Kevin then also tells us that the board.
I would assume not, because I mean Turkey also tried to take Moscow, right?
Did they?
Yeah, they did. They took it.
All right. You guys have been. Yes, I believe you guys. So Turkey's dropping a unit here. England is going to drop 2 units. That means a fleet and an army for England and an army for Turkey here, while Russia's pulling 2. Kevin tells us that at this point in the game, the players decided to stop negotiating privately and just turn this into a Wilsonian exercise in order to speed it up. Just for the viewers, Wilsonian means that they still negotiated, they just did it all in the same public voice room, so they could all hear each other. I assume that they said that typing private messages was not allowed, but there are rules, and then there are enforcement of rules. All right, David, talk us through spring of 1911 here.
Italians help the Turks into Naples. That makes sense, I guess. The French are trying to get back to defend, and they're not in horrible shape yet. So the answer to the question about who benefits most from this, maybe it is Turkey.
This is the kind of game that if Turkey gets ahead fast enough and France is upset enough, this is the kind of game that could also be a solo, right? If France decides to help Turkey on that side of the board, and Turkey can pull a dot or 2 from the other side. Yeah.
That's right.
All right. Fall of 1911. David, tell us about it when I show them to you.
All right. Well, Italy, you don't need Serbia, said the Turks. The Turks helped the French into the mid-Atlantic. The French helped the Russians survive. in Munich. Paris does not fall, but he also doesn't take a shot at Brest, which is understandable. Yeah, Italians take Venice. Lots of take, but mostly Turkey take.
Not super excited about Khan holding, but otherwise I think that was a solid turn for Turkey.
Yeah, you kind of have to wonder why that would hold.
The reason that could have even just been fatigue or something, because there's no reason.
Just forgot to order the unit.
Yeah.
And he has 3 builds here. Can only put down 2.
That actually kind of hurts, right? Because if you're Turkey and you want to push the line, you want to get those armies out as quickly as possible. So you want that fleet either in Aegean or even Black Sea to convoy.
Black Sea would have been good.
Black Sea would have been fine, but you don't want. Now you're blocked. You've just blocked your conduit to getting your armies out, which is really bad.
Although he's still at 13, and it's hard to see England going faster than Turkey's going to go, but we'll find out.
I mean, England's got so many armies, so Turkey's only chance of soloing is to get one of those Iberian dots and hold on to it.
I count 17. I'm not sure I count 18.
All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1912. Adam, this one's on you.
Yeah, I think the Turks do their shuffle. A lot of bouncing in Budapest. But I think the notable stuff is in the middle of the board. The English take Munich and are getting their armies more into play in the middle of the board, which is going to be really important. In France, let's see, they take the mid-Atlantic because France and Turkey are not on the same page. So it looks like the Turks tried to support mid-Atlantic, but the mid-Atlantic moved into Brest. So the English are now there, so they'll have a free walk into Portugal if they want it. But otherwise, a whole lot of red arrows in France.
God, Jackson, why wouldn't you support Ionian Tyrrhenian Sea?
There's some goofiness going on here. Like maybe the Christian told him he was going to leave Tunis or something, because otherwise that doesn't make any sense at all.
And Ukraine sitting still in Galicia, just suboptimal.
There's a lot of goofiness going on. Again, it's late. It's been a long day. That could be part of it. Who knows?
Right. All right, David, talk us through fall 1912.
Oh boy. Well, the Russians are still alive. Look at that. That they are. Italy wants Maxim to live. So, you are quite the friend. But otherwise, again, Turkey's now trying to get its units up to the front as fast as they can, but they've lost a couple of beats, to be honest, and that allows the English to have, killed the French fleet in Brest and take Munich, and still be in the Mao, and they're set up now to take Paris next time. So there's some progress here that's been made by the English that is not good for Jackson, but it's still a race.
Yeah, and England's moving units away from the stalemate line, which could create some time for Jackson to get up there. This is like a potentially natural 17-17 split.
It's possible.
All right, let's see. We've got Jackson getting all of his units on the board this time. Another fleet from Liam, and let's keep on going here. Spring of 1913. Adam, you guys want to switch up? Let's switch up spring and fall. You guys have done that for a couple turns in a row. David, talk us through spring of 1913.
All right. Well, Portugal was going to fall. It goes ahead and happens now, and the English get it in the Mao. I mean, the inability of France and Turkey to get their act together has really caused this. Now, maybe England does it eventually, but they're getting it faster than they should have, because there should have been some better coordination here. The Turks decide the Russians don't need to live, so I suspect that's going to be the end of Maxim Popov's attempt to get best Russia. And of course, we now get into the Tyrrhenian. I mean, the Turks are making significant progress. So are the English. This is a race. And Brandon, you're right. Maybe this is the natural 17-17. We'll find out, but it's a distinct possibility.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, it's hard not to feel like Jackson could have gotten, a couple turns. If he can get units in place and snag Marseille, then it's 18.
Well, to be honest, it might be 18 for Liam if he gets lucky here. That there's still some play here, man. Still some play on for both of them.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why we're not seeing Munich.
Why Tiroli and Bohemia are not already breached by somebody.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
insane.
I was just going to say I'm surprised we're not seeing Munich drop down into Tyrolia or Bohemia.
Unless this is an arrangement.
That's possible, yeah. All right, Adam, tell us about Fall 1913.
Yeah, so we do see Munich goes to Silesia. We see Trieste going up to Tyrolia. So we're seeing some stuff here. But now they're getting cute. They're convoying Albania to Syria. I mean, this suggests to me that Jackson isn't super serious about going for a win here, because you'd want to be up in Gulf of Lyon, you'd want to be up in North Africa and things like that. So doesn't look super serious to me. Looks like there's yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any other reason to do that. I think that this is going to a 17-17 split.
Yeah, Bulgaria stays home here. No reason for that. Yeah, this is interesting. Okay, so winter 1913 sees some
except like, sorry, I'm now looking at this and I'm saying Warsaw is now vulnerable. So now Liam's got a shot.
Oh, right. There's a
he left something open there. I didn't even realize that until just now.
Brandon, is this game still showing as being active for you? Or is it over?
Just ended.
Okay, because I have some intelligence about this. If you want to keep moving to the end.
Okay.
Kirk just sent me a message.
Okay. We've got winter of 1913 sees a couple more units go down. We now are at 16-16.
This looks like Liam probably has it, doesn't it? Can we just see the position here?
I don't think it's guaranteed.
Let's
see. He's got Spain.
Livonia to Warsaw with support of Silesia, with St. Petersburg cutting Moscow. Guarantees Warsaw, and then can he hold it?
Yeah, that's the question, whether he can hold it. The problem, Jackson's problem is that he's moved all of his units so far south. He can't. If he could just get one onto.
Yeah, but he didn't move. I mean, he sat in Bulgaria last turn. If he was up in Romania and could pull up to Galicia,
he didn't try, guys. That's the point I'm trying to.
Yeah, Bohemia. So let's see. He could try to take a swing at Munich.
Nobody attempted to. This is not an attempt for anybody to win.
I think you're right, Adam. Yeah, wait, he can hold. He can take Warsaw.
I think he can hold it, can't he?
Let's see. Sevastopol goes to Ukraine, and then he retreats to either Galicia. Yeah, Galicia, and then
you got to guess over Moscow.
There's a guess.
It's over Moscow, right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't move Sevastopol to Ukraine. So
I don't even know if that matters that much.
Yeah, because that would have given him 3. Well, but now Bohemia's in. But now he has Bohemia, so he can tap Silesia.
He can tap Silesia. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Spain falls here. So now here's the situation in fall of 1914. So now there is a guess here, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, you go Silesia to Galicia, St. Petersburg to Moscow, right? I mean, then you can't retake Warsaw. You're cutting both supports. So
yeah,
this is a guarantee. Liam just won this game. If he orders right.
He does not.
He does not. Ah!
He held Silesia. Warsaw.
Come on. Silesia needs to tap Galicia here.
And now all the other armies are up here. So
now it's a line. I don't know if this holds or not, but
yeah, now I think they should be able to force. Well, now we've got the army in Piedmont, so there's some guesses around Bohemia and Tyrolia. So Venice could still play a role here. Let's keep going. All right, so Bohemia gets popped. Sorry, Silesia gets popped.
No, I think there's a lot. I think now Turkey's going to be able to hold the line. I think
now the question is Munich vulnerable?
Munich could be vulnerable. Holy moly. Liam.
He convoys the army down into Kiel. That saves it.
If it wasn't for that.
But now we've got armies in Tuscany and Piedmont, so perhaps Venice. And we've got 3. No, I think the fleet situation shouldn't be too much of a problem. No, Leon is vulnerable here, actually. All right, let's keep on going because we're all. It's too late. It's too late to figure this out.
This is great endgame tactics, though.
Spring 1916. So Venice does fall, which gets us to 1717. Lyon is not taken. So this is now.
So that means now we've got it locked, right? Because we got Tyrrhenian Sea supports Lyon. We got North Africa supports Western Med. We've got Adriatic supports Venice. We've got. I mean, I think that this is probably locked.
England's positioning is not right. If you're England, you would rather have units in Gascony and Burgundy than Tuscany and Piedmont if you're talking about a line. So my worry here, without looking at it too closely, is that those units can get popped.
There may be opportunities to pop that. You're right, because you can tell. I mean, if you risk losing Lyon, though, if you do that, right? Because you got to cut Piedmont to get Tuscany.
But that's fine. Well, no, you've got. I think you just have to get the army from Apulia into Rome, which you can do.
By the way, folks at home, this is called Tactics with Brandon and Adam.
Yeah, David's been very quiet.
That's because I don't consider myself a great tactical genius like you guys are. So keep going. Then I'll tell you what was
Jackson,
happening.
look at this. Look at this. Jackson just slipped into Spain.
But the game's over.
Oh, why is the game over? Is that 18?
No. They just agreed to a draw in fall of 1916.
With him taking Spain?
I don't understand.
I'm confused. I don't understand this. Isn't that 18?
Yeah, if he can hold it.
He doesn't need to hold it. It's fall.
Oh, it's the fall. Thank you.
That's 18. He won. He soloed. Game over should be 18. I think you're just showing. You're not showing the final center count here. That's a solo.
No. Mine says all right. So let's.
Why did that work? Why did Marseille get? Why did Marseille
supported Piedmont here?
Supported Piedmont instead of Spain. Oh, far out. Okay. Congratulations.
I don't know why. Yeah, I don't. So obviously there's a bug in.
Congratulations, Jackson.
According to Kirk, there was an agreement in the beginning of this game for England and Turkey to do 17-17, which is why we saw such goofy moves there for a while. And Jackson stabbed at the end when he wasn't supposed to. They were supposed to declare 17-17.
But why did Liam make the go for Warsaw, which would have put him at 18 if that was the case?
Just telling you what one of the players told me.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense, though, because Liam was in the position to win, actually.
He didn't push it very well, you see.
What's that?
He didn't push it very well when he got there. We all know that.
Yeah.
There were some goofy tactics here because, according to Kirk, and we'd have to talk to these guys, but according to Kirk, this was supposed to be a 17-17 result.
So Ed was ahead of JJ coming into this, correct? Yeah, JJ is not.
Yeah, because JJ played in my game this morning.
Jackson.
All right, JJ's not even in the top 30.
Is Jackson JJ?
No.
Oh, it's Jackson. Sorry. Coming into this, Jackson was in 13th place. Oh, what did I just? Oh, because I was looking for JJ, not Jackson. Sorry. All right. Well, this will definitely put Jackson in second place in the tournament, and will almost certainly, if it holds, get him into the DBNI. I think he was. Let's go back here. I think he was in position
32nd.
Yeah, that'll definitely.
You got the 28 positions. How many of those are automatic berths? So you still have to be. I don't know. It's interesting.
Just to highlight the comments, I'm seeing a comment from Jackson saying that he and Liam had mentioned this, but Liam actually went for the solo first. So that was actually a legit solo shot by Liam, and the tactical error led to it not happening.
Wow. That's outstanding. Actually, I think that's awesome. I think that's awesome. They both took a shot. it was a close call. Good for them.
And like making an agreement at the beginning of the game to have a 17-17 split is a fantastic way to create a solo path for yourself.
It's always been true. Always been true. Anytime you've got a 17-17, that's why you said natural 17-17, because these arranged 17-17s are so dangerous.
Yep. They should be dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, they should be dangerous. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I did not.
Way to go, Jackson, and way to go, Liam, for taking a shot, but way to go, Jackson, for winning, for hitting your shot, hitting your 3-point shot.
So why? So, okay. So just looking at the tactics here, Liam took a guess. He didn't want Piedmont. So it was what we were saying, that the unit arrangement was inconvenient. And he knew that, and so he was hoping to hold on.
It was inconvenient because he was taking his shot, which is why he's on the Italian boot. He was trying to figure out a way for him to get 18. Then that failed, and then he was out of position to defend against the 18 shot.
Yeah, that's perfect. That is exactly your greed, your desire for more.
But you really have to go back. I think was it fall of 1914 to that critical play on Warsaw,
where they're suboptimal.
Right. None of this actually matters, right?
Well, that's what to me. It didn't look like Liam was really trying to keep it. Honestly, that some of the moves were so suboptimal.
Otherwise, he supported it. It just wasn't the way to keep it. Okay. So he did try to keep it. Silesia supports Warsaw, whereas Silesia should be going to Galicia.
Right. I mean, this is a guarantee hold. If you cut Galicia, you cut Moscow here.
Well, as I guess we've said before, and Liam knows how to play the game, so he doesn't know how.
No, for sure.
He didn't know any better, but this, after playing for an entire day, and it's, depending on where you are in the world, it's either very early in the morning or really late at night. Fatigue obviously plays a role.
For sure.
All right, so I got news for you guys. There is a game still going on right now at 2:30 a.m., 2:36 a.m. Eastern time. This is now.
Yes, but isn't that Siobhan's game?
This is 7.5 hours after it started. Yeah, and we try to arrange this this broadcast so that we would still have a game to cover if it went this late, and that is where we're at. So this game, let's see, this is. I think it's Adam and Siobhan together.
Yes,
is that right? So David,
that is my point.
All right. Well, first of all, let's congratulate Jackson on a solo, very well deserved solo. So let's give you a little round of applause.
Outstanding. Yeah, that was really fun to watch.
Yeah, this was a great game. This was, I wish we could give it all of the time it deserves. But maybe we'll find a way to do that at some point. All right, let's bring back to the stream Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome back.
Hello. It's not that late for me. I don't know what you guys are complaining about.
Or Adam, for that matter.
All right, you got to watch that solo from the sidelines. What are your thoughts?
We've been ribbing them all season about not going for it when the opportunity is there, and I was so happy to finally see a solo fight come to the end. And congratulations to Jackson, and I hope to see you at the Invitational.
I think you will. I know he RSVP'd provisionally, and I think he can feel pretty secure about making it now. Second or third place is very likely for him. All right, David Hood. So it sounds like you're not going to stay up and rejoin us after this is over to see who won.
No, it's all right. I think you guys can handle it without me, but I have had a blast. As always, broadcasting with you folks, and I had a blast playing this morning. So it's been a great day for me.
All right, David, have a great night, get some sleep, and we'll see you in 2 weeks for the Invitational.
Sounds good.
Night, David.
All right, finally got rid of that guy.
About time.
Air was getting stale in here. And he's in the green room giving us a little bit of very, very polite guff, I will say.
He is the most polite when he's glaring at you.
All right, let's head on back over to our last game of the evening, game number 4. Here is where we left things in the winter of 1907. This board featured Dave Roberts in Germany. There is JJ. I knew JJ was here somewhere. JJ Raymond in Turkey. Those are the and England is Matthew Krill with lots of fleets. Finally, an army build in 1907. But the three of them were starting to rule this board. And Natty Schaefer in Italy fallen on hard times. I believe Natalie was stabbed by JJ. Is that right? Let's pop back here, see what the state of the board was.
That sounds right.
Yep, looks like we've got some. Right, this is the game where I think that we released the Kraken, and then it didn't do so well. Right, so we have a convoy from Marseille to Tuscany here. So pretty aggressive play by England here, whereas Germany doesn't really have the fleets to pose a threat. And Turkey is doing the Turkey thing. All right, let's keep on going. And let's. I am going to. We've got Kevin actually listening in on negotiations and stuff. So he gave me some notes for background dish. And if we catch up to this game and it's still going, we'll have to play it by ear at that point. All right, let's dive in. I don't remember who was east, who was west. Who cares? At this point, we have got 4 builds. I'm sorry, were there builds? Yes, an army in London and an army in Berlin. Let's keep on going here. And all right, Siobhan, tell us about the east. Or no, tell us, should we do north-south here or do what is it?
More sense here.
Maybe just do seasons.
Seasons, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Siobhan, talk us through the spring.
I love to see it. The convoy, Matt Krill, thank you very much. Matt's been playing an awesome game so far. Elsewhere on the board, we've got, the ridiculous support from Ionian and a whole lot of nothing about getting into Ionian. Turkey adjusts some units, Budapest, Romania, and Germany adjusts a couple of fleets in Baltic and Sweden.
This is a moment in this game, right, where you kind of have to wonder, like, why does this game go on for so long? Like, it doesn't have the feeling of a game that has a lot of life in it, does it?
Did someone forget to end the game on Backstabber?
No, it's definitely still going.
I think you have players on this board who are interested in winning this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And so they keep playing.
All right, let's see. Fall of 1908. Adam, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise that Matt takes Marseille here. It was a freebie. Germany makes the play into Bohemia and covers Munich. Finally making a little bit of progress, destroying the Turkish army in Ukraine. I think that was essentially well, it wasn't guaranteed, but it was likely. So, there's opportunities to push here. And I think that's what both Dave and Matt see. They see opportunities to push, to get a little bit bigger, and see what happens. And that you only get to see what happens if you keep playing. Look at this. Matt is taking 2 centers off of Italy this turn. Dave isn't taking anything, but is getting in a position where maybe Sev is going to be vulnerable, or maybe he can start pushing towards Vienna or something like that. Also of note, Baltic to Kiel, kind of interesting. English Channel to Belgium, kind of interesting.
All right, before we go further with this, I just want to do a quick reset on who these players are and where they are sort of overall. So Matthew Krill, Dave Roberts, and JJ Raymond, England, Germany, and Turkey. These are the 3 that are the big players right now. Matthew is so they're all in 30th place in the tournament coming in. So they're unlikely at this point. They know that there's been a solo. They know that they're not going to win this tournament. Matthew is sitting at 31st in the DBNI standings. Dave is at 39th, and JJ is at 55th. So I wonder if this is, if this is the thing that's motivating them. They know each one of them knows they need to get a result to move up in the standings.
Can I point out that the 3 of them are also the 3 players on the West Coast and have the time advantage over.
So they also been playing for almost 8 hours, right? I mean, not at this turn, but
11:30 at night is.
Hey, you came to play. Let's play.
Play.
All right, this is how fall of 1908 ends, with England picking up 2 builds, Germany getting some more position, and that means that Matthew puts down Army Liverpool, ta-da, and
Thank you, Ariel.
and Fleet London. This actually is a pretty good time for Army Liverpool, right?
Actually, not bad. Having to praise it, but like,
That's really funny. JJ puts down. This is a rebuild, I assume, from a PIF.
yes,
And
from Ukraine.
and that's an army in Constantinople, a badly needed one, in fact. Yeah, JJ's got some positional difficulty here. All right, so spring of 1909. Tell us about it, Siobhan.
So a lot of movement happening. We force Galicia. Matt just marches on in the Italian boot and just, I mean, dominating position everywhere. Let's go of St. Pete, or walks out of it. We'll see if the German decides he wants it at some point. The Belgium and Kiel that we were sort of raising our eyebrows about last turn are just, I think, set up there to self-bounce unless North Sea wants to get involved in that, which I guess we'll have to wait and see. And elsewhere, Turkey holds on to the Ionian.
In what way is this not a stab?
What, Marseille going to Burgundy, you mean? And Norway?
Germany's going to lose Paris and either Holland or Denmark right now.
Sure looks like a stab to me, yeah.
I mean, or Sweden or so. I mean, he's going to lose 2 dots, right?
Yeah.
And so Matt is liable to go up 3 this turn, which puts him at 15. He's got 2 Italian boot centers, and he's still got more. Even after that, he's got some other dots he could try to get in the north. I mean, I think this is Matt going for it, isn't it?
Yeah, now we got to start. Well, Matt's got Paris, Holland, and Sweden, in fact, because of the fleet in north. So now we're talking
and Naples. So that's
and Naples. So now
he's going to be at 16.
Yeah, now we're looking at 18, and it looks like a pretty solid 18. Unless
I mean Munich goes to Burgundy now.
Burgundy, yeah.
I guess I mean it's not a simple case right now, right?
Yeah.
No, it might just be seeing the shot and taking it.
Especially with all those Turkish armies, right? Clustered in the center.
Our position. He doesn't have to leave Burgundy yet.
Yeah, that's an interesting moment, right? Like, do you?
That's true. Maybe you don't take it yet. Yeah, because you're gonna get 3 anyway. You're absolutely right, Siobhan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and maybe even Tuscany goes back to Piedmont here just to maintain control.
I mean, you're going to lose St. Petersburg, though, right?
That was my question about is why did he walk out of St. Petersburg?
Mm.
I mean, you can retake St. Petersburg. Maybe taking Sweden's more important to get the play. If you're actually making a play on Germany, I don't know.
So we'll see Sweden and Holland, and he keeps Naples. So that's the 3 for this year.
Well, let's see what he does, right? I mean, what does he actually do?
Yeah, I think. But now you might think that you need to take Paris in order to force disbands from Germany. The problem is all of Germany's units are up against Turkey, so it isn't really disbands that you need. It's position.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, he does not take the bait, and does maintain position in Turkey. So well done, Dave Roberts. And elsewhere, I'm sorry, I'm taking Adam's thunder. Adam.
No, you're good. No, this is really cool. So we've got Germany. I mean, this is almost exactly what Siobhan was just saying, right? So we've got Germany taking St. Petersburg. We've got Norway taking Sweden. We've got the convoy into Holland. And as Siobhan astutely pointed out, not taking Paris yet, just moving to Munich, and we just hug like that. And we've got Germany pulling everything back. And we've got Turkey saying, okay, that's cool. I'm going to go to Piedmont. I'm going to go make my play up into those nomads' land and see what I can get out of this.
This would have been a risk, but Belgium to English Channel so that you can convoy another army over immediately.
Oof.
Well, you can convoy from the North Sea into Belgium perhaps now. But yeah, I mean that would have been nice.
You could convoy two at once, yeah. So because now it feels like now it's just about how quickly can you secure the dots you need to. So Turkey, Italy supporting Turkey into Piedmont, that strikes me as a big deal. That's a positional spot of great importance for those Italian centers, and also for forcing England to keep units to cover Marseille. So let's keep an eye on that as we move forward. So now Matthew only gets 2 builds out of this. Germany's only pulling 1. And oops, I went just way too quickly here. All right, so we get a fleet, and yeah, see, you don't really want another fleet here if you're England. You really want 2 armies. Interesting. All right, let's talk about spring of 1910, Siobhan.
So we do convoy 1 army over to Norway and fill in the English Channel, do some shifting with units. I completely agree that we wanted a 2nd army there. And, you know, as predicted, we're tied up around Marseille. Elsewhere, we've got the Turkish fleets are finally moving. And if I see it all correctly, Ionian to Apulia, Aegean backfills Ionian. Yeah, I guess he had to cover Tunis. And meanwhile, lots of bouncing.
Yeah, this is actually it's a really fun tactical exercise. Like if you're, I think people should put themselves in Matthew's situation and figure out what exactly they would do. You've got a bunch of holes. You need to try to, water sort of leaking in. These are holes you can plug, but you got to do it, and it's not obvious how you do it. You really got to strategize about where to put, your fingers. But it's fun. He's going for it. This is his solo shot, and this is the kind of dance that you want to see diplomacy players make.
I sort of wonder if the move to Apulia last fall was a little bit too clever, and if while it's cool to get the unit behind the line, whether just having it to plug Tyrrhenian Sea or Tunis would have been more useful, right?
Yeah, it's a question of whether tactically you want to be playing offense or just defense. And you could make the argument that it's better to play defense in the south and offense in the north.
I think so.
All right, let's see fall of 1910. And Adam, this is on you.
All right, let's see what happened here. So we're going into the Helgoland here. It looks like a whole lot of nothing up in Scandinavia, which isn't surprising. He does get kicked out of Ruhr, which is not super helpful. And then down in Italy, am I seeing Tuscany getting? Tuscany's getting piffed and Apulia are getting piffed, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, I think that's substantially worse for England than it is for Turkey, if I'm understanding this right. Really losing that army down there is not great.
Well, he's short on armies to begin with, and getting them that far forward takes monumental effort at this point. Can you show me the position without the arrows?
Yep.
Eesh.
Yeah, it looks worse.
So much worse. Losing that army is brutal.
It's so hard to think that getting another fleet beyond that boot line could be bad. But Adam, you might be right about that. If you had a 5th fleet to plug into Tyrrhenian Sea right now, maybe not so much. Maybe it's not so bad. But without that,
I think if he had just kept that fleet there, I think he's in a much more stable position, right? Because Rome can just support Tuscany, Tunis can support Tyrrhenian, and Tyrrhenian can support Naples. And I don't think that there's much of a. I mean, I don't know if it's a block, but it's not much of a threat.
Well, until they get an army into Apulia, which can tap Rome. So
once they can get an army into Apulia, they can pop Tuscany anyway, right?
Yeah, that's
exactly.
Yep.
No, I think the problem is that he needed to have another fleet down there.
Once the Marseille fleet got tied up, that was supposed to be the 5th fleet.
Yep. But all is not lost, right? It's now like to get to 18, he needs to win the north more quickly, or just before he loses the boot. And then also he has to make sure that when he loses the boot, it's in a way that the fleets get to retreat, not that they're popped, so that he can maintain Tunis. But then also somehow get Munich. Yeah, it's much harder now, isn't it?
He doesn't have Paris yet. I think if he gets Kiel, Berlin, Denmark, St. Petersburg, Paris, That's 1, 2, 3, 4,
that's
5.
9.
What's that? So he doesn't
Open-
need Munich. He just needs to hold Tunis, and he doesn't need to hold Rome and Naples if he can get Kiel, Berlin, and the other northern centers.
or Paris. He doesn't even need St. Pete.
Well,
Right
no,
now,
if it,
right
no,
now
if
he doesn't. But assuming he loses Rome, he's going to lose Rome and Naples eventually.
yeah, if he loses Rome and Naples, he has to get Munich.
All right, all y'all following that
Yep.
line of reasoning in the comments? I hope so, because it makes perfect sense.
All right. Moving along here, we've got he replaces that army that was piffed with a fleet in London. That
Okay.
is that. That's not what you want. All right. And also we have I think JJ just put down a fleet as well. All right. So spring 1911. We can take a bit of our time. I'm seeing where the game is. So spring 1911. Siobhan, you are on the spring beat. Tell us what you see.
He just walks out of Rome in favor of going to the Tyrrhenian Sea, probably with the idea that he will take Ionian in the fall. You know, sacrifice one for gain of position.
It's 4-on-4 though. It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen if Turkey doesn't want to let it happen. You know, but he does walk into Kiel, or not walk into, forces Kiel, takes Denmark. So down 1, up 2. Taking Paris is very difficult now because he has to protect Burgundy. And, you know, elsewhere it's a bunch of red arrows.
All right, let's move ahead. Fall of 1911. And Adam, you're on this one.
Sure. Yeah, this is kind of interesting to see that north to Holland move. It's to cover against Ruhr going there. So he's basically cutting Ruhr and Munich so that the Helgoland support for Kiel is going to be sufficient to hold it. I think holding Denmark is trivial here. So basically, he's forcing Baltic Sea. I think this is pretty solid set of moves to get into the Baltic Sea, giving yourself your best shot at getting Berlin next year. There's still this kind of lack of army problem that we're not resolving.
And it's a big one. It's a really, really big problem. And not only does he not have the armies on the continent, but now he doesn't even have fleets in place to convoy them when he builds them now.
Yeah, I mean, we've got enough fleets in weird positions there that it's going to cause a little bit of consternation from Turkey, but not a whole lot, right? I mean, being in the Adriatic, okay. I mean, you could force him to cover Trieste or Venice or something, but I don't think Naples is going to hold next year, which means that he needs to get Munich and Berlin, which may be really hard. I think particularly Munich.
And he's not going to do it. He can't even take Ruhr right now with the fleets, with the army setups that he has. All right, let's push ahead here. He gets 1 build, and Turkey gets 1 build.
Still not an army.
Another fleet. Well, Trieste is available. But he's got it. I mean, a fleet needs to be okay. All right. Spring of 1912. But look, anything can happen, right? It's late. These people are tired. If he can get an army into St. Petersburg, oh boy, right?
Matthew is a remarkably patient player. If he thinks that this is possible, and he's got just generally the energy for it, he's going to go for it.
I mean, Matt could try to do something clever here, like letting, not covering Sweden with the hopes that one of the German units will go into Sweden, and then he goes Baltic to Livonia to support his army into St. Petersburg. So he could try something cute like that and see if that works.
Because at this point, if he gets an army into St. Petersburg, then
That's a big problem. That's a big problem.
Yeah.
So I would like to see something like that in case Germany gets cute and decides to send one to, but he doesn't. Okay, so Germany makes the right moves here anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered.
All right, Adam, why don't you talk us through the spring? That's what you asked.
Yeah. So Germany makes the right moves and covers Livonia and St. Petersburg. So that's a good job by Dave doing that. Matt's forced to basically do a lot of supporting himself here, right? And because he doesn't want to lose Burgundy, he doesn't want to lose Kiel.
It's too conservative. It's just too conservative. You have to take chances if you're going to solo. This is way too conservative.
Well, you look at this and actually Berlin could have been taken. I mean, given these orders, you don't know what's going to be ordered, but as it turns out, Berlin was takeable right here. But they're basically, you're giving them time to set up the line, which is just what they're doing. What Matt does do that's productive is he destroys another Turkish army from Apulia. Which should not have happened, right? If they were going to allow that to happen, they should have been able to take Naples, right? And
I think that read is spot on. The setting up of the line in the north is going to be a problem for Matt, but the small mistakes by Germany and Turkey, like allowing Apulia to be taken, may wind up making the difference for Matt.
I mean, I'm also a little bit surprised by what they did with the fleets, that they're not pulling Greece up to Albania, Bulgaria to Greece, to get those units out, right?
Yeah, because now that army, right? You almost kind of wish the army had gone to Armenia and just taken the long route, the long way around. And then the London fleet goes north, not to the south. Where he's clearly in need of another unit in the south somewhere.
Well, he sure doesn't need more fleets in the north. He needs armies up there. He sure doesn't need fleets.
Yeah. All right, let's. But also Trieste is now not accessible to the fleet. All right, let's look at fall of 1912.
Okay.
And Siobhan.
So the English fleets march northward. He really wants St. Pete and, wish that the army was in a position to take it, but it's not. And so we continue on every single fleet up there, like Barents, Norway, Bothnia, Baltic.
How's it going to help?
It feels too single-minded to me, but here we are. Elsewhere, we finally do see some shifting of the Turkish units in Albania, Bulgaria, Greece, etc. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And elsewhere, lots of red arrows.
The Turkey is finally getting some units moved around is a big deal. Ionian was vulnerable here, but he correctly saw that even if he lost Ionian here, would it be a tragedy? No, it wouldn't be a tragedy. He'd be able to get it back. Okay, let's go to winter of 1912, and we get.
Why? Why?
Why?
Why? I guess it doesn't really matter. Honestly, it probably doesn't matter that much.
But still, why?
The only way it could matter is if Matthew can somehow break through in the north, right? The north is just very vulnerable now, and all those armies are just further, to the left here.
The point is, he can take St. Petersburg, right? And when he puts an army in St. Petersburg, does that allow him to, start putting stuff down? But the thing is, he's got fleets everywhere. He has nothing in the North Sea, so I guess he's not getting St. Pete yet. No, he can take St. Pete right now, but he's not going to have a fleet. He's not going to have a fleet in North Sea to convoy the army he builds over. So,
he's got so many fleets, though. Like, how does he not? You're just complaining about this.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, right? So he's going to take St. Pete here. He'll build an army, presumably, and he'll convoy the army over, and eventually he can get another army into Livonia, right? Because Germany is now going to have to start pulling pieces that are useful, and so then at some point, if this keeps going, Turkey will have to start redeploying those armies to the north to try to protect Warsaw and Moscow, because Warsaw and Moscow simply cannot fall, certainly not in a way that they can't be recovered. So that's going to open up weaknesses on the boot. So this is far from over, and it's actually pretty fascinating now. But Matthew has to build an army.
But he can't put anything into the North Sea to convoy it because he's got to support Kiel from Helgoland in Holland right now, right?
Well, but Baltic is there, and Germany's going to have to disband something here. So it's either Prussia or Livonia.
Baltic can support. No, Baltic.
Exactly.
Baltic can't support Kiel because it's going to be cut from Livonia.
But Livonia is likely to be disbanded here. So this is the problem.
This is an adjustment right here.
No, I mean in the next year, right? So it's not. I mean, I think Matthew is correctly seeing that this board is not locked up.
No.
Yeah. So all right, let's see here. We are now getting to the point where we have to be careful about getting too close. I have gotten confirmation that the players are listening to us live while they're playing, and I think this has become largely a tactical exercise. So there's not, it's Germany and Turkey, and Natty's still here.
Here for the next 4 hours talking about the tactics and all the options.
We could do tactics with Siobhan, Adam, and Brandon. I mean, that's a game. Right? It's a game show. I've heard of it before.
Yeah, I would love to actually sort of break some of this down off stream someday and do a tactics dive, but not while the game is still rolling.
Well, it's spring 1913 for us. They, I can tell you, have just finished 1914. So we are now only 2 full years behind them. I do not want to get to the point where we are talking about a phase that they are.
Do we have an opportunity, Brandon? Maybe to I don't know if one of the soloists, Ed or Jackson, are available to do a quick interview or something along those lines that we could do to break it up a little bit.
Yeah, if we get there. So I'm told a draw vote is happening right now. So let's continue with the analysis here. If we catch up to them and they're still going, then we can look into that. Okay. Spring of 1913, Adam takes away.
Yeah, sure. So we take St. Petersburg this turn via convoy. Obviously, we're putting the army in. And now Germany is starting to push the armies to where they're needed into Warsaw, Moscow, etc. But I do think you're right that we may be missing an army that we need, that Turkey needs. I'm not exactly sure of the line right now, but it does seem like they're not in all the positions that they should be. But ultimately, the problem is still going to be that England is getting one build here, which is one army, and he needs more than one army to break through this, I think. So I don't really anticipate it's going to matter that much. So what else do we have? We have Ionian going to Adriatic. We have advancement back into Ionian, and a whole bunch of more bounces elsewhere. So,
all right. Fall of 1913, Siobhan. Oh, sorry.
Oh, lost Burgundy.
Yeah.
Finally took a shot, made a risk, and it's been sort of 50-50 for a while. There are times when he could have made that move. Oof. Okay.
But he does get to retreat to Paris, right?
Yes. So what? That'll bring him to 1617 here.
That'll be 17.
It is 17 indeed. Matt is dropping 3 units.
Yep.
3
armies.
He's probably put a fleet in London, I guess, and 2 armies, I would think.
But the loss of Burgundy is massive, and it's not completely over for him. But
or maybe you just put down 3 armies and just say, you know what, I can chase 1 army around. I mean, what are the good choices of disbands for Germany right now? I mean, he's got to pull Livonia. And what else do you pull as a problem?
Probably Warsaw, to be honest. And see if you can get Turkey to walk through.
Yeah,
it has to be Warsaw.
Probably.
And if you're Matt, actually. Actually, I do you just go for Berlin and Munich and figure you can deal with Burgundy later?
You don't worry about Burgundy. You definitely don't worry about Burgundy. You have one unit chase it around so that he only can take one dot with it, but
nothing else follows it back up. Like, don't let anyone else.
Yeah, but you've got Piedmont here, so you don't want two armies to get through.
No, I mean, you probably have you can go Paris to Burgundy. Lyon covers Marseille is really what you have to do.
Now you're going to lose Naples here, so you have to withdraw here in a way that that allows you to maintain your integrity down there.
Yeah, you got to pull Naples to the Tyrrhenian Sea back to the Western Med, but then you're going to be pulling units. You're going to be pulling two of your builds probably.
All right, here are the builds. What do you guys think?
Warsaw.
Nice. What do you guys make of that? Siobhan, first to you.
I wouldn't do it, but you get Turkey to cover Moscow for you if
But then you got another pull. I mean, that's actually seems problematic to me. I think Livonia is not a big deal, right? If England had more armies in play, you might care more about Livonia, right? But it's a fleet, and England's just as likely to pivot right now anyway.
I don't see where not pulling Livonia isn't the right call.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so can he get one more?
Well, but he's going to lose, right? He's going to lose Naples. He needs more than one more. He's going to lose Naples and likely something in France, Marseille or something like that, right?
Yeah, and it's just these army builds are just way too late.
Yeah. It's but again, not impossible. I mean, we should get, clearly an army is going to go to Norway here, and then the other one will be destined for probably Picardy or something like that.
I would expect to see London to the English and Liverpool to Wales.
Yeah. This is awesome, I have to say. You've got these people have been playing for hours and hours and hours, and now they're trying to reason through tactics. I mean, I know, my brain's a little fuzzy, so.
Well, let's not lose sight of the fact, right, that after playing for 8 hours, you're not always keyed in to make all of the best moves either.
Yeah.
We are emotionally invested in this, so we can see it from a much more objective perspective than likely the players in this game can.
I mean, apart from not building armies, I think Matthew has done pretty well tactically, given the circumstances.
100%.
Yep.
All right. So the draw vote failed, and so the game is continuing. We are so they are in the spring of 1915 right now. So I say we actually finish 1914, and then I've got a surprise for everybody. So here is spring of 1914. Let's stick with it. Adam, talk us through it.
Yeah, so Burgundy gets its support down into Marseille, and Matt wisely covers Burgundy from Munich, because Munich was never in threat. So let's see, what else do we have? Okay, so this is the problem, right? Now we've got Turkey moving into two of the German dots. So, ultimately you're going to end up having additional German disbands for things that maybe you do need. Of course, picking up Marseille does help. So what else? Yeah, this is when exactly as Siobhan called it, right? We've got Liverpool going down to Wales, London going down to the English Channel, convoying up to Naples. Down in the south, let's see, why did we keep... we guessed correctly. So we cut Rome and we supported Naples out to Ionian. So great guess. Yeah. So
they didn't do it right. If they support Rome into Naples, then it's guaranteed.
They support Rome into Naples from Apulia, and they cut Tyrrhenian Sea. Yep.
Yeah, and he's got 4 other fleets on Ionia. Ionian's not at risk here. Maybe they'll do that in the fall. We'll see.
Yep.
They managed to keep the northern fleet, the northern German fleet, for another turn, which is interesting. But yeah, there's a
by leaving Prussia open. Yep.
There's a problem of diminishing returns, though. I think you were highlighting this, Adam. That Germany, if Turkey is taking German dots, then Germany's going to have to be pulling units.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder who vetoes this. Is it possible?
Well, it's okay though, right? Because once if we agree that fleet with, I guess now in Prussia, is superfluous, which I mean that's debatable, but Germany will get to keep the three armies, Berlin, Munich, and Marseille, right? And so maybe it's not such a disaster.
Yeah, well, so then you kind of have to wonder: is Turkey the one who wants to keep this game going? Is Turkey starting to think about 18?
Well, Turkey's now going to be at 14. Yeah, 14, maybe 15 if they take Naples. Yeah.
Yeah, or Rome, in exchange for Naples. All right, so here is fall of 1914, and
they take Naples this turn as expected. Natty, you hung on for keeping on, and good fight.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, Matt makes the shifts to get the other army over into St. Pete, convoys over to Brest, which, okay, and does some shifting of units to hopefully do something else. So, I mean, this would have been the moment where they would have been taking the draw vote. Yes?
It was spring of 1915.
Yeah,
So,
following
so,
it.
I mean, here we wind up with Matt down 1, Germany down 2, but only
15.
Wow.
Jay.
Wow.
Fight it out.
Well, now we look, and maybe JJ wants the board top, wants to take Naples to get the board top, right? Which I think he can do. So I could see that. Or maybe he thinks he can get Munich and Berlin. Who knows?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, right? What are the solo possibilities for JJ at this point?
Put 3 armies down, right? Or 2 armies in probably 3 armies.
I would think 3 armies. What about you, Siobhan?
3 armies. I don't think another fleet does us any good.
Do you think, Siobhan, do you think JJ has a shot at 18?
I think as much of a shot as Matt has at this moment. Yeah. It's unfortunate that for the witches, this is always a problem when you get to this late stage of the game, that where you build is so far away from anything that is important to you.
Cool.
But I suppose if he plopped down Army Smyrna, he could convoy it to Naples.
So what's Matt's pull? Is it probably like Denmark or Helgoland, right?
It's got to be one of those northern fleets, yeah.
I think it's probably Denmark, because you probably don't need both of those. I think.
Absolutely don't. Not with only one northern German fleet.
Yeah.
Well, that fleet's going to go away, right?
Yes.
That German fleet's going away, isn't it?
It was going away last time, so sure what I know.
He can't possibly pull anything else, though. I mean, right? Show what I know.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave this for now, and we will see the builds when we come back. And in the meantime, we are going to say hello to DBN's own Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome to the stream.
Hey.
How are you guys?
Hey, Ed.
Good.
No cigars, no scotch. I'm done. This is like I'm already into the hangover.
It has been a long day.
It's been a long day. Now it feels like it's longer for y'all. I'm sure it was.
Well, Ed, what did you do today? Did you do some chores around the house?
Yeah. Well, I played Dad's Fortnite, which is what my kids call diplomacy.
How old are your kids?
18, 17, and 14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, man. So let's get into it. What the hell happened on your board?
Well, I'm like a diplomacy sponge. So I watch everything and I try and learn. And I remember what Bill said after my quote about not having the heart of the champion. He goes, "It's all about learning what the other person's victory condition is." And I quickly learned that France's victory condition was he felt badly mistreated by a player, and I didn't really even keep up with the scores because I was just more worried about what was going on and the tactics. But at all times, he was just like, "Well, this player's at X, so we can't go until you have a higher score." And that's actually what happened. And then I got lucky, obviously, because John was very nice to me, but I could have kept pushing. At one point, it was 10-8-8-8, and I said, "Let's just take the draw." I proposed it. I made this nice speech to everybody. I said, "I've done what I'm here to do. It's either going to be good or it's not." And everyone goes, "Okay, we'll do it. We'll get to 10. Ben says, "Convoy to Spain," this crazy convoy to Spain that we did. And all right, let's do it. Take Belgium. But then Riaz stabbed Ben. And then at that point, I'm just the beneficiary of all this good fortune because Ben's like, "Well, I have to show people that if you stab me, I'm not going to take it lying down." So I'm like, "Go for it, buddy." So I just helped him as much as I could into Turkey. The only thing I did that I think was a little untoward but got me the win was I think everyone didn't expect I'd take 7 centers at the end. But I mean, like the solo's right there. I mean, I can't. I got to show somebody I can win.
I 100%, and it's you've been on enough of these broadcasts with us that when we give grief to people for not taking their shot, and we've seen a number of people take their shot today, and it's been really fantastic to watch. And well, yes, you may have been the beneficiary of some good luck. You also put yourself in the position to have the good luck be useful to you.
Yeah, well, your friend Jason Smashbaum kind of helped me out here a little bit because in spring of 2001, he comes to talk to me as Germany, and he's like, "You realize we're really close to each other in the tournament, so it's either going to be you or me." And I was like, "Well, I didn't know that at all. Like, I wasn't looking at the scores, but then in my head, I was like, I got to get down, make sure that dude's eliminated as soon as I possibly can." Yes. So
Jason has a history with Cascadia where the first year that it was hosted, he lost out by 0.2 points because he was not paying attention to the live standings, and the person who did win, John Jameson, was. So he pays attention to the standings when he has them available now.
yeah, I told him I'm not really that. I mean, I was just so tired even going into round. I played a really long game 1 where it went 11-11-11-1.
We did wonder about this, why you were attacking Jason so early, and I guess we have our answer now.
Yeah, but of course you have to show my misorder. I stared at that 5 minutes thinking I just lost the tournament. Really? It wouldn't be a game I played without some mishap I did.
Well, I mean, it worked out. So I assume you would have been supporting Russia into Budapest in the fall rather than into Vienna had you taken Vienna in the spring?
Correct.
So we sorry, let me give Adam a chance here to jump in.
No, I'm not sure what to say. I mean, this is with respect to misorders and whatnot. I mean, I think you don't need to play a perfect game to win, right? You just need to play good enough.
Right. I mean, it was helpful because Riaz is such a great player that I was just constantly whispering in Ben's ear and never quite attacking him and doing everything I could to be like, any move you make towards me is a dot Riaz gets. And I kept just putting that in his ear the entire time. But I actually happened to think it had the benefit of being true. So it helped.
So what happened in this game between Tommy and Jason that kind of set things off at the beginning?
Man, I don't know. I was really happy because there were a lot of strong personalities down there, and they never could get on the same page on anything. I think, as I understand it, and it's hard to go back, Tommy thought he was working with Riaz, but then Riaz built a fleet early in Smyrna, and then nobody trusted anybody down there. And I was all for that. So I was just there to make mayhem, and I was happy to do it.
You dropped down into Tyrolia and Bohemia. So
Tommy invited me into Tyrolia.
okay.
Because he was worried about Jason, but he didn't know about the Bohemia part. He didn't ask me. So if you don't ask, it might happen to you.
But so this was Jason mass bombing himself, basically.
True, but I also lied to Jason twice in the game, telling him I would help him right here, but and the turn afterwards, and I never had any intention.
He just kept supporting other people into his dots.
Right.
Before you ended up taking them himself. So then you move down and you take a swing at Italy. Was that just for fun?
Well, yes, but it was a way to avoid me having to get in Ben's face. So the theory there was France would help me with dots. I mean, if you look, so okay, well, I can still grow. I'm a patient person. And I just don't want Ben to throw all his forces towards me. So at all times, I think Ben was sort of hoping that I would eventually turn on France. That was his ultimate thinking. But John and I got along so well, and I really like Ben too. But like, look, when one guy says his victory condition is to make sure a player on another board doesn't win, it doesn't get much better than that.
So at this point in the game, as you got your army into Piedmont, were you thinking this army is eventually going to end up in Spain?
No, but if you roll forward, I'll tell you exactly how this went down.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you?
No. Yeah, you got it. Keep going.
Want me to go right to the turn? Okay. So.
Okay. So go one back. All right. So this is. Can you go to the winner?
Oh yeah.
All right. So this is where I give this sort of impassioned speech. That I'm willing to accept the draw, and I tell that to everybody. I'm willing to accept 10-8-8-8. Fair play. I've had fun. And France in the room says, "Can I talk to Ed separately?" And I was like, "Okay." I didn't know what he was going to say, and he comes to me. He goes, "I don't think you have a high enough score, man. Like it's not going to work." And I'm like, "Yeah, but these other two guys are willing to draw with me on the board top." And he goes, "Well, let's go talk to him." So I went and talked to him, and I said, "France has this issue with this other player. Why don't I take 2 off of France? And your scores will increase because you won't actually go down any. And you are willing to accept the draw." And Ben's like, "How can we do it?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, you can just convoy to Spain." And so we all just that's how it happened. It was just this idea of, and so I said, okay. And then we had this whole arrangement of what was going to happen. It was done in this winter. It was done before the spring moves, right? Because I said, and I even said in this speech, if anyone wants to play on, I'm happy to do it. I'll grind it. I'm not asking for a win. I'm just saying none of you can win. It's just, we'll just go as long as you want. And so everyone agreed, but then Riaz changed his mind, as you can see here, on the next move.
Did you have any
convoy to Spain, and I take Belgium, which was agreed, but then Riaz took 3 off of Ben, and that just enraged Ben. And so at this point,
you didn't see that coming. Did anybody see that coming?
No. Yeah, look, he just held. I think if you go back, I don't remember it so much. If you pull the spring moves.
Brutal.
Because it was supposed to be a draw. They're supposed to draw, literally.
All right. So this convoy to Spain. Do you know why? Did John tell you why he was so focused on sabotaging Morgante?
Yeah, he felt mistreated from Morgante in a previous game because he's a newer player, and he felt disrespected. And he's he was very angry. I mean, he was sending me quotes from Roman generals about like how angry he was. And so, I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this situation. Like, I feel a little guilty about it, obviously, but on the other hand, it's like that was his win condition. I figured it out, and I played as well as I could. And I don't think anyone expected me to solo. Both those guys, I sort of let him on that I wouldn't do it to him at the end, and then I did.
Is that the killer instinct of a champion coming through?
Well, I did. I mean, come on. I mean, I actually could have taken 8, so I feel better that I didn't do it. But I was selling to them. I mean, I play my diplomacy. I was selling to them that we'll just keep going until you guys have more dots than Turkey. That's the just end of this situation. And I realized looking at the scores, if I didn't do it when I did it, they were going to ask for a draw and put me in an awkward spot. I would have to agree to it because they would know I'd be the only one to veto it. And the jig would be up. So I had to do it when I did it. No other chance.
So they weren't trying to throw you a solo, is what you're saying?
100% they were not trying to throw me a solo. They, I guarantee you they wouldn't. You can ask Ben. They were both bummed. John especially. I mean, John wanted to beat Morgante, but he didn't want to end up on 3. And he had done so much to help me. Their thinking at this point was that I would stop when they had more dots than Turkey. And that's what I told them.
Huh.
Okay.
Way to use the players' motivations, Ed.
I mean, it is what it is. A win's a win. I got the most centers. It's hard to – I understand it's controversial, but that's how it went down.
It feels less controversial now that we've heard from you, honestly.
It doesn't seem controversial at all. I mean, you understood the players on your board's motivations. You used that to your advantage, and you got to 20 centers. I mean, there's nothing controversial about that. I mean, I think if anything, what might upset people is to hear about some of the meta motivations amongst some of the other players. But I don't think that there's I don't think from the perspective of what you did on that board, I don't think there's anything controversial at all.
Yeah. I mean, there's dot rearranging that happens before a draw.
That's right. I mean, yeah, this was not even that there was nothing flagrant going on other than that convoy to Spain. But if somebody offers you a convoy to Spain, why would you say no? I mean, it's crazy, right? Right.
I mean, I was a player also. So I just took advantages of what the opportunities were in front of me. But I really did enjoy playing with everybody, obviously.
I think this idea that they didn't think they were trying to throw you a solo, and you recognize that they didn't understand how secure you were in getting a solo, like that the danger was growing and growing. That's just good diplomacy. I think every top player who's soloed has done some version of that, where they took advantage of people who didn't know quite what they were getting themselves into. I think, Adam, you hit the nail on the head that the part that might concern people is that somebody had a grudge from not even from this competition, but from a different competition, and sort of went out of their way to to arrange a result. But it sounds even less clear than that. Like, John clearly had a score to settle, but I don't think it doesn't sound like he understood exactly what he was doing. So maybe he's not experienced enough to really sort of create the situation exactly the way he wants to, and it got out of hand. And you had the skill, the foresight, and the presence of mind to take advantage of that. That is what good diplomacy is.
You're well mannered and practice good hygiene.
Well, not today, but look, all I've got is my diplomacy. I don't have tactics. I mean, you should have seen the cluster it was for me, Ben, and John to try and outdo Riaz. Okay, and we had 11 units on the man. Okay, so all said and done, it was a fun game. I think diplomacy, the actual diplomacy part, is what helped me in both games, actually, because I was down in game 1. It was only covered for a few minutes, but I got along with those guys, and we all put ourselves in position. And I appreciate all your coverage.
Well, congratulations. think you have wrapped up the tournament win, right? None of the players on that on the board that's still going were ahead of you coming into round 2. So congratulations on the solo. Congratulations on your first tournament victory in the face-to-face world.
Yay.
Thank you.
Ed Sullivan, you have received an automatic invite for the DBN Invitational. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's actually been my honor. I played for it all year, and I'm really excited about it. So thank you.
Well, we're thrilled to have you. Your preferences, you have a much higher chance of getting your preferred round slots. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
I will be arranging that sometime tomorrow after I have gotten enough sleep to function well.
Don't know how you guys do it.
West Coast.
I was hoping to be done with this broadcast by 3 a.m., I have to say. And I'm now wondering just how long it's going to go. So, Ed, maybe stick around. We might need you again.
Love you guys. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a great night.
Bye-bye.
All right. It looks like 1915 has almost finished. So I do have another surprise for you. But why don't we should we go through the year, or yeah, let's go through the year, and then I'm sorry, let's bring on our next surprise and then come back, and maybe
whatever you say.
Yeah, brain. Where is it? I don't know.
Big brain.
Part of it. Do you see? Part of it is leaking down the side of my. Let us bring to the stream the other soloist of the evening, Mr. Jackson Roberts. Jackson, welcome.
Hello.
Hey.
Jackson, I believe this is the first time we've had you on any of our broadcasts. Is that right?
Yes, this is the first time for anything like that.
Welcome to DBN, and congratulations on your solo.
Yeah, it felt good. Not just the first this kind of setting, but like first solo ever on a competitive board. So
Fantastic.
Yeah, before we dive into the game, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and about how you got into the game?
Well, I'm a 19-year-old college student in California. I started playing diplomacy technically at around 16 years old in my dad's world history class. He uses it as a way to teach world history. So that was my first introduction to the game. I was way too competitive with my group of 4 people that played in my country with me. And that was all face-to-face. We moved once a day. It was a crazy good time. I loved the game. And then, we played the next year. And then really when the quarantine hit, my dad found Backstabber and then met a couple people and then was introduced to Liberty. And then it's all history from there. I ended up playing in the next tournament and basically just fell in love with the scene. And now I've tried to play in whatever I can.
So, I mean, it sounds like your dad sort of found it by accident, and now here you guys are winning tournaments and soloing, and I mean, players that I played with for years, top-notch world class. How's that feel?
I mean, it feels good. It's a little difficult to process that. Like me and him talk about diplomacy all the time. We set up our own little room on Discord, and we've discussed boards. We play together a bunch, so there's a good bit of talking about diplomacy. So it definitely, it feels deserved, but me and him would both say that we're not necessarily the caliber where we think we should be doing it as consistently as it seems that we are getting better results in these tournaments. So
I'm not sure you can say that anymore, Jack.
From what we've seen from both of you, I'm not sure that that's accurate.
I guess that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, seriously. Your dad was just on the VDL top board, and Siobhan did a lengthy, extended interview with him after that I did not post. I need to do that. I will get that out next week. Yeah, it was really fun. Your dad seems like one of the good ones. What was it like having him as your history teacher?
I mean, so I had him for 2 years, AP World and AP US. It's an interesting dynamic. I mean, he's a teacher. I've been learning history from him since I was young, kind of thing. It runs in the family. My grandpa was also a teacher. My uncle's a teacher. Aunts are it's a whole thing. I've had my aunt as a PE teacher and all that stuff. So it's not all that different. I've had family members in that kind of role for a long time. It's a little weird. I don't know whether to call him Mr. Roberts in class or Dave or Dad. That's the one thing that's a little different. But
or Dave, is that what she said?
When I want to get his attention, that's what I do in class.
Nice. Well, I tell you what. Before we talk about your game, why don't you help us break down this game that's going on right now? Because one of the players who's still on that board is Dave. Mr. Roberts, your dad. What do you think? Have you been in touch with him tonight as this game's been going on?
We have not been in touch about this game necessarily. As I told him I was going for a solo, he said he was defending against one, so that's about all I knew. I started watching around there, and then things got bad real quick.
But have you been watching the broadcast since we've been covering it the last hour?
Yes, I have been.
What do you think he's going through right now?
I mean, to be honest, it's feels like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? You ran yourself all the way into Turkey just to get stabbed by England, and then run all the way back and try to defend. So it's definitely a tough position to be in, and like I would not have wanted to play this on my board.
What do you think the motivations are in a position like this? Is it just staying alive and stopping the solo? Because you're the small man, right? And you got giant powers on either side of you. You don't want England to solo. You probably don't want Turkey to solo either. But your chances of getting a great result out of the game like this are not very good at this stage. Yet you've been playing and grinding for 8 hours. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I know, knowing him, he's not the one to give up in any kind of position like this. So he'll play it out to stop the solo, as we've gone through. Like that's the main goal now. You got to figure out which one of these two is a bigger threat, and then do everything you can to convince the other one to help you hold your position against them, kind of thing. So,
what do you think your dad's mood is like right now? Do you think he's sort of excited at the challenge in front of him, or just exhausted and wants it to be over, or a nervous wreck?
I mean, I'm sure he's got to be pretty disappointed after losing his position that he had. I'm sure he felt pretty good about that, and how the game was going, and then to turn it into this. So it's got to be definitely very disappointing, and to be in this kind of position. But I think that the mental challenge of trying to stop a solo here is fun enough on its own, even if you're 1, 2, 3 centers left in the game.
So speaking of center counts, when we left this, your dad was sitting at 3 centers with 4 units, meaning he has to disband one. And we were tossing around which unit we thought he would disband. We were wrong the last time. We thought he would get rid of the fleet, and he ended up keeping it. What do you think he'll do here?
If I knew. I mean, from my perspective, I'm concerned that, like, when I was looking at this, I was like, oh, Turkey has a chance here, so I can't let him get Munich. So I want to be as protected over there as I can be. It's more for me, like, what do I have a chance to hold? Like, I would want to keep Marseille because I think Turkey's going to help me keep it for a little longer. And what are the other units doing? So I'd be disbanding Prussia here, but who knows with him?
All right, and then before we go on, let's get a little more analyst take from you. Do you think that Turkey has a solo shot here?
Yeah, as I was following along with this, I really thought that Turkey had a chance to go for this here. From my perspective, it really depends on whether or not Italy and England can work something out between the two to make sure that doesn't happen.
All right, let's dive in here and see what these builds are. See if Jackson has a good read on his father, and the answer is, oops, we're all wrong. I don't think any of us thought Marseille.
We were wrong together.
Wow, that's a substantial bonus for England here, yeah.
That's huge. I'm going to point out that Adam and I were also wrong about England's disband. We thought he would disband Denmark. It is late, and I'm not working brains anymore.
I actually like the Barents disband, but
maybe you want more flexibility though with Bothnia, right? Because now Bothnia's got to support St. Petersburg. I mean, Denmark. I don't know. There's arguments either way, right? Because Denmark potentially gives you more flexibility around Kiel. So.
Yeah, and also Denmark can get to north here. Eventually you're going to build an army. God, I mean, like this game could go on for hours. I wonder.
Players are feeling.
I mean, I wonder.
I think we all need to appreciate the Turkish fleet armada down there that's just been assembled now and added to with the Smyrna.
From has to be Ionian.
I mean, you got to really want it at this point, push those fleets through. I don't know.
All right, let's have a look at some moves here. Here is spring of 1915. Just double checking that they are in fact in 1916. They are. All right, let's. Hey, Jackson, you want to take a shot at calling out some tactics?
I don't know about that one.
Well, just talk to us about Turkey's moves. Tell us what Turkey did, and then see if you think it was the right thing to do or not.
So I will say I was right about this England and Italy thing there. So Turkey going for Naples was the assumption that I would have made. Obviously, I got to be disappointed that I'm losing Rome at the same time. And then really he's just moving into position. I like that he holds Germany here, although my perspective, I think that he might have a chance if he's trying to go for Munich here. But I don't think there's no errors here. He's moving in position, trying to get to a place where he can actually hold this game. And I guess we'll see if he makes it in time. I think it's going to be a race to that border wall on Germany.
You think it's going to come down to Munich? Can Turkey, Germany hold it, or can England get it before they do?
I think that'll be the argument if someone's going to solo here.
All right. What about the north here? Adam, talk us through it.
Yeah, this is really interesting what Matt decided to do. I actually didn't see this move, but he's convoyed Livonia back over to Kiel and put Bothnia into Livonia. That's really interesting. I mean, it does get the armies around Munich that he, the most armies that he can get around Munich as possible. So he's got Ruhr, Kiel, Burgundy lined up there. Of course, this is still not sufficient to take either of those. And I think the problem that's going to occur is when he forces Marseille in the fall and Germany has yet another disband, then Prussia is going to go. Then we kind of start to have some guesses if Turkey doesn't get another army up there, and it's going to take time for him to do that.
All right, Siobhan, what do you make of, do you have anything to add on these?
Not too much to add. I agree with Adam. I love the convoy to Kiel, but this is just so much guessing and grinding out of the tactics, and stellar work around Naples and Rome. I saw in the comment section earlier that apparently Natty just lied to JJ, told him he was holding in Naples, and then went off to do something else.
It's a fascinating moment in the game. I think it feels like that. Like Natty's one little, like Natty has the ability to sort of push things one way or the other. It's sort of that balance coming into this move, but it does feel like England has the advantage now. This convoy is really clever, and I do think he has the units now to grind down Prussia and Berlin. I have to study this a little bit more carefully, but. Yeah, and he's going to get Marseille, so I think their army down, and maybe it's just enough. Let's see. All right, that is fall of 1915. We're coming on to, and
Oof.
wow. All right, Jackson, we're going to turn to you first. What stands out to you on this map?
Well, this looks to me like there's a 50-50 here over Naples and Rome, that it looks like Turkey lost, which is going to hurt real bad if he's for his chances at the solo, basically probably, out the window at this point. It looks like he's in position to hold Moscow and Warsaw, but again, those aren't going to be the ones that are going to decide this. and it looks like Germany is all but done for. We'll see if they can hold that Berlin piece now.
Yeah, so the thing that I think we were gasping about here is Munich. Adam, talk us through what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, so Germany supports Berlin from Prussia, but knows that that could potentially be cut from Livonia. So they have a guess here. They've got Tyrolia supporting Munich, which is uncuttable, but then Silesia can either support Berlin or support Munich. And if he goes Kiel to Berlin with support of Baltic, or Baltic to Berlin with support of Kiel, then Silesia's better be supporting Berlin. And if he goes the other way, he's got to be supporting Munich. And we got to take a guess here. And we took a guess, and Munich is now no longer in Munich, or at least is retreating, and Munich is now English. So that's step one towards England getting to 18, obviously. Now we've got Marseille back, we've got Munich back. We're at 17. We've got to still get either something in Italy, or we've got to find a way to get Berlin, which may be problematic, but we've got German disbands is going to be down to 1 unit. Those Turkish armies behind are still going to take another year to get to the line. So
actually, why was this a guess? Berlin only had 2 on it.
Because Prussia could be cut, right? Livonia could cut Prussia.
Oh, thank you.
Prussia could be cut, and it depended on which dot England wanted to attack.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so not having that army in Bohemia, not having another army up there was killer here. Okay, I actually think it's a foregone conclusion now, isn't it?
I don't know that Berlin is a lock. Actually, is it?
Eventually,
it is.
We've got 3. I mean, there's a little bit of questions, right? Because if you go, the way to guarantee Berlin is to take it from Munich with Kiel supporting and Baltic supporting right now, right? And so if you do that, then you've got 2 on Kiel. No, he's only got 2 there because Bohemia's probably got to go away. So
and the thing is, only one of those German units.
Hey guys, we got to stop. They're they're in spring, not in so we haven't talked about their builds and positions and stuff. But okay, Kevin, I've heard you. Okay, let's turn over to Jackson's game, and we will leave this for the time being. We'll come back and look at the builds. All right, Jackson, you were on board number 2, is that right?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Board number 2. So let's go back to the very beginning of the game, and we heard some talk about pre-game Spring 01 negotiations between you and Liam. I'm gonna pop off for a minute and let you guys take over. Okay?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Jackson, coming into this game, talk to us. What's happening? What's the dynamic? Who are you chatting with?
So, I mean, immediately starting this game, and I'm sure that John Anderson doesn't want to hear it, but I walked in this game knowing that I was looking for Italy and Russia to take out this Austria, because I was not interested in sitting next to John Anderson at any point during this game, whether he's on 1 center or 4 centers. Terrifying.
Have you played with John before?
I have. I got wintergreened by him and Nicola last time I played Austria with him, so
okay.
He deserved this.
I'm sure he'll be happy to know it.
Oh, I told him.
Okay. So this is coming from a place of respect, not.
Oh yeah, no, we talked to each other throughout. He gave me way too much credit on designing this and making it happen, but that is what it is, right?
Okay.
And did you have any prior experience playing with Maxime or Pace?
I've played with Maxime once. Maxime was the turkey in that wintergreen that I got murdered as Austria. It was, and then me and Pace have played once before, so I know them, but we haven't ever worked super well together, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as you go through the early game, I can take you to any point in this that we need. What are the moments that stand out to you?
I mean, through the early game, it was I don't even know what happened this game. Everyone on the East was talking about how crazy this Germany moves were, and trying to stoke up the confusion that was going on. So there's a move, like here, me and Maxime had a pretty decent way to start off with a quote unquote juggernaut here, and start like pumping out armies towards the west. A lot of people were a little concerned with that, because after Germany starts moving and he's not defending from Russia, it feels a lot like Russia's going to get really big here. And if we're attacking into Austria and Austria's running into Italy, as he should do here probably, Russia's going to gain a lot more than anybody else. So I think it was 2003. That was the first time that I really got cornered.
Let's see if I can get us there.
Yeah, so fall 2003 is the turn that I was stabbed by Russia.
Oh yeah,
Serbia here, and everything really just started going downhill from there. I felt like I felt at this point that this game was over. I was getting eliminated by an Wintergreen, and it was just done. And actually, John Anderson pops in. He sends me a message. He says, "Well, he'd been talking for a little while because me, Pace, and Maxime are pretty young." He was talking about how he got eliminated by the 9-year-olds. So then he sent me a message after I get stabbed here, and he said, "Looks like the 9-year-olds are sticking together. Good luck with it."
I mean, I'm someone who also entered this hobby very young. I remember, like, I was 16, 17 when I started playing tournaments, so I get it.
If you notice, there still hasn't been any progress on France here by the EG that has been in France for the entire game. We never really figured that out or why. So it's really hurting me. And there's a point here that Liam decides to go for his stab on Germany after it hasn't worked so many times right here. And West was really important because I was going to die. I was losing Bulgaria. I was losing Greece, like for sure this game. And Liam said, "Here, I got you. I'll save you. I'm going to West so that he has to block in Tunis and all." And it was kind of a second life in this game, but the fact still stood that these two in Italy and Russia were not going to turn on each other. I had no play. They were going to attack me until I died. And even this spring move here, I was so confused at the Italy decision to not just force Greece's disband here and move on. And it was really Germany's decision here. The reason Italy stabs here is because Germany said, "I'm throwing the game to Russia. I'm going to give them as many centers as I can. After Liam stabbed me, they're going to have everything," which gets Pace on side. And then slowly but surely, me and him somehow just work our way through Russia into a point where I actually look like I'm in this game. And this Romania move, like all of this at this point, is just a ITR working together to stop the EF. Everything at this point was talked about. We agreed on everything.
I was actually really curious about this turn in fall 1908 because this sort of looked like this is right. Is this before?
This is when Italy NMRs.
This is when Italy NMR'd. Yeah. What was going on here? So you ended up taking a dot off of both of your allies. So was this arranged or was this not supposed to happen?
Arranged and supposed to happen. I don't necessarily know that that's how it is. I convinced Pace that it was really likely that Tyrolia was going to go to Vienna. And Tyrolia was actually going to go to Vienna. He asked me to go to Budapest so that we didn't bounce. I got through that conversation. Supposedly at some point I convinced him not to go, which gave me Vienna, but I didn't have to tell Pace that, obviously. And he was supposed to be leaving Greece here. The NMR that didn't put him in Apulia, it didn't hurt me that much, but it definitely slowed us down a little bit.
You were going to convoy him over here.
I see. He just didn't, because the NMR.
Yeah, because of the NMR, he lost Venice, which he shouldn't have, and the army in Greece stayed.
So this was good diplomacy then on your part.
And then Maxime was okay with you taking Sev there?
I mean, I don't know what he was. He disbanded his fleet in Armenia the term before.
Yeah.
Like it just disbanded and left. So I just took Sev. I talked to him about it, but it wasn't like a thing that he was going to do anything about.
Well, he couldn't do anything about it other than pull all his units back, right?
Yeah. At this point, we were looking for a way to get to a stalemate per se. But really, from about 1908 to right here, I've been talking to Liam in text channels about when he's going to go for this. And I've been waiting for us to make a move on France and then play the everybody hates Liam game where I get all of their centers was the whole goal for me here. So
that worked pretty well.
Yes.
So then things get, then you're just racing Liam at this point. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm racing Liam, and I make a pretty big mistake here. Yeah. And this is where I give him the game, and I threw the solo to him. Budapest had no reason to go to Trieste. It should be going to Galicia. Honestly, it probably shouldn't have left in the first place, but.
Well, Bulgaria to Romania here. You know, you need to be getting.
What I should be doing.
Yeah, you need and instead you convoy Albania over to Syria just for fun. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, look, 9-year-olds do things that don't make sense.
17 here. Like I wasn't thinking he was going for it. I wasn't even looking for ways that he could go for it. Because I was sure he wouldn't.
So was the thinking here just we're going to call the game after this turn anyway, so I might as well just do something goofy?
It was basically I'm going to get to 17 just about here. And I didn't know that he had a way to put something on Warsaw. I just wasn't looking for it. I wasn't paying attention to it at all. Mm-hmm. So then me and Liam in this spring turn here, we disappeared into a chat room for about 11 minutes as I tried to plead for my life and convince him not to go for this, which would have been a crime to diplomacy.
So you get your army from Bohemia. Were you already working out what the tactics would be in the fall, or were you just like, I need to get armies up there, this is how to do it?
The army like to Bohemia here?
Yeah.
I was looking for any way that I had to try to take one off of him. So what I knew was going to happen here, I had a pretty good feeling he would bounce me in Livonia. He thinks that there's a better way that I could have gone about this by getting into Ukraine with Sev.
Yep, I agree with that.
It's the better move here, and I legitimately just got lucky with him missing this. So
that's what comes in the next turn. Interestingly, if he bounces you in Bohemia here, then he also wins. But so here's the crucial misorder on his part. And Adam went through this in detail. If Silesia goes to Galicia here, then he solos. Were you aware of this? I
was 100% aware of that as it was happening. Okay. I don't know if this was said during. We told this to Kevin. There were a good 3.5 years that were played Gunboat, and we were just hanging out in the main chat room. Nobody was really saying anything about the game, and we were moving through. So this is about when me and Liam were talking, and again, I was trying to make things go faster. So this turn adjudicated in 3 minutes. So it's just the fact that it was probably too fast. We were talking about some fun life things, and he didn't see that this was not 100% sure.
So you charmed him into making a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I'd been trying to convince him for a while that he should not go for this. And I was thinking of any way that I could to throw him off of what he was going to do this turn, and how he was going to go about it. So, and this was just the best way that I figured I would have a chance to hold it. And there was a pretty big pop off here when I actually got Warsaw. I was overly happy about that one.
So
he felt pretty bad.
Before the turn where he put units on Warsaw, were you ready to take a draw? I mean, was a draw vote discussed at all?
I told him that I wanted to get to 17. I wanted him to get to 17 because it put us in basically a like 4th place and a 7th place for us two. And I felt pretty all right about that. So there were draw conversations, but neither of us were like really thinking about taking it. And there was we both mentioned that if it came down to it, we would race each other for the solo, but we were more than happy to go 17s. I think there was legitimate pain in his heart when he took Warsaw here. there was a good bit of guilt and all that. So,
well, apparently not too much, because he then proceeded to get his units into places where you could attack them rather than behind the line where you couldn't get at them, and that ultimately was his downfall. Getting he thinks he's pressing the attack and he advances these armies down into Piedmont and Tuscany, but those are places where you can get at them. And then so the final nail in the coffin is here. He has to make a guess with Marseille rather than protect Spain. He guesses that you're going to go for Piedmont. But you can sort of do both too, right?
He told me that he thought Marseille was supporting Spain.
Is that right? So this was
Spain was supporting Marseille, and he thought it was the other way around. So he was very confused when this happened. And I was very happy when it happened, obviously.
but he needs to be. Marseille needs to be supported into Spain here, and Spain needs to go back into Portugal. Like, he has to be pulling units back at this point. But in any case, this was a super entertaining game to watch, and it's the second solo of the night, and a very different one. And this is one where you did, nobody was convoying you into one of their dots. You were taking them and conniving your way into them. And it's good diplomacy. Congratulations.
Yeah, I fought for this one tooth and nail. I really there were a lot of times during this game that I thought I was just going to be eliminated, and I was going to be done and go home sad at the end of the night. I did not think that Pace or Maxime was ever going to break. So it was maybe I did well at convincing Pace to go for it, but it was fun to get back into this game after being beaten out of it. And then, me and Liam both made mistakes. Like, I gave him the solo, and then he accidentally gave it to me. So we'll both go home. He's probably a little more sad than I am here.
Well, with any luck, both of you will have the opportunity to reminisce about this over another board in just 2 or 3 weeks at the Invitational. While it's not official, this should be enough to qualify you. I think Liam was already in the target range. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check that. But I'll let you guys know tomorrow. We're hopefully going to announce things officially. We will announce things officially tomorrow, one way or the other, whether it's with a countdown broadcast or just by doing a press release as these things go. Jackson, thank you so much, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well done.
Congratulations, indeed.
Congrats on this one.
And we'll see you soon. Have a great night. All right, let's turn back to board number 4, where we left it in the fall of 1915. It was right here. We were about to find out the builds. Matthew in England had managed to swipe Munich in a clever surprise. Germany's having to drop 2 here, and Matthew is putting 2 down. And that is Army Edinburgh and Fleet London. And Dave drops the 2 units that are not in a supply center. Here is how spring of 1916 went. And Adam, talk us through it.
Well, that's Berlin, and so the question is, can he keep it in the fall? So Turkey moves everything up to the line, supports into Prussia, Bohemia, Tyrolia. Will it be enough is the question.
Doesn't look like it to me.
Agreed.
And the answer is
Baltic supports Berlin. Will do it.
And decline.
There we go.
Crowd.
Yet another solo. So 3 out of 5 games in the second round have gone to solo.
Well done, Matthew Krill. We, for those of us who have played with Matthew, both Siobhan and I have. Brandon, you probably have as well. This is not a surprise coming that Matt had it in him to to get a win. He's been a great player. He's had some really nice results. I don't recall seeing him solo previously. I wouldn't be surprised if he had, but this is coming to him, and he earned this one.
I absolutely agree. I've been waiting for Matt to pull out the big results for a while now. And, you know, he's a player who every game he plays, there are lessons to be learned, and he builds upon his own play game after game after game. And we've seen all the results of it right here. I mean, he'll play diplomacy on his own anniversary. So
That's right. That was him.
I don't know what is.
That was the VDL top board just a couple weeks ago, or was that VDL?
Yeah. The other players had the decency to eliminate him early so he could go be with his wife and spend some quality time. But
wait, was that VWDC or VDL? I can't remember. I think that was VWDC, wasn't it?
Honestly, these are all blending together in my
Yeah.
You know, and I'll say we were all pretty critical of Matt early on for going so fleet heavy as England, and Matt made it work. I mean, he figured it out, and he got the armies where he needed them. I mean, this is a pretty army light England, right? What do we got? 5 armies here, but nonetheless, he made it happen.
Yeah. How long?
Need to be proven wrong. When we are critical of a player, I am happy for them to just be like, no, I am going to triple down on these fleets.
I guess we also have to say, JJ played a really strong game. This happens sometimes when everybody's going for it, and JJ was taking his shot as well. Natty, I mean, what can you say? Fighting it out till the end, staying alive through a really rough mid game. So, well done to you guys as well.
Yep, everyone owes Natty a beer right now.
Yeah, that's quite a chart, isn't it? All right, it is late. Otherwise, I would bring Matt on here for a chat. But I do want to pull up these things. My standings are not accurate because there's obviously a problem with my ManorCon calculations. But here are the standings hot off of the diplomacytv.com website, which Chris Brand, the tournament director of this tournament, has put together. And so these are the official results. Ed Sullivan does, in fact, win the tournament with a huge score of 104 points. I think that's huge. Don't really know. Jackson Roberts, 8 points behind him in second place. Matthew Krill in third place. Andrew Gribakov in fourth. Doug Moore in fifth. Karthik Kaneth and Russ Dennis round out the top board. And our honorable mention for David.
3 points, only playing 1 round.
Oh man. Yeah, I feel like we were robbed of seeing David on one of these boards, with maybe he would have been on the board with Ed, and who knows what would have happened there. As I said before, Ed Sullivan wins an automatic invitation, and I'm pretty sure Jackson and Matthew are going to end up making the DBI based on this. Andrei Gibrakov already has an automatic invitation, and we'll have to crunch the numbers and see if this is enough to get Doug Moore somehow squeezing in an invite. A little bit hard to believe, but Karthik and Russ, I'm pretty sure have already qualified. So let's put a bow on our coverage here. Matt, sorry we can't get you on, but it is it's not even past my bedtime. It is.
Someone in the comments said that it is now so late that it is early.
Indeed. Yeah, it's like mid-morning in the UK.
Yeah, exactly. So.
All right. Well, final comments, final thoughts on our coverage and the tournament. Adam, start with you.
It's a pleasure to see time unlimited boards. We haven't seen those in a lot of the tournaments, and we really saw tonight what happens when you have time unlimited boards and let people just play it out. It was exciting. It was fantastic to see 3 solos on 5 boards. I can't remember seeing that ratio of solos in a tournament I've been to in a long time. And and it was because people were taking their shots. It wasn't for bad play. It was because people were really going for it. It was very exciting. And congrats to the 3 who got it. Thanks to everybody who played in the tournament and made this entertaining for all of us.
Siobhan?
I will second everything Adam said. A lot of fantastic play today. We jokingly give y'all a little bit of grief for sometimes not going for it, and we saw a lot of people go for it, and it worked out for some, and others, I have major respect for those who went for it, even if it didn't fall in your favor today. And keep going, keep trying. We do this because we love to watch this play, and the fact that so many of you were willing to sit with us after, 7 hours and 42 minutes is just mind-blowing to me. And so thank you all for being here and for finding us entertaining.
Yeah, I love this this conflict between conservative and aggressive strategies. For me, it's sort of one of the essences of strategy games in general. Finding the optimal strategy, choosing between different ones. Some of them are high risk, high reward. Some of them are less so, and you have to have these long-term calculations, also taking into account the structure of the tournament overall. It's just really fun for me, and it's cool to see people weighing the differences and finding the ones that work best for them. And this was awesome. We had two rounds here, one in which more people chose the conservative path, and then one in which more people chose the aggressive path. And it definitely paid off for some and didn't for others, and that's what we're here for. Is to play the odds, weigh the strategies, and see what happens. I am so thankful for you guys, Siobhan and Adam, and for David Hood and Kevin O'Kelly behind the scenes for helping out with this broadcast. This was really fun. It was a great way to end the season. This is sort of the official end of the 2020 face-to-face circuit season. And it all leads into the Invitational Tournament, which will take place in 2 weeks. Look forward to seeing you play, Siobhan, and getting to talk about whether you're going forward or not. Adam and I will be here, and along with a bunch of other people. And stay tuned, everyone, for the release of the bids tomorrow, and then we'll get the schedule worked out. And we'll see you guys on the 13th and the 20th. There are going to be 2 rounds of coverage each day. There are only 2 games in each one, so they will be shorter, hopefully on the order of 3 hours. But they are unlimited games, so who knows? And then we have the top board a week after that. Let's call it a wrap, guys. Thank you so much.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Siobhan.
Stay safe and stab well. I almost forgot. It's late.
All right.